ridiculous.
Right. Of course. Yeah, no, I wouldn't.
I'm not going to go that far. I'm not saying it should be about me. I'm just saying there could be something that I do today that's important, and they don't want that to get in the hands of other media outlets. Let's face it.
No.
If they fell asleep on the job after I did something spectacular, like if a deer ran out onto the field and collapsed, and I brought it back to life.
Oh, now that would be you'd be guaranteed to be in episode 2 at least, or like maybe
episode 2,
maybe where like the credits are rolling and they kind of are showing some things there at the end.
If I turn out to be the Beastmaster, I think they're going to want that on the first episode.
Well, I could guarantee.
I don't think they want me going to Stars or Netflix.
Taking your skills there? No.
So Hulu loves a Beastmaster story, I've heard. So anyway,
it's
we'll see.
known amongst media outlets.
We'll see. I mean, I think they kind of took me for granted. Maybe didn't take advantage of a great resource over here. But I'll watch anyway tonight. We'll see. No,
all right.
No cameras in my face is the point, and I would have thought there would have they at least snooped around to see how interesting I could be.
Maybe you'll be in the background.
I could be in the background.
Right? Like maybe, maybe.
That legitimately could happen. But I really haven't seen them other than like driving past them in the morning and watching the poop truck empty out their facility.
Oh, they have their own
morning.
poop truck?
They got their, they got their own little operation back there.
Okay.
Over on the train tracks.
That's when you know you're a big deal when you poop on the tracks.
I guess they just live over there. I think they spend the night in trailers right over by the tracks. Anyway, great morning to you. Here we go on a Tuesday. We got all sorts of interesting folk that are going to join us here today. We got $1,000 in cash that could be yours. Bonus bucks, they're calling them. And you can win by entering the word bonus at 93.3 KJR.com. That's BONUS at 93.3KJR.com. We'll have a different keyword every hour. You don't have a great chance of winning, but you do have a chance of winning. So take that keyword to your laptop, enter it in at our website, and give yourself a shot at $1,000. It's all brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins. Well, we've got a lot of Seahawks stuff to discuss today, including the Hard Knocks episode, which will debut, the first one in Seahawks history, which we'll preview a little bit later on in the show today. But we are, of course, going to start with the Major League Baseball trading deadline. It came and went yesterday, and oh my goodness, was it busy. I think you might argue that's the busiest trade deadline day in the history of sports. There wasn't a lot of activity leading up to the weekend, and so they saved it all for the last 3 days, and particularly yesterday. I mean, there were moves flying around. I've watched trade deadline days on MLB Network where they were begging for, that news-breaking sounder to play. And last night it was interrupting, or yesterday afternoon, it was interrupting every conversation that they were trying to have about the last trade that was made. They would get interrupted by a new updated deal. But it turns out the Mariners did not make another trade after our show. We got in our 9 o'clock hour yesterday the last Mariner trade, the Taylor Ward acquisition from the Baltimore Orioles for Alex Hoppe and 2 minor league prospects that weren't even among the top prospects in the organization to bring over Taylor Ward. And that, of course, couples with the Luis Castillo trade that occurred over the weekend for Sir Anthony Dominguez, Nolan Jones, and another minor league prospect in Boston Smith, which I do find odd that, here you name your kid Boston Smith, and he grows up to play in the White Sox organization.
Yeah, that seems like he shouldn't have been allowed.
But now he's in the Mariners organization, and it'll be a few years before we see him, if ever. We shall see. But we do know that they have made a couple of moves that will affect the roster starting tonight. And Ashley got the opportunity possibly tonight where an offense that has struggled for the entire season has an opportunity here to activate Brendan Donovan and put Taylor Ward into the lineup. And man, you just had two bats like that to a lineup, and it suddenly looks full. It suddenly looks robust. It suddenly looks like, man, how do we not win with this lineup right now?
Well, and it's interesting because maybe yesterday when we were talking about how we couldn't sleep because of the Major League Baseball trade deadline, that was tongue in cheek, or maybe that being my first thoughts in the morning. That was
I still can't sleep, by the way.
Yeah, I couldn't either.
Yeah, couldn't take my nap. Couldn't sleep last night.
Oh, I was so annoyed. I couldn't either, and I was so tired. But this morning when I woke up, my first thought was Mariners play tonight, and I'm pretty pumped. I'm looking forward to it. Now, I don't know what'll happen when we get on the field, but the optimism that I have is very high.
Well, I mean, I don't know how they're going to arrange it, but theoretically you could have Cole Young leading off, Taylor Ward hitting second, Randy Arozarena third. You could go Josh Naylor if you wanted to put a lefty at fourth. Julio could drop all the way to fifth. You could have Dom Canzone then sixth, Cal seventh. I mean, Brendan Donovan eighth and Colt Emerson ninth. I mean, that is
pretty good.
That's a better lineup than the Astros have. It's a better lineup than the Rangers have, and we already know that we have better pitching staffs than both of those two teams. So, again, we just land at this exact same place. There is no reason not to win the American League West. There just isn't. I mean, it certainly isn't on paper. The only way that you don't win this division is if you just dreadfully underperform for the entire 6 months of the Major League Baseball season. I mean, think about that. Think about the specter of that. The only way that you don't win the division, because the other two organizations aren't exactly in a position to pounce at this point. The Astros are down more than they've been in over a decade, and the Rangers, even though they're in the equation, tried to sell off every piece that they had at the trading deadline, and that shows you how they feel about their roster. Yeah. Meanwhile, we have a team that almost every expert in the field picked to win the American League West this year. Vegas still thinks has a pretty good shot at getting to the World Series, maybe even winning the World Series at this point. So the only way you don't win this division is if you collectively got together and for 6 months underachieved every single day.
And boy, would that be really effing disappointing. I'd be pissed. Yeah, if we get to the end of the season and that's what happened, because it's been disappointing to watch them underperform this far. And for sure. And we just keep waiting. And that's the one thing, though, is we have that well, they're slow to start. We've got the second half. We usually warm up in July. Okay, well, July's over. We're now in August. So, yeah, let's get it going.
All right, so how did they do? Did they do enough? I mean, they certainly could have done more. I said yesterday at this time, 24 hours ago, you didn't get better with the Luis Castillo trade. You cleared money for this year and next. So you got rid of your worst contract in your organization. You cleared up your starting rotation, which despite the embarrassment of riches that you seem to have at the starting pitching position, you sure took that advantage and turned it into arguably a detriment with ways that you creatively tried to implement having 6 starters on a roster. I don't think it worked. I don't think it was a disaster like some others tend to believe, the piggyback or the 6-man rotation, but it certainly didn't. It wasn't effective. It didn't make the team better, that's for sure. And so we're out from underneath that, so that's been clarified. We have a willing relief pitcher that we can add, unlike Castillo. I think Castillo would have been a better relief pitcher than Sir Anthony Dominguez. I think had he accepted a demotion to the bullpen, and maybe he would have. You just didn't want him to suffer that indignity, apparently. I think Castillo could have been a very effective reliever. I'm not sure that Sir Anthony Dominguez is going to be a very effective reliever. But he is better than what we had behind the Big Four, which might not even be the Big Four anymore, the way Bizardo has been pitching as of late. So I think Dominguez is an upgrade over Alex Hoppe, who has left and gone to Baltimore, but maybe not overwhelmingly so.
Right.
So bottom line, I don't think we got better from the Castillo trade, even though there were some tremendous advantages to making that deal. I do believe we got better with Taylor Ward's addition. And so I think that a team that had all sorts of troubles, it's the biggest problem with the team. They can't hit left-handers. And now you bring in a professional hitter who's had a long career. He's been pretty productive for most of his career. And this season, a reworked Taylor Ward does a couple of things that this lineup has not been good at. He gets on base at an extremely high clip. He leads the American League in walks. He's among the major league leaders in on-base percentage at .383. And so that's something that this lineup has been missing. And he does actively hit left-handed pitching. I mean, I defend and will always defend the Refsnyder, Pollock, Garver decisions in the moment. I won't ever defend the way they performed here because it's been a disaster for all three of those guys. But in the moment, you were taking three veterans who had years of proven track record of hitting left-handed pitching. And for whatever reason, they got here and couldn't do it anymore. Well, Rob Refsnyder, I suppose, has the excuse of, there's a lot that can happen in 6 months off from the last time that I played baseball. You don't have that with Taylor Ward. Mm-hmm. He is presently hitting left-handers actively. Yesterday, he was hitting left-handers, all right? And so if he comes here and cannot hit a left-hander and cannot hit at all and suddenly can't get on base, I don't know how to explain that. All I can tell you is, based off of the numbers, he should give the Mariners a couple of things that they sorely need in their lineup, and that is an ability to hit left-handers and an ability to get on base and to create more traffic and more run-scoring opportunities. And so from that standpoint, I don't think that we got aggressively better yesterday or over the course of the trade deadline. But I think already the best roster in the American League West that has done nothing but underachieve for the entire season this year did get better yesterday, where the Rangers did not and the Astros really did not. And so from that standpoint, yes, it's a successful, I'll give it a B, trading deadline. And I don't know if we could have expected, Ashley, anything ultra aggressive. Yeah, a little more aggressive. I could have seen a little more aggressive, but when you're 3 games under 500 and you really are just waiting for your guys, I mean, you know that the rest of this season's going to hinge on whether Cal, Julio, and Josh hit the baseball the rest of the way. That's even with the addition of Taylor Ward, it's going to come down to that. It's going to come down to whether their 3 best hitters are going to hit this year at any point with any consistency. So from that standpoint, I wasn't expecting a team 3 games under 500 to be overly aggressive. And frankly, I'm just relieved at this moment that we still have George Kirby, Emerson Hancock, and Randy Arozarena on the roster.
And I think that's the key, because that's what we talked about yesterday. That's what I was afraid of, is that we're going to get an update that one of those guys is gone, especially, you know, I would have hated getting rid of Kirby. I would have hated getting rid of Emerson, although I could have understood that one more. And I would have not understood why you're getting rid of the most consistent hitter in your lineup when hitting's been a problem. So to go into that trade deadline and not be overly aggressive, I'm fine with that. Not even be aggressive, but you come away with a right-handed hitter, which is what you needed. You didn't overpay for him, and there you go.
Yeah. Better team.
Yeah.
Better team today than what they were at this time yesterday. And not aggressively better, but better. And I don't think that they needed to get aggressively better. I mean, the Houston Astros added Dalton Varsho he's a great defender and a good player. I mean, we got to know him with the Toronto Blue Jays last year in the ALCS very well. He's a good player. That's who they added at the trading deadline, despite the fact that they had a much bigger need to add a starting pitcher than we had. Think about this. Than we had to add a hitter. Their need to add a starting pitcher was far more dramatic than our need to add a hitter here. And you know how badly we needed a hitter here. And yet they traded a starting pitcher, one of the guys in their rotation, for Dalton Varsho. And again, he's going to improve their defense in center field, and he gives them a weapon in their lineup, just like Taylor Ward gives us a new weapon in our lineup. But they didn't even address their biggest issue, and that is starting pitching. And as I said, the Texas Rangers, the only news that they made yesterday is that Jacob deGrom, Nate Eovaldi, and Corey Seager told them, we're not waiving our no-trade clause. They tried to trade them all yesterday. That's how confident they are. Now, one thing I'm a little worried about is that we're going to have like a major league situation here where they might rally around that.
Yeah.
They tried to trade us all. A bunch of veterans might rally the troops around the idea that ownership and management wanted to give up on them when they were only 2.5 games out of first place. And so maybe they rally around that fact. But the truth of the matter is that shows you just how confident the Rangers are that they can hang with the Astros and the Mariners the rest of the way. So not only do I think we had a passing grade at the trading deadline, I'd give it a B. And compared to the Houston Astros, I mean, they can't get any more than a C. And the Texas Rangers failed. They failed. I mean, even the trades they tried to make got rebuked by the people they were trying to trade. So from my standpoint, it was a fine trading deadline. I'm not surprised that Jerry and Justin weren't overly aggressive. And I think, just as I've thought all season long, there's still, despite the 2.5 game deficit in the division, zero reason why this team doesn't win the division. And if they don't, then it's just a case of 6 months of classic underachieving. There is nothing wrong with this roster compared to those within our division who are hunting for the same thing.
Right. And not saying that winning the division is the end goal, because we have some people who are like, wait, that we want more than that. Yeah, you want more than that. But you should start by winning the division and then go from there.
Well, I say this repeatedly. I just want to get into the dance.
Yes, exactly. And then you never know what happens.
Yeah, in this sport, this is not the NBA. This is not even the National Football League. This is Major League Baseball. I mean, the Los Angeles Dodgers have won back-to-back world titles. They won by a cleat, literally a cleat, over the Toronto Blue Jays last year. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa didn't get his cleat to the bag before he got tagged. That's how close the Blue Jays came to beating the Dodgers. And the year before, the Dodgers weren't even the best team in their division. The Padres were better, and they absolutely blew a playoff series, absolutely blew it, and allowed the Dodgers to get through the door that they had no business passing through. So anything can happen in the playoffs, especially when you have great pitching, and I think that we are going to have great pitching, not just starting pitching. I know that there's this big conversation about we should have added another reliever. Well, I could have lived with adding another reliever, but I don't think we needed to. And I'll explain that a little bit later on in the show at 7:30, as a matter of fact, when I intend to talk about the trade deadline again. But let's go ahead and find out what is on tap for today's fantastic show from Renton.
May I have your attention, please?
This is What's on Tap, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Well, yes, I purchased my I Survived the Busiest Deadline Day Ever t-shirt. I don't know if you got yours. You can get them.
I did, yeah. Yeah, although mine is a little small.
Yeah, well, you got to go and exercise larger. You
I know.
Never know.
I didn't know the material. My bad.
Yeah, probably will shrink in the wash.
Mistake.
Yeah, because these are made of cotton. These are nice.
Yeah.
Ryan Healy's going to join us at 9 o'clock today to talk about the deadline and the rest of the way. A lineup that will feature Taylor Ward, and we are expecting Brendan Donovan to be activated from the injury list and from his paternity leave in time for tonight's game. Also, Sir Anthony Dominguez should be in a Mariner uniform tonight, as well as the Mariners get set to host the Detroit Tigers. 6:40 is your first pitch. Emerson Hancock pitches for the M's. Troy Melton, who actually gave us more trouble than Tarek Skubal, if you remember, in the series we played against the Tigers last year. Melton's the guy we couldn't hit. Jorge Polanco owned Tarek Skubal. Nobody could hit Troy Melton. I have read that he's supposed to start tonight, but then I also read this morning that they're undecided. So if we get any update on that, I'll pass that along. But I'd like to avoid Troy Melton. I don't think there's any way to do it over the course of the next 3 days because he is really damn good. Tarek Skubal's going to debut for the Dodgers tonight in Chicago against the Cubs. I have a little more to say on Skubal because there was one thing about the whole Dodger conversation we had at 9 o'clock that I really think is important that I make clear. I'll just say shortly, quickly, that I'm not blaming the Dodgers for acting like the Dodgers. What I'm blaming is that there's a system that is in place in Major League Baseball where the Dodgers can be the Dodgers, if that makes any sense. If it doesn't, I'm going to explain that a little bit later on in the show. Little League World Series, Snohomish. Boy, there's something about Lake Mary. They just whooped our local ladies of the snow. So it's an elimination day against Texas, 7 a.m. start. Yes, they're playing at 7 a.m. today. Go Snohomish. Liberty won over the Storm, 95-83. Brianna Stewart against her former team, 24 points and 8 rebounds. And the Seahawks training camp continues. That's why we're here. Hard Knocks episode. The first one is tonight. Kobe Bryant, by the way, injured and out 6 to 8 weeks for the Chicago Bears, so his new team. And the Hall of Fame game will be played this Thursday. That's right, preseason football to be played this Thursday between the Panthers and the Cardinals, with Hall of Fame weekend coming up on Saturday. Coming up next, though, on our program, we're going to go over some NFL news and notes. We don't have Mariners Morning After, but there are lots of NFL news and notes to pass along, including Bijan Robinson breaking the bank. We'll tell you about it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Aquatic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, Chuck and Ashley with you as our camp coverage continues here from Renton Seahawks training camp right here, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And we are going to talk a few NFL news and notes. Before I get started, though, obviously, I won't speak on behalf of Ashley, but I think that she's with me on this, that we want to just offer our support to all the people in Spokane. What a horrible situation out there. And we just want safety for all. And thinking of you, and I know that the thoughts and prayers cliche gets kind of made fun of in today's world, but I don't know what else, how else to say it. Our thoughts are with them, and we're praying for them.
Yeah, praying that the fire can get contained. And I did post something on X yesterday that's like a list of resources that people want to donate to help people. So that's an option too if people want to help.
Okay. All right. Well, yes, thoughts and prayers to all those in Spokane, the firefighters fighting the blaze, and everyone trying to fight evil out there. Certainly it's weighed heavy on a lot of people here today. All right, let's talk some NFL news and notes. A busy news day today. Bijan Robinson has signed the biggest deal for a running back in NFL history. The Falcons star running back has agreed to a 3-year extension worth up to $75 million. It's $51 million guaranteed. It's $22.5 million per year, which does break Saquon Barkley's record of $20.6 million per year annually for the star Falcons running back, which, of course, that's a lot of money. But, I mean, when you think about it, it just so pales in comparison to other star athletes in sports right now. I mean, Tarek Skubel's going to get a $60 million per year contract this offseason from the Dodgers, as long as there's not some huge lockout, which there might be. And then you think about Baker Mayfield is, fighting for $55 million a year and apparently was offered $50, and it's not nearly enough. And here is arguably the best running back in the National Football League in Bijan Robinson, and he tops out. He sets a record at $22.5 million. It just shows you how the league has treated/mistreated running backs here over the last decade or so. And I do mostly subscribe to the camp of the, running backs are a dime a dozen, but that's only from the standpoint of, yes, there are a lot more guys that you can find to run the football for you in the National Football League. You can find guys to run the football for you in the National Football League. But Bijan Robinson's? Oh, no.
Yeah,
Those guys are not dime a dozen. Those guys are worth their weight in gold. And I think about the Seahawks situation here. We're without Ken Walker. And I think that this offense can end up having a productive running game. I think Jadarian Price, I'm expecting that he plays a nice role in all of that. I'm expecting that Zach Charbonnet comes back and is at least the 1A running back that he was a year ago, which was an effective running back at times. I am expecting that our offensive line, which seemed to find its groove running the football toward the end of the regular season and carried that into the playoffs, is going to get even better at that. So, Ashley, I think there's a good chance we're going to have a solid running game, maybe even a really good running game. But I don't think it's going to look like it looked at the end of the year with Ken Walker running wild on NFL teams, and I certainly don't think it has anywhere close to the upside that the Atlanta Falcons have, the Detroit Lions have, because they have these special, not only do I run the ball for 1,500 yards in a season, but I'll catch 90 passes too, kind of running backs in their backfield, and that just you don't find that growing on trees. I mean, that's just a level that is beyond what most teams have, and it should be worth more than $22.5 million per year.
Well, yeah, I would think so. And I do think in somebody like Bijan Robinson's case to earn the the money that he's going to earn and to see, I mean, because we've talked a lot about how, the running backs are underpaid. And finally, it does seem like they're recognizing, oh, no, that's actually a very valuable asset, not only to just our overall game, but especially to our quarterback. It gives him another option.
Well, it kind of corrected itself. There was a recognition of, okay, maybe we are overpaying running backs. And so it corrected, but then it overcorrected.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden now running backs can't get a payday. Running backs are considered washed at 28.
A dime a dozen.
Yeah. Saquon Barkley, they pretty much just let walk from the New York Giants. They didn't want to invest in him. And then he ends up being an MVP-type player that pretty much delivers the Super Bowl to Philadelphia. He was the best player on that team that won the Super Bowl. And so we are course correcting. I don't know how far it'll go the other way, but this is a step in the right direction. And now Jahmyr Gibbs, who said yesterday only time will tell when he returns to practice, I would think he's going to get at least what Bijan got. And so there's a new high bar in the National Football League for running backs as special as Barkley, Robinson, and Gibbs. Aaron Donald also in the news today. We're still kind of waiting to find out if, in fact, that he will return to the Los Angeles Rams. And I think something's been left out of the conversation about Aaron Donald. Aaron Donald, if he wanted to just win another Super Bowl, would have come back last year. I mean, they had a team that could have won the Super Bowl, right?
Yeah.
A year ago. Was very close to winning the Super Bowl. He could have come back at any time during the season if he just wanted to win another Super Bowl. He wants to come back to play with Myles Garrett. Now, why is that? Is it because Myles Garrett is just so charismatic and I got to soak up everything about Myles Garrett? I think we could become best friends. Maybe we'll room together on the road. Maybe we'll form a family band and tour the country, Myles and I. No, it has nothing to do with that. It has everything to do with Aaron Donald wants to find out what he can do at the top of his game in the National Football League when he's not double-teamed and triple-teamed every play. This is Aaron Donald scratching a curiosity that he has about his own abilities. I dominated the National Football League for my defensive tackle position, and defenses game plan for me every single play. Well, they can't do that if Myles Garrett's on the outside. They can't double-team us both. They can't triple-team me and double-team him. And so this is a lot more about Aaron Donald than it is about the Rams than people are letting on. He's considering a comeback because he wants to actually experience the National Football League where he can just, he doesn't have to constantly be attended to by opposing offenses. And so if Aaron Donald in his workouts, and this is why I think there's a delay, is like, I'm not the same player, and I don't think I can get back to being the same player. 2 years off is an awful long time, and I stayed in shape. I look damn good, but that doesn't mean I'm in football shape. And so if he doesn't feel like he can be Aaron Donald again, I don't think he's coming back. And I think that's what's holding this up. He wants to make damn sure that when he comes back to the National Football League, for the reasons of, I want to see what Aaron Donald, the great Aaron Donald, myself, can do against offenses that aren't game planning against me on every single play. But I can't be that if I'm not the same guy. If I come back and just embarrass myself and I'm not even getting double-teamed, then I'm going to ruin my legacy. I will have fought to come back for nothing. I don't know if he really cares about winning another Super Bowl. Otherwise, he would have come out of retirement last year. So I think this is purely about whether Aaron Donald thinks he can get back to being the same player he was when he retired, and if he can't, he's not going to come back. That's my feeling.
And I feel like that's a perfectly reasonable thing to do because, the last thing you want to do is have this illustrious career that everybody talks about how great you were in the NFL, and then you didn't know when to – you knew originally when to hang it up, but then you were like, oh, no, wait a minute. I think I might have a little bit more, only to not have more.
Yeah, you tied a pretty bow on it. You retired earlier. You left everybody wanting more. Well, maybe not us, but you left the world wanting more, and then you got off the stage and let everybody speculate about how much more you could have done had you just stayed when you had plenty left in the tank. And now you're going to jeopardize all of that 2 years later by coming back And I think he's got too much self-pride, not team pride, self-pride to jeopardize anything that he has accomplished individually. He doesn't want his last thing remembered about him to be, hey, remember when Aaron Donald tried to come back and he was a shell of his former self? He wasn't even facing double teams anymore, and he was a joke. That's the last thing Aaron Donald wants to have happen.
Yeah, because it's his legacy, not the teams that he should be worried about.
I think that's all he is worried about,
exactly.
frankly.
No, I
Otherwise,
agree.
he would have come back a year ago. Brady Russell's going to join us at our set next. He's always entertaining. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Kane is in the building.
See, I needed this music as Brady Russell was making his way over. And we have a video, and then we do slow-mo as he prepares for his big interview. Very, very Hard Knocks like, Ashley, if we could have created that. We don't have the manpower, unfortunately. But we do have Brady Russell joining us here at our set from your Seattle Seahawks here at training camp. Always enjoyable to talk to the big personality that is our fullback/tight end, Brady Russell. How you doing, man?
Yes, sir. I'm good. I'm happy to be here.
Great to see you.
Yeah, it's good to see you.
How you feeling?
I feel great.
Yeah?
Yeah, fresh legs, even though it's day 9.
Fresh legs on day 9 of practice? Well, that probably speaks to either it's a soft camp, that's what you're telling us, or you're saying that I did my work this offseason.
No, I just did my work.
Good.
Yeah, punched the, what do they say, P's and Q's? Something like that.
Something like that. All right, so, I mean, I don't want to bury the lead here. I mean, football, you would think, would be the lead. It's not the lead in Brady Russell's life. Your wife is due like any second now.
Yeah.
I mean,
she's due today.
Are you distracted right now because you're afraid you're going to miss a text or a phone call?
No, she's got plenty of numbers in the building here, so they can come get a hold of me in meetings or something. But it is pretty crazy that it could just be at any moment. All of a sudden, I'm pulled out because my wife's in labor or something. But
so we could be watching practice today, and if you're running off the field, we know what's going on.
It's either that or I'm going pee. One of the two. One of the two. You got a 50-50 shot.
How often does that happen, by the way?
On most every practice. Nobody knows, but most every practice.
All right, so is this your first child?
Yes, sir. First child, yeah.
Wow.
Yep, we got a little girl.
Out?
Yep, little Hadley.
Hadley Russell.
Yep.
I like it.
Unless she doesn't look like a Hadley, then I don't know what we're going to do.
Well, how do you determine that?
I don't know. It's a good question. People ask me that, though. They go, what if she doesn't look like a Hadley? And I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to do.
We don't have a plan B right now.
Right,
You're going to panic and just name her Oots.
Yep. I've only
the first thing you see at practice.
Yeah,
all right, we're going to go with Oots.
That's funny. Name her Robbie. Robbie'd be a cute girl name.
That would be a cute girl name. Yeah. So are you nervous, excited? How you feeling about becoming a dad?
Excited for sure. It's going to be just a whole new phase of life, and I'm sure give me a whole new perspective on what it's like. I don't know. I feel like I'm going to get a crazy perspective on the way God sees us as his children, like just being the creator and your creation and the pride you have in that and the good you want for it. Like that, I think that's going to be really cool.
That's a cool way to look at things. Brady Russell is with us. Is Hard Knocks following you around? Do they know this? Do they have this information?
I don't think they do, but I think it's kind of funny. Would have been a great storyline.
I'll keep it secret. Your secret's safe with me. Nobody listens to this show. Your secret's safe with me, so I won't tell anybody. Well, let's talk a little football then. A new offensive coordinator this year, and I keep hearing that, man, he's doing some interesting things with running backs and tight ends, and you're in both rooms. So is that true?
Yeah, absolutely. He's using us in all sorts of ways, different ways that are – it's so creative in the run game and stuff, and innovative too. So I think it's fun getting to, like, you're running stuff, and it might be the first time it's ever really been run. So it's like, hey, we want you to do X, Y, Z this way instead of this way. Like, it might be like correcting things on the move because we haven't ever done it before. So
can you give us an example, or would that be a violation of terms?
I mean, it could just be like a certain motion. Like, you want me to motion in a certain way so that it looks like something else and presents itself in a different way than it actually is. Like, they might think I'm running a different play, and then I go do something totally different because it presents itself as something, and flip the script and it's totally the opposite.
Is it natural to when you get introduced to a new offensive system where you're like, this, does everybody just think this is really going to benefit me personally?
I think everybody probably hopes that.
Yeah. But you're such a team guy. Like, is your first thought like, man, this is a really good offense. This is really going to benefit Sam?
I don't know if that's my first thought, really. I think it's more like every year, one of my goals for the last 3 years, I'd say, has been to carve out a role on offense, and it's never really happened, never come to fruition. But that's been okay. Like, I'm still here. I'm on the team. I'm loving ball. I'm doing what I feel like God created me to do, right? And just because that doesn't mean I'm involved in the offensive scheme, that doesn't mean it's not a good thing. Like we won a Super Bowl last year, right? Like that doesn't. Obviously, that was good, and Clint knew what he was doing,
good.
right?
Yeah.
So, like, while everybody wants to be involved, and while everybody wants their talents to be presented, like at this end of the day, like we all just want to win too. So I think that seems to be a sentiment that's pretty. Like it goes across the whole team. It's not just me that's thinking that way.
How about Hadley will never have to know a day where you're not a Super Bowl champion?
I know. Isn't that good for her?
One day in her life.
Isn't that awesome? I'm actually planning on her calling me Super Bowl champion before she says father. Yeah.
Right. Her first word.
First word is Super Bowl champion.
That'd be quite the thing to pull off right there. But, score a couple touchdowns for her this year would be nice.
That would be nice.
Yeah. Special teams.
Not opposed.
You're not opposed to it. Special teams is obviously a role that you've embraced. And it's one thing to embrace that and to accept that. It's another thing when your organization embraces that. I mean, I'll be honest, I'm not one of those guys as a sports talk show host. I kind of always laughed at the three phases of the game. Like, there's no way special teams is as important as defense and offense until I watched your team play last year and win a Super Bowl. And I'm like, this is all three phases. Mm-hmm. And they're all very good to great, all three phases. And by the end of the year, special teams was off the charts. So what's it like to be somebody that has embraced special teams for an organization that has really embraced special teams?
Yeah, it's so cool to have. I mean, they pour so much into me, and in the way that like they trust me to lead a lot of the players, and they trust me to coach guys that are like the young guys and bring them along with me. So it's a really cool role to have, because while I don't get recognized by the public, or I'm not like a big name in the Seahawks organization, like there's a whole lot of trust and a whole lot of, I guess, value that they put into me that is unseen, and like it's a cool feeling. Mm-hmm. So,
is there inter competitions like you and Tyrese have, tackle competitions on special teams play? I mean, does that happen as in special teams?
I'm sure everybody probably wants to lead the team in tackles, but also at the end of the day, like, I think this is a really evident thing on film that I love. Like, a lot of teams, you'll see someone get tackled and everybody just someone gets up and the other person gets up and they walk off the field. But, like, every time someone makes a play on our team, like, almost all 11 are there just freaking out, like, celebrating because we just got a tackle inside the 25. Like, I don't care whether it was me that set an edge and Tyrese got to go make the play, or Tyrese funneled it to me and I got to make the play. Like, I wouldn't have made the play if it wasn't for the other 10 that are out there with me. So, at the end of the day, like, yeah, everybody wants the tackles because it's fun to go smack somebody, but we don't really have competitions in that way. We're just pumped for each other to make plays.
That said, there's see all these turnover chains and everything they have. Mm-hmm. A special team, like a bat that you just put a notch on, like you get to notch the bat.
Yeah,
carry it around on the sidelines. What do you think?
Yeah, we need some kickoff tackle bats.
Something to celebrate the big special teams hit, because you guys as a collective get a lot of those.
They're there.
Well, man, you got a lot of things going for you. You look lean, and yet you're heavier. So you've created the magical combo of the offseason. You're a Super Bowl champion, and you got a baby on the way. So life is good for Brady Russell.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
All right. Great to see you.
Yep.
Always a pleasure to have you on.
It was, yeah.
Brady Russell joining us right here on the radio program. Back with more. Greg Bell joins us next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. right, great morning to you here on this Tuesday. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. It is Chuck Powell and Ashley Ryan with you as we move into hour number 2. We have a cash word for you. It's check, C-H-E-C-K. Enter that at 93.3 KJR.com. We got Greg Bell joining us in 2 minutes, our Seahawks Insider. We'll get the latest from yesterday, day 8 of training camp from Greg here in about 2 minutes from now. But let me rip through your headlines here on a Tuesday, brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. Choose chill. Trading deadline came and went in Major League Baseball, and my goodness, was it busy. Perhaps the busiest deadline day in any sport ever yesterday. The Mariners did make a move. They added Taylor Ward from the Baltimore Orioles, a .383 on-base percentage this year for the 32-year-old outfielder who has rebuilt himself into something we don't even recognize in the American League West. He used to be a power hitter with bad on base, and now he's an on-base guy who has only 7 home runs this season, but he hits left-handers, and he also gets on base, which are 2 things that this team sorely needs in its lineup.
Yes, please.
So, nice move. Taylor Ward to the Mariners yesterday, added to the Luis Castillo trade for Sir Anthony Dominguez back on Saturday, and that's all she wrote for the Mariners trading deadline in 2026. The team will be in action tonight against the Detroit Tigers, who, of course, will not pitch Tarek Skubal. He would have pitched today. It was his turn in the rotation to pitch against the Mariners, but he's now a Los Angeles Dodger who will debut against the Cubs tonight at Wrigley. Meanwhile, Emerson Hancock will go against what is believed to be Troy Melton, who's been even better this season than Skubal. So not exactly an upgrade there for us. But there's also a report that the Tigers are still undecided as to who will start tonight. So I'm not exactly sure what to believe, but there's a chance that we're going to face a guy that was much harder on us in the playoffs a year ago in that Tiger series than even Skubal was in Troy Melton. First pitch is at 6:40. The Snohomish Little League softball team in action today. They are facing elimination against the team out of Texas. They are underway. They just started at 7 a.m. And the Storm lost their 9th consecutive game last night to the Liberty by a final score of 95-83. Brianna Stewart, 24 points, 8 rebounds against her former team. But the big story here for us today, Seahawks training camp. Joining us now, Greg Bell.
As part of our continuing NFL coverage for the 12th man, this is 12th Man News, part of Chuck's daily visit with our own Greg Bell. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino, bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com.
Good morning, Greg.
Good morning.
All right. Well, before we get into your Hard Knocks debut tonight, I want to talk about Brady Russell, because we just had Brady Russell. How great is Brady Russell, Greg Bell?
He's a personality kid, son of a former Marine pilot. Just got married. He just got married this offseason. Yeah, the guy who goes out and shirtless no matter what the weather, no matter what the conditions.
He did show up in his shirt today at the set, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, that's different. But, he's been a Mike McDonald type of guy, a Seahawk guy doing it the Seahawk way, as McDonald likes to say, doing everything the coaches ask of him, tireless worker, plays through pain. They got him off waivers from Philadelphia a few summers ago, and he just showed up and did everything. He's fullback, he does tight end, he does all the special teams, and one of those jack-of-all-trades guys that every NFL team needs to succeed. You got to have a couple of those. It saves them and lets them use roster spots on other positions. And now that Robbie Utes is out with the ominous-sounding issue that we'll find out, Mike McDonald says we're going to learn more in a couple of days about Robbie Utes, it could be Brady Russell back to some more fullback than more than he played last year with Robbie Utes. But, yeah, he's been signed back a couple times because they like him so much.
Well, give us the details on Utes. I was going to transition right into that. So what is going on there?
Well, he had the neck issue at the end of last season. He missed the last 2 regular season games because of it. And then he was practicing to start this training camp. I actually saw him as an inline tight end blocking with offensive tackles for a couple practices in the position drills. And then Saturday he wasn't on the field, and yesterday he wasn't on the field. And when we asked Mike McDonald after practice, he said, well, we're going to try to find out more information on Robbie's situation. We'll let you know sooner than later. And that's usually not good when we're going to give you news sooner than later. That's often long-term injury list type information. I don't want to put the cart before the horse there, but he didn't sound very good about it. He's usually more vague or just normal camp stuff, as in the case of Julian Neal and Jake Bobo, but that's not what he said about Robbie Oots yesterday.
Would they feel good enough about Russell if it came to that, or would they be searching for another fullback?
They could be searching for another fullback. I talked to Nick Vanette last week about some fullback he's played in the past, and he hasn't done any yet in this camp, but they are using tight ends and fullbacks somewhat interchangeably in motion and setting up on offset wings. And Brian Fleury, at least the 49ers system does this as well, sometimes using their tight ends in the backfield. But, if Oots it sounds as bad as it sounds, that if it is as bad as it sounds, then they could be shopping for another fullback. They're hard to come by, of course, in this league because there aren't many teams that use them. And there aren't many college programs that have them anymore. In fact, Oots was a tight end at Alabama, 275 pounds, that they converted to fullback last year. So, that's somewhat of a concern for an offense that wants to use fullbacks. It may end up being a hybrid. I don't think A.J. Barner's going to line up back there, but they've got Salbert, who himself is injured, not practicing right now. They've got Nick Vanette, who's done a little bit of it in the past. Nick Callerup has been on the practice squad on the fringes of the roster. They could convert some of that, but in the short term, it looks like Brady Russell's tight end days might be numbered.
Greg Bell is with us, our Seahawks insider. Of course, joins us almost every day during the football season here at 7:05. And you can follow him, if you'd like, at GBell Seattle on X, and get your subscription to the newstribune.com for complete coverage of the Seattle Seahawks all year long. Rashid Shaheed, big contract in the offseason, and a lot of us wondered, is his offensive role going to have to expand? Is he going to have to be used a lot more to justify paying him $17 million per year? What are you seeing that might address that?
Well, yes. Sam Darnold and Rashid Shaheed went to Southern California, worked out at Saddleback Junior College in Mission Viejo from the 6 weeks from the end of minicamp in June to the start of training camp at the end of July, to work on the timing of the speed, getting Darnold used to Shaheed's speed. There were a lot of times late last season, including the very second minute of the NFC Championship game, that Darnold underthrew Shaheed because he just couldn't outthrow his speed. And had he thrown that ball out, the go route past Williams, the corner, on the very first, there's 2.5 minutes into the NFC title game, that would have been a touchdown. He somewhat underthrew him, being a 51-yard gain instead. So they worked a lot on that. But last year, if you could say, well, he needed to be more into the offense, he didn't get here until November. He was merging into traffic midstream, and that's not an ideal place for a quarterback and a wide receiver to mesh. Now they've had the time, the off season, the working out on their own in California. You can see it every day. It's night and day difference from last year to this year and how connected they are. Yesterday, Darnold hit him in stride at about 50-plus yards on a post route that Shaheed just ran right by the rookie corner, Michael Dansby, and Bud Clark misjudged his speed. He was supposed to have inside leverage on the post route, and he just misjudged how fast Rashid Shaheed is, and Shaheed ran like 5 yards behind him. But Darnold's throw, the most notable part of that play yesterday was that Darnold's throw, 50-plus yards in the air, was in stride out in front of Shaheed instead of underthrown. So they've gotten much better at that. The idea is to have Shaheed and Horton, now that he's back off his shin surgery, both on the field at the same time, to see how defenses react to that speed going down the field, and in theory open up everything for Smith and Jigba, Kupp, Barner, Price, and everybody underneath. But when I brought that up to Mike McDonald yesterday, the coach said, yeah, that's true, but we need to be balanced on offense when we go to both those guys on the field. We just can't be chucking it straight down the field or having those guys run down the field. We have to be keeping defenses honest so that defenses can't pigeonhole us into, okay, the Seahawks are doing this because the speed guys are in.
A lot of verbs for throw, Greg. I don't think you have to use chuck. I don't know if that's appropriate. A lot of different things you could say.
You could Charles the ball down the field, I guess.
You could toss it. You could hurl it. There are a lot of different things. I don't know. I could give you a thesaurus if you'd like when I see you. Greg Bell is with us here on Chuck and Buck in the morning. All right, so Riley Mills. That seems to be the name that was brought up as talk of camp, but is Bud Clark starting to carve into that a little bit here in camp early on?
Well, Bud Clark's making his move. Yesterday was his most extensive day with the ones yet, as a deep safety for Ty Okada, playing next to Julian Love with the starting defense. And then Bud Clark, second-round pick from TCU, was in the Eamon Worry role. And I was interested to see at the start of camp when Eamon Worry was put on the PUP list if it would be Bud Clark. Because when they drafted him, they said he had Bud Clark or Nick Eamon Worry type of talent in that he could tackle. He played close to the Bucks in college. He's a good run supporter, run tackler, in addition to a cover guy. And that sounded a little bit like the hybrid role that Eamon Worry starred in. And sure enough, yesterday for the first time on the starting defense, Bud Clark was doing just that, the Nick Eamon Worry role. It had been DeAnthony Bell at the first week with the starting defense in that role, but yesterday Clark alternated with Bell. He also alternated with Okada. And after practice, McDonald's, we're trying to fire hose him and give him all we can and see how much he can handle, just like they did with Nick Eamon Worry 12 months ago. And, of course, Eamon Worry came out splendidly and was a star in the league last year doing all of that, from defensive line back to safety. They're trying to see how much Clark can handle. And McDonald said it's not perfect. He's got some things he still has to work on assignment-wise and whatnot, but that so far so good. So that sounds like the experiment's going to continue. Nick Eamon Worry is positive news is what the coach says, but nothing new beyond, well, he'll be ready when he's ready. He was signing autographs, wearing a low brace on that right ankle that he had surgery on early in July, and he had a crutch with him. He wasn't really using it when he was signing autographs for fans after practice on Saturday, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a day-to-day thing, but more of a week-to-week thing right now with Eamon Worry.
Well, they're already using a Hard Knocks clip of Mike McDonald and Nick Eamon Worry on social media right now, a little meeting between the two of them. So how big of a story has this been for you in covering the Seahawks? I mean, is this something that you're going to have to report about every single day after tonight? Are you going to get information that is not made available to you guys? Is HBO getting stuff that even the beat writers aren't getting? So how do you cover Hard Knocks tonight?
Well, HBO is getting stuff we're not seeing because we're not allowed in the locker room this time of year. We're not ever allowed in the meeting rooms. We're not in Mike McDonald's office. We're not recording everything said in there. So, of course they're getting more than the beat writers do. So, of course, we have to watch it. I have to watch it to see if there's anything newsworthy that we can't get to. That's part and parcel of NFL films and the billions of dollars a year that television contracts give the NFL, and all of that. But it's not an everyday thing. It is only an everyday thing when we ask the players and the coaches and they talk about it. The players are starting to get used to it. They were hamming it up for the cameras a little bit at the start, and now it's kind of like just plants in the office. I mean, they're just there. And we'll see tonight. The Seahawks have already seen this first episode. I was told there was nothing objectable, something they had to go back to the producer and say, no, don't air this. That the Seahawks were happy with how it came out and how it portrayed the team's operations. So, but yes, tonight, 6 o'clock live if you have HBO Max, 9 o'clock if you're just going to watch it on cable HBO, our time, that you're going to see things that unprecedented access to the Seahawks that we're not ever allowed to report.
Are we going to see a different side of Mike McDonald than what he gives us publicly, what he gives the beat, or is what you see what you get with Mike McDonald as far as you can tell?
Mostly is what you see is what you get, and some of the clips that HBO has put out as teasers and trailers sound very Mike McDonald and are consistent with how he is with us and saying he's the most awkward guy in America and all those things. But there will be just like the clip they released this morning with Eamon Worry in his office, there will still be interactions and moments that we are not privy to that will be unique and will be a different side that the fans don't usually get to see. But McDonald himself, yeah, there's pretty much he's pretty much who he is. There's not a lot of pretense to Mike McDonald or layers. He's pretty matter of fact in who he is. There shouldn't be too much revealing about Mike McDonald, the person, at least not those of us who deal with him every workday.
You're going to force the issue a little bit so you can get on the show? You're going to ask some really controversial questions throughout camp? What do you think?
No, I was told Chris Egan and Paul Sylvie and the King 5 guys did a poll of which beat writers would be most featured on Hard Knocks, and they said it was me because of my questions sometimes elicit some responses from people. And sometimes because I ask questions maybe they don't want to be asked. But no, I'm not going out of my way to be on that. When I went to journalism school a long time ago, it was don't be a part of the story, at least the ones I write. So I don't think anyone's, not even my wife will tune into Hard Knocks and say, oh, let's see if Greg's on the show. That's they'll probably, even if I accidentally make it on some kind of scene, they'll cut that out.
But are you going to tune in tonight? Is it going to be, Wendy and Greg with some popcorn out watching the show tonight?
It'll be Greg and Eric, his son, watching out of curiosity more than anything. But, yeah, I'm going to look for stuff. And in the past, I have beat writers around the league who've dealt with this in their training camps, and they've told me that they watch it because there are things on there that become newsworthy or things that they couldn't otherwise get to that you then have to follow up and ask people about or whatever. I hate to do journalism that way. I mean, off of television or off of somebody else's reporting. That's really not what it's supposed to be. I'll mostly watch it as a fan and a viewer tonight with an eye toward, whoa, that was newsworthy, though I'm not expecting too much in that regard.
Yeah, well, it's going to be our lead story tomorrow, so we're not bashful about it. We're we're probably going to do our whole show on it tomorrow.
No, and I don't. I just mean in a sense that I
I get what you're saying.
I shouldn't be producing journalism off of someone else's journalism.
No,
is what I'm trying to say.
Entirely get what you're saying. But yeah, we're shameless. We're
No, it'll be what everyone's talking about tomorrow. You should be talking about it in the morning for sure.
All right, what do you got for 10 o'clock today then?
I sat down with Noah Igbenogany after practice yesterday, the veteran corner. He's in his 8th year. Both his parents, his mother was a 4x400-meter Olympian for her home country of Nigeria in the 92 Olympics. His father was a long jump and triple jumper for his home country of Nigeria in the 96 Olympics. He himself, Noah, ran track at Auburn on top of playing football, and he loves Dan Quinn. And we're going to talk about the former Seahawks defensive coordinator who got him to Dallas, then got him to Washington, made him a full-time NFL starter, has made him a lot of money. Man, one of the bigger Dan Quinn fans I've come across in a long time, Noah Igbenogany. He's going to make the team as an extra veteran corner, that can also play nickel that they've had him in recently. And they need more veteran corners in a very young secondary.
All right, Greg. Well, we'll see you at 10.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Right.
Thanks.
Our Seahawks insider Greg Bell joining us nearly every single day this football season. His segment brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at Emerald Queen Casino's Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. Coming up next on the radio show, we recap yesterday's trade deadline in case you missed our thoughts at 6 o'clock here today. And I will dive a little deeper into something I just scratched the surface on at 6 o'clock. And that is whether or not the Mariners have enough relief pitching to get them through the dog days of summer. We'll discuss it next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
back to Chuck in the Morning at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Oh, yes, the trading deadline has come and gone, and it was a wonderful holiday this year. I mean, full of cake and punch.
I'm full.
Lots of dancing, late nights. Oh, man, the cleanup I've got to do at my house when I get home today. Woo!
Oh, I'm sorry. That's a bummer for you.
Yeah, probably going to find an Asian teenager in a closet somewhere.
Probably. That's usually what happens after a crazy holiday.
19 years old. That kind of teen.
Right. Thank goodness for clarifying.
That's always the case, though, isn't it? In those 80s movies, those John Hughes movies, there was always...
Duck Dong was in...
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Long Duck Dong.
Yeah.
It's going to be in a closet, in the broom closet when I get home. And I got to figure out how to get him back to his parents.
Just make sure you put the stationary bike away when he's over, because he gets a little kinky on that thing.
That's half the joy of bringing over Long Duck Dong.
It's true. You're right. My bad. Keep the bike out.
So the Mariners did some things. They weren't over-aggressive. I don't think I was expecting them to be. But I think they're a better team for having gone through the experience of the trading deadline. And I think that they addressed some things. So let's figure out where they did improve. The two trades that they made. Saturday, Luis Castillo to the White Sox. For Boston Smith, the minor league prospect, Nolan Jones, who's not going to contribute this year, and then the reliever Sir Anthony Dominguez, and then yesterday's trade of Alex Hoppe and two minor leaguers for outfielder Taylor Ward of the Baltimore Orioles. So, number one, they cleared money for next year. That's what they did, and I'm sorry I even brought it up first. And obviously, we're trying to improve this team this year, but certainly there are a lot of people that are celebrating the fact that you've cleared $24 million off the books for next year, because a lot thought that was not going to be achievable, that you weren't going to be able to find a team to take on Luis Castillo's contract for next season, and yet they were able to do that. So it is an accomplishment, but does it make the team better right now? No. That move in and of itself, I don't think, made the Mariners better on Saturday, but couple it with the Taylor Ward move, and I think that it does. You clarified your rotation, which was a benefit, and leave it to the Mariners in their classic first-half underachievement that they could take something that would be the envy of Major League Baseball. They have a surplus of very good starting pitchers, and we found a way to make that a negative.
Yeah, we did. That is so Mariners.
But they have once and for all clarified the rotation. We're going to go forward with the 5, and then Cade Anderson is the 6th in case anything goes wrong, and he is obviously that one step closer to contributing to the Major League team, which I do believe that he will, either as our September southpaw, as I've been talking about all year long, or used in the bullpen as an extra weapon to have out of the pen, since he's really only pitched no more than 4 innings an outing. I don't think we can count on him to be some stalwart starting pitcher, but if he has the knack for coming out of the pen, can give us 3 scoreless innings every time you bring him in, yeah, let's use that. Let's use that to its effectiveness. So that's an extra benefit. You added depth to your bullpen. I actually think Castillo to the pen would have been better than having Sir Anthony Dominguez, just talking about it from a baseball standpoint.
Yeah.
But to clear out that salary and keep Castillo from feeling like he was demoted, and to have somebody who is a practiced relief pitcher who has dominated right-handers this year and has been taken out of the high-leverage role, which he should have never been in. I don't think he's that type of pitcher, but he's also not a mop-up guy. He can dominate right. He's probably going to be used in your 6th and 7th innings. That's how I would suspect that Sir Anthony Dominguez is going to be used by Dan Wilson and the organization. And it does give you depth to that bullpen. And with the way Bizzardo's struggling, that could be huge. You addressed your 2 biggest issues on the team in one player. You are struggling against left-handed pitching, as an offense, and you don't have enough guys getting on base routinely. Well, Taylor Ward has a 383 on base, which ranks him among the top guys in the American League in on base percentage, and he leads the league in walks with 87. So he also hits lefties very well. And so Taylor Ward, that one player, addresses two of your biggest weaknesses on the team. I also suspect that he's going to be an everyday player, especially with the news that Luke Raley's out for the rest of the season. Dom Canzone's going to be a regular. Randy Arozarena's going to play every day, and I suspect Taylor Ward's going to play every day. Even Justin Hollander couldn't commit to what position he's going to play just yet. Lefty, left field, right field, designated hitter. We don't know just yet, but he's going to be an everyday player. Then you get Donovan back tonight. So adding Ward and Donovan to this lineup, I don't know if you have scratched together a lineup, but my goodness. Man, the difference one guy to your lineup can make to make it look fuller and deeper and more dangerous. Man, you had two in the span of 24 hours. Even though we already had one of them, we've been waiting on him for a long time. Man, that lineup suddenly looks long and deep and should be effective. Whether or not it is, I don't have any control over that, but it should be effective. It's definitely better than the Rangers lineup, and it's definitely better than the Astros lineup 1 through 9. We don't have a Yordan Alvarez on our team, but 1 through 9, it is a deeper and better lineup than what Houston puts out there on the field. And then you're going to get J.P. Crawford back in a week or two, so that's going to clear up your depth situation. And then finally, what else did you get out of this? You kept Randy, you kept George Kirby, you kept Emerson Hancock, which Ashley and I both wanted to do as of yesterday. And so I thought that was the best news of the day. So that's a lot of benefit right there, Ashley.
Yeah, well, and especially because even after we added Taylor Ward, people were still bringing up that, well, George Kirby's a possibility and Emerson Hancock's still a possibility, and the Mariners are still taking calls on it. And so I kept refreshing, just hoping one of them wasn't leaving. Same with Randy Arozarena, especially to add somebody and then subtract. I would have been really frustrated with that situation. So I just think, I would have loved to have seen Castillo make his way to the bullpen and be really great at it. But I understand with the contract and the fact that he hasn't done it. And, them not wanting to demote him. I understand all of those factors, and I'm hopeful that I heard somebody on with Greg yesterday and Scott Merkin, he was saying that, he has been better in as long as it's not a high leverage situation. Right. So, okay. He'll have a place, that's for sure.
Yeah, he makes the bullpen deeper and a little bit better, which is certainly something that I wanted to dive into here because that seems to be the biggest argument. And, of course, there's always going to be complaining no matter what the Mariners do.
Always.
There's going to be complaining. I swear that there's a percentage, and I don't know how large a percentage it is, but it dominates social media, that are going to be angry and blame Jerry if we don't have an all-star at every single position. I mean, there's just there's just that sentiment out there that he didn't do enough and what have you. And he could have been better. He could have certainly been more aggressive, but you're 3 games under 500 at this point, and I didn't expect him to be overly aggressive. You could have gone another move for another player, but what was that going to look like? Was it going to cost us George or Emerson or Randy? I'm glad that we didn't pursue that avenue. So I think this is a better team than what it was prior to the weekend, and obviously 2.5 games back of first place in the American League West. We are in the race because there's a lot of baseball left to play. But let's get to that bullpen because so many complaints about, well, how did you not add another piece? I just have never been on this bandwagon, this line of thought. To me, 4 quality relievers is something few teams have. And I think for the most part this year, we've had that. And at times, we've had 5. Now, Bizzardo is struggling as of late, and he has reason for concern. There's no question about that. But we do have Matt Brash coming back at the end of the month. We do have Carlos Vargas just about ready to return to this team here in a week or two. Criswell's going to be back at some point. Cade Anderson's probably going to be activated by September at the latest to perform some sort of role for this team. And I also have it from pretty good authority that Ryan Sloan's probably going to be added to this roster too before the end of the season. And if you get to the playoffs, now you take, let's say, Emerson Hancock, and he goes to your bullpen. I mean, that's a hell of a bullpen right there, especially if we can get Bizzardo fixed at this point.
Oh, yes,
so
please.
I've just never felt like this was some huge need. They did address it with Dominguez to a degree, but I think the bullpen's going to be fine down the stretch. And let's also clear up another thing. Everybody thinks the bullpen's terrible. It's the fourth best bullpen ERA in the sport. So I don't know where you're getting this. The bullpen's been terrible all season long. I mean, I know that it stands out. It gets emphasized when you blow a lead, but a lot of teams have relievers that blow leads on a weekly basis. Not on a daily basis, but on a weekly basis. This is nothing new. We have a bullpen with the fourth best ERA in the entire sport. And they're not tired either, because they are number one in the sport and fewest innings pitched because of how good our starters are. So there's not a bullpen issue on this team. We've got a concern with Bizzardo, and we got to get Brash healthy. But other than that, I mean, this team really has the potential of having a fantastic bullpen once the playoffs roll around, but obviously we have to get into the playoffs. So, yes, I would have loved to have added another piece, but I don't think it was a make-or-break situation. Jerry's an idiot. Justin's an idiot because they didn't add a second reliever to Dominguez in this process.
Yeah, and I would say, too, our bullpen issues are amplified by the fact that our offense is so inconsistent. I mean, if you're hanging on to
the biggest issue was the offense.
Yeah.
And we added a player that's going to impact that, and we have Donovan back that's going to impact that.
Yeah, and if you're putting your bullpen in to cling to a small lead and they're not able to hold on to it and your offense can't do anything to help them out, then that's the struggle.
Yeah, so in my opinion, they did make the team better. They could have made it even better. I get that, and that would have been nice. But I think we got a better team. And as Jim Bowden told me 2 weeks ago, the Mariners could do nothing, and they should still run away with this division.
Yes.
And the only thing that I disagree with in that statement is I don't think that at this stage they're running away with anything. So I would just correct it to the Mariners could have done nothing and still on paper should have won this division or should win this division. And the Astros did very little. They didn't address their biggest pressing need, which is starting pitching. As a matter of fact, they subtracted from it. And the Rangers tried to sell and were rejected by their own players who enacted no trade clauses and wouldn't allow themselves to be dealt. So who knows what kind of clubhouse mess they have going on in the Dallas area right now. But I think the Mariners in the American League West won the trading deadline and not running away with it, but I think they had the best trading deadline of anyone in this race. All right, coming up next on the program, it's a hard knock life around here. I want to get Ashley's thoughts on the debut of the Seahawks on Hard Knocks tonight. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. tonight for Hard Knocks with Mike McDonald. Don't drink alone with Mike McDonald.
Party with Powell.
Party with Mike McDonald. I love how they feel obligated to say my full name throughout that entire promotion.
Don't let
that?
Chuck Powell drink alone. Party with Chuck Powell.
I get you establish it that this is the, like, I don't want people showing up wanting to drink with Chuck Norris and then having to break the news to them.
That's true.
Yeah. I think you just establish the full name and then you can just, drink with Chuck.
Then if they get confused after that, that's kind of on them.
Hey, great morning to you. It is Chuck and Ashley, Chuck Powell and Ashley with you here on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. And tonight, Hard Knocks does make its debut with the Seattle Seahawks. The start time, I believe, is 6 p.m., but that's always a little tricky because sometimes you can watch it earlier on HBO 9. And so you might be able, but it might have to be a lower quality. You know how they do that stuff.
Yeah.
But I got in front of me. It says 6 p.m. start time on HBO here this evening. And what are you going to do? How are you prepared to watch Hard Knocks tonight, Ashley?
Oh, I'll just be sitting on the couch. We have the app, so I think we can watch it at 6 o'clock, but I'm not. I also don't quite. We had someone text in and ask what time it is. I said, I don't know. I don't want to tell you the wrong time. Just check your local listings because depending on what you have is depending on when you can watch it. But I will be plopped down on the couch, ready to go. The whole family is excited to watch it. I understand.
You know what I think it is?
What?
You know what kind of night it is?
What?
When I was a kid, we watched television as a family. We had one television, 6 kids, and we had one television. And so there had to be an agreement, you had to take turns and stuff like that. And there were a few things that we all watched as a family. And then there were a few things that only certain people watched. But we would have these special movie events, Wizard of Oz, for example. Whenever Wizard of Oz, that was a popcorn night, and Mom would make the popcorn, and the old-fashioned way with the oil in the pan on the stove, where you got to hold the lid on top of it because it's going to bubble over, that sort of thing. She would make it that way, and so we called them popcorn nights. So that when certain television events or movies or like Charlie Brown Christmas, stuff like that. That was a popcorn night in our house. I kind of feel like tonight is a popcorn night for the Hard Knocks.
I love that. I do love the popcorn as well. We have the thing you can put it on the stove and you turn it. Yeah, it's a really fun little thing with some.
You got one of those?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Well, Five Iron's real into making good popcorn, and I just let him do it because I'm fine to just put it in the ear popper and let it go.
But the point isn't the quality of the popcorn. Is the show worthy of the Medley family tonight?
Absolutely.
Everything stops. We're all on the couch at 6 o'clock. The popcorn's already popped. We got sody pop to drink with it. What do you think?
Yeah, no, it's absolutely worthy of it. It's a full family. Everybody should be sitting in front of the TV. I think every Seahawks fan should be plopped down in front of the TV, excited to watch it. I can't wait to see just the behind-the-scenes stuff of this team, but also, my favorite is when they showed people on the field and kind of the relationships and the trash talking, and we keep hearing about Devin Witherspoon and how much he trash talks, and I really want to see that in, just in person, or not in person, but on TV. I'm excited for all of it.
Yeah, and it is going to be a big part of our show. We're going to have to react to it tomorrow. So this is some must-watch stuff, and I am curious to see how Mike McDonald does come off behind the scenes. According to Greg, he doesn't think he's going to come off all that differently. I think he's what you see is what you get kind of guy, but I want to see it. I'm here for it. So tonight, the debut of Hard Knocks at 6 o'clock on HBO Max, and so we'll be talking about it a lot tomorrow. Coming up next, it's an annual tradition. Mike Sando from The Athletic, who is our NFL insider here in the mornings, joins us every year annually when he releases his world-famous NFL quarterback tiers list. And so he's going to join us next. It's out today. We'll talk about it with the author himself on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. on this lovely Tuesday. A little smoky, but hey, any day's a good day, right? It's Chuck Powell. It's Ashley Ryan with you. I am broadcasting live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center here in Renton, Washington. Seahawks training camp continues. Hard Knocks episode 1 is tonight at 6 o'clock. But, man, we got other things to discuss here at 8 o'clock on a Tuesday. First, let me tell you that new is your keyword. Enter it at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000 in bonus bucks. It's brought to you by Bellevue Rare Coins. That's new at 93.3 KJR.com. Well, it's an annual tradition. Every year, our own NFL insider, Mike Sando from The Athletic, who lives right here among us in the great state of Washington, well, he releases his NFL quarterback tiers, and the entire globe goes bonkers. And joining us now to discuss his brand new list, fresh off the presses here this morning, is in fact the author himself, Michael Sando. Hi, Mike.
How are you doing? It's a great day.
It's a great day. It's a great day. It's Tiers Day. It's Quarterback Tiers Day. All right, I'm going to let you explain this because I wouldn't do it nearly as well as you would. So Why is your quarterback tiers list different than all the other lists that we've been reading here for the last month from other publications, lesser than publications?
Lesser than, those lesser thans.
Yeah.
Well, number one, I think it's the first quarterback tiers, right? I mean, you got the original, and then it's hard to do, talking to 50 people that are coaches and executives in the league with, I think I've got 8 GMs, 5 assistant GMs, 5 former GMs, a handful of other executives. I think there's 9 head coaches this year, 5 offensive coordinators, 10 defensive coordinators. Just having the trust with all of those people and really, able to get the unvarnished opinions and truths wasn't something that I could have done in, my first 15 years of covering the league, really. So it takes a lot of time and relationships to be able to do it. And I think it hopefully shows in the product that it's differentiated from, most of the stuff that's out there. Doesn't mean we're all going to agree with it. Doesn't mean all those guys are right, but we do have a criteria as well. And I think it's one of the things I always stress about Hall of Fame voting is like, if someone doesn't have a criteria for something, then how good is the list, right? NFL 100 list. Okay, what's the criteria? I don't know.
Yeah.
Witherspoon didn't make it in. Yeah, sorry. That type of stuff. And then the other part that I think really separates it is everyone in the league watches the quarterbacks. Like if I did this with, other positions or things, I think it's harder to get the good results. I think quarterbacks really are something that everyone watches enough to have a good opinion.
Mm-hmm. Now, do they rank them in order like you end up doing, or do they just put them on tiers?
No. They just put the tier in. They'll tell me things like, I think he's a low 2 or whatever. That doesn't really factor into the math. With 50 people, if he's a low 2 to someone, he's going to be a high 3 to someone else, and it'll all even out. So I average out those. But no, we do them in alphabetical order by the team. So we start with Atlanta and Arizona. And if they're not ready to quit after doing Tua and, Penix and Jacoby Brissett and Gardner Minshew, then they're good. Then we can do the rest of the teams in alphabetical order.
Mike Sando is with us here, our NFL insider from The Athletic. His quarterback tiers are out, and it's time to go over some of it. We don't want to go through all of it. We want people to go check it out and read it and get the insight from Mike. But I'll go ahead and ignore the local quarterback to start the conversation. Let's go to that very top tier where only 4 guys end up making it on the very top tier. And frankly, I'm a little surprised that Patrick Mahomes is still number 1. What about you?
I mean, he's barely number 1. He's got 1 tier 2 vote, 49 in tier 1. So it's only one way to go is down basically. But yeah, I think it worked out good. Josh Allen, Matthew Stafford, 2 tier 2 votes each. I mean, that's not many, but I like the order of Mahomes, then Allen Stafford, then Burrow. I think you can make a case for Lamar Jackson being there too. He was last year. He slipped to the top of 2, but as long as he's ahead of the Justin Herberts of the world, I like it at the top. I think it's a good, clean list. I feel like historically, there's usually about 4 tier 1 quarterbacks, and then there's kind of a 5th or 6th guy sometimes who rotate in, off of a great year, who are really tier 2 over the course of their careers. So I like how it came out. I'm fine with Mahomes, getting getting one tier 2 vote. I think if he got more than that, I wouldn't have liked it as much, if he was down below those guys.
Yeah, you mentioned Lamar Jackson, and again, I'm trying not to go through the entire list, but
we can go through a lot. We just have to be off in another 10 minutes. We can go through whatever you want.
He's just off the top tier at number 5, but then at number 6, it's Justin Herbert. I think Justin Herbert is such an interesting name to see at number 6 because the league and executives and coaches really seem to believe in this guy, and I do too. But the truth of the matter is he's falling short, whether it's because he's getting beat up or because he can't stay healthy or he's playing with a cast and having to play one-handed out on the football field. Whatever the case may be, to me, he's not producing like a top 6 quarterback in the National Football League, but it seems, Mike, that everybody believes he has the talent to do so.
There's no question that he has a talent. I mean, just if you've ever watched him play, I mean, he's huge and he can throw it well and he can run it well. And you look at everything there and go, well, there has to be a reason besides him that they're not getting further, right? And we've seen, Peyton Manning started his career. He wasn't killing it in the playoffs, but he had some MVP type years, right? I mean, he had one of the greatest seasons in the history of the league in 2004. So I think that's what we're waiting to see. And he's the highest ranked guy in this who got votes in tier 3. 3 people did ding him there. I think the fear for him is he's taken so many hits. Is he going to get a little gun shy? Right? So I think this is a huge year for him. I think they do have better weaponry. Obviously, Mike McDaniel's had success as a coordinator in the league. He's there now. And so, if we're having this conversation next year and he still hasn't done anything, I expect him to slide a little bit.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, it's time. And yes, I realize bad offensive lines and taking a beating, but, I heard that throughout David Carr's career as well. And he was just a guy that couldn't get rid of the football. That bottom line, he just couldn't get rid of the football. I don't care how bad his offensive line was. And I'm getting to that point where Justin Herbert, you're kind of on the lip of that. You either do it this year or I'm just going to chalk you up as somebody that likes to take a beating.
Yeah, absolutely. If week 1 isn't, what'll probably happen is week 1, his entire offensive line will retire or something, right? So we'll never be able to get a clean analysis on this. I think that was one of the great quotes, and it was, how long has he been in the league now? They never won a playoff game. I get it, but if you're the guy at some point, I feel, they've been sniffing around. You should have more accolades at this point, and I totally hear that. At the same time, I would have a hard time giving him a 3. I think he's probably a high tier 2 quarterback.
Yep, I'm with you. Mike Sando is with us, our NFL insider. You can follow him at Sando NFL. The 2026 quarterback tiers, TIERS, is live. It is out. We're breaking it down. All right, let's get to our guy, Sam Darnold. We felt should have silenced all of his critics. You've got him in tier 2, or they have him in tier 2. Yeah. But he's pretty close. He's a lot closer to tier 3 than tier 1. Obviously, I don't agree with that. What are your thoughts on Sam Darnold here?
Well, I think he's definitely earned everybody's respect. But let's not forget that they were a team that had an amazing defense and special teams. Probably they could arguably have the best defense and special teams in the league. So when you have that, even Lamar Jackson early in his career as a clear great talent, you're not getting as much credit when you win in those ways. And in the Super Bowl, they didn't really need him to do a ton, but it wasn't like they leaned into Sam Darnold, right? They kind of took the ball out of his hands and won it convincingly, but running the ball and playing great defense. So I think people realize that if you were to put it on him every week to really spin it around and try to be the MVP, there would be limitations to that. It doesn't mean that he can't do it when he needs to on occasion. You just want to ask him, there's a hole or two in his game, right? He's going to probably turn it over a little more. But NFC Championship game, he needed a deal, and he did. They're just not doing that every week like the Rams are with Stafford.
Tied for 14th is where Sam Darnold is on that list. So behind Jaden Daniels, Caleb Williams, Brock Purdy, Jordan Love, and many others. So that's where Sam Darnold is. Does he have some upward mobility? I mean, if it's same, if he wins the same way this year with defense and special teams, and you go back to back, does he still climb this list, even though he still has the same limitations potentially?
I think he does, because right now he has 18 votes in tier 3. And I think if you're, winning a Super Bowl and then do it again the next year, not that he has to win the Super Bowl, but right, let's just say playoff team, win a playoff game type of a thing. And he has a good year. I think some of those people that were on the fence over, that terrible part of his career before probably come off and give him his due in 2, and he rises up. I think that's very much on the table for him.
I see Caleb Williams at 11. I find that one fascinating as well, because I know a lot of people right now have him a lot higher than 11. For some reason, last year made them believers, and obviously number 1 overall pick, one of one, an incredible talent here. I'm curious what the input was from those that you interviewed. What was sort of the varying commentary when it came to Caleb Williams and his growth?
Well, I thought one of the great quotes last year on him in the last year's quarterback tier says, I think he was in tier 3, this guy's either going to be a 2 or a 4 real quick. People saw volatility in him, and I think there was question marks of how he would do with by all accounts, a tough coach in Ben Johnson, but clearly he, was able to really make miraculous plays. I mean, he made some superstar plays last year, I think, in the spotlight, playoffs, big games. Didn't necessarily have, that consistency, and he may not, because he's going to hold the ball and run around, but he dramatically reduced the number of sacks he took. I mean, just slashed them, even though he was still holding the ball a long time. So I think he would be higher in this if not only were the sacks down, but he was throwing on time more in the rhythm of the offense, and it looked a little bit more consistent. But you have to give him his due and his ability to, go out and win the game sometimes, almost by himself in certain situations, in ways, making throws that other guys can't make. I mean, that one, was it against the Rams last year when he looked like he was backpedaling, and I don't know how he lobbed it over the top.
Yeah.
It was like impossible. Like, maybe in the history of the game, I don't know, did Elway ever do it like that? It was unbelievable. It was a one-of-one play. So I think that's why there's a little bit of a divide there, not just a more full-throated endorsement and putting him up there with Lamar Jackson at the top of tier 2.
Jalen Hurts, there's such a divide. I mean, if you were going to go to a Jalen Hurts wedding, if he was going to marry himself, there would be, do you want to sit on the side that thinks he's overrated, or do you want to sit on the side that thinks he's underrated? All of the he's underrated because he's got a championship ring. I mean, they are convinced he's like a top 5 quarterback because he won a championship. How dare you question his credentials? But those that think he's overrated, they just don't see a good quarterback at all who's a product of his environment. So he's right there on the lip. He's barely in tier 2. He almost slipped to tier 3. What was the commentary about Jalen Hurts' status?
Well, yes, that it fell off a little bit around them last year, and they still, I think they won 11 games. They still had a good record, but it wasn't like they were, he was getting over the top to win in the playoffs or make a deep push. I think it's hard in these situations when you have someone, that there's some limitations with Jalen Hurts, especially when he has to throw the ball. But they've won a Super Bowl. He's been the MVP. He can throw it over the top with the best of them. I think he's not a, consistent passer of the football without having a great offensive line and a run game and having everything going. And by the way, they've had a great defense too, at least lately. So the feeling on Jalen Hurts is like, do you really think that, I know the Eagles going to sign him are they going to give him a raise on a big extension? Or do you think maybe they have one eye on the horizon? I kind of feel like it could be the latter, don't you?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
absolutely.
They acquired that first round pick in 2028. Remember that? I was like, when they did that, I was kind of like, I don't know. How long is Jalen Hurts their quarterback? That's kind of what I think.
Well, they got rid of A.J. Brown for him.
Yeah.
So he better produce this year. He better be better without that distraction this year.
I know, but geez, he's the perfect receiver for Jalen Hurts and the ability to go, deep and go snatch the football and all of that. So, we'll see where they're at. I think they're in a little bit of a transition period offensively. And if he plays well, he won't be part of the transition, meaning they won't transition him out of there eventually. But I think for him to rise, he's got to do it more with less around him.
You've been doing this quarterback tiers thing for a while. Have you seen anyone that more people were high on, like C.J. Stroud early in his career, that has plummeted after this past season as far? I mean, you got him on tier number 3, and I would think he's falling down the charts with the way that he closed out 2025.
Yeah, somebody who really fell was Derek Carr. I think Derek Carr came in and had a little bit of skepticism early, but then played well and showed traits with his arm. And I think he rose pretty high in the tier 2, with some people thinking, oh, this guy could go to a 1. And then we sort of saw him kind of be exposed over the course. Now, he had a terrible situation with the Raiders. The defense really fell off, and he was going to have a harder time winning. But I think people just had ambivalence about the way he played too, just a willingness to stand in there, and some of his leadership too. And so I think it's a big year for Stroud on a very good team that's won a playoff game just about every year. I think every year he's been there. So I do think it's a really big year for him. And the key there, I think, is I do think they've upgraded their offensive line. So I kind of think Stroud has a better chance getting back into the bottom of 2 than falling to the bottom of 3 after this year.
Man, I sure was a believer after that first season, but man, that was about as painful a quarterback performance as I think I've seen in the playoffs in my entire lifetime. Most recently with C.J. Stroud, so we'll see. Michael Penix Jr., a lot of interest in him, a lot invested in him here locally about what kind of quarterback he's going to become. I thought he was going to become a great quarterback in the National Football League, or at least a very good one, and yet here he is. Still not able to solidify a starting job in the National Football League. So what's the overarching opinion of Michael Penix Jr., according to your executives and coaches?
Well, I think number 1, durability injuries. That was an issue coming out. And then number 2, he doesn't really have that many pitches. He's kind of a fastball thrower. So, there's a lot of touch involved, knowing when to take the speed off and really being able to kind of loft it in there when you need to. And he just seems to be a guy who throws fastballs. So that can look really impressive, but the consistency hasn't been there because of it. And now he's coming off of a major injury.
All right, man. Well, it's a great list as always. Thank you very much for your time. I know you got a really busy morning, people pulling you in a million different directions. So we'll let our audience pour over the rest of it online, and we will talk to you very soon, all right?
Thank you very much. Okay.
Job well done.
Thank you.
All right, Mike Sando, our NFL insider. Look at him. Look at him showing off with his big quarterback tiers list. And his time limitations.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. He's already gone. Didn't even have time to say bye.
Yeah, I got to get on. I got a lot of people a lot more important than you, pal, that want to talk to me today.
Basically.
Oh, have you heard of this guy, Ian Furness?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah. But the tiers are out. Tears for fears.
That's right.
Patrick Mahomes, number 1, Josh Allen, number 2, Matthew Stafford, number 3, Joe Burrow, number 4. That's the top tier. Lamar Jackson no longer on it. And I get that. He did not play well last year. He did not look good at all last year. And then you got to go all the way down to tied for 14th with Baker Mayfield to find the world champion, Sam Darnold, on the list. And so I get it. I mean, it's not – I get his argument. I just feel like this is he's got to be closer to the top 10.
I would think so.
At least top 10, right?
Yeah, but
14th is a little low.
Even other lists we've seen have put him low, and it shouldn't be surprising because everyone still thinks he hasn't done anything.
I think he's at least knocking on the door of top 10. I'd put him in my top 10. I continuously think Dak Prescott gets overrated on these lists, but he's got him at number 14 behind Jordan Love. At number 10, behind Brock Purdy at number 11. I guess he was Brock Purdy's backup. But then again, one of them has a championship ring.
Amen to that.
Yeah. So if you want to check it out, we urge you to do so. Always well done. Always very thoughtful, Mike Sando. Pros pro. And he goes around the league to 50 different executives and coaches and quizzes them on their quarterback rankings and then creates his annual list. So check it out. You can follow Mike at Sando NFL. It'll lead you to all sorts of good stuff there on his timeline, including the quarterback tiers, which are fresh, hot off the presses here today, and we appreciate him joining us. Coming up next on the radio program, it's the ABCs of the M's. We do it every day. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Order. Brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by the Sunset Auto family in Sumner and Auburn. You just get more at Sunset, and people do like that.
Like doing his own yard.
His own yard?
Yeah, his own yard work.
I mean, yeah, he does like to work in the yard. That's kind of his domain, but I mean, his grass is easier since we got turf, so he doesn't have to do that.
Oh, well,
and he really does. He really isn't much of. He's not like a gardener. He's more of a. Oh, that's got too many branches. I'm going to get out my chainsaw.
He's a trimmer.
He's a trimmer, big time.
Yeah.
Everything can be fixed with some sort of saw apparatus.
I'm just sitting here thinking, like, man, I could really use this Seahawks yard team. I mean, I don't have it at my house, but if I were sitting there at a house that had a big yard, man, that would be the thing I think I'd save my money for, to have just a team of 5 guys spend all morning making your yard look as beautiful as possible. And I mean, they're going down to every blade of grass. They'll just cut every single blade of grass for you.
I'd take, the Seahawks or the Mariners team, either one.
Then they have a couple of these like Roomba things that go and they suck up all of the loose grass. So they just run out on the field the whole time after the humans are done. It's like it's an AI operation around here to make this thing look as sexy as possible.
I love it. I'm jealous.
Yeah, I am jealous.
Although, actually, I guess I have a bigger yard, too, because then the golf course takes care of that part.
That's true.
So I really get the best of all worlds.
That's true. And they probably keep pretty good care of that. All right, let's get to the ABCs of the M's. And we start anew. After all, the deadline, that's kind of the end of a calendar year in and of itself. So kind of feels like we're renewed now as we restart the ABCs of the M's. And we're going to go A, and that is for Anderson, Cade Anderson, because we are a step closer, obviously, with the Castillo trade of Cade Anderson being a part of this team. We have felt, they have told us, with the Seattle Mariners that Cade Anderson will be part of this equation at some point this season, as long as it seems feasible. In other words, you had to be in the race, which for a little while it felt like we weren't going to be. I'm not sure they're going to use him if we don't stay in the race, for example. But with Castillo being gone, he's obviously our 6th starter in our rotation at this point. If anything happens to our top 5 guys, Ashley's knocking on her head right now. Then Cade Anderson,
you know?
the first guy that is going to be added to that rotation. But obviously we want to keep those 5 guys healthy. We kept Kirby and Hancock for a reason. And so I still believe, and I've always felt it, that Cade Anderson was going to play a role on this team. I nicknamed him the September Southpaw at the very beginning of the year because I thought we would see him maybe in some crucial situations going down the stretch. And now it's almost inevitable. I mean, we have people saying that he has nothing left to prove in the minor leagues. He is the number 1 rated prospect in the entire sport. He's not giving up a run. I mean, he's pitching 4 nights every outing in Arkansas, and he's not giving up any runs. And so I don't know. To me, he's got to be like the 3rd grader who has already mastered calculus while the rest of the class is still working on adding and subtracting. So Cade Anderson's going to need, for his own sanity, to be promoted and for the betterment of this team. And I'm sure they're trying to figure out a role for him coming out of our pen, which is why, B is for bullpen, I'm not that concerned about our bullpen like so many of you are out there. Our bullpen is the 4th best team ERA in the entire sport, and they've thrown the fewest innings. And I know Bizardo's struggling right now, but Dominguez is here, and that adds a little bit of depth to it. And I think Anderson's going to be added to this team one way or the other before the end of the year. Plus, you're going to get Ryan Sloan potentially. We know Brash is going to come back as long as his rehab continues to go. We haven't even seen Carlos Vargas this year, and Cooper Criswell cannot be forgotten about. So I think before the end of the season, we're going to have a dynamite bullpen, which is why I'm not that upset about not adding to it yesterday. Would it have been nice? Sure. I think it would have made everybody feel better. But I've never felt like this was some major primary need. The statistics don't show that. The evidence just isn't there that people should be, standing on ledges because Jerry and Justin didn't add a second reliever at the trading deadline.
Yeah, I do think a lot of people are like overly concerned by it. And we've had a lot of people texting this morning, when will we see Cade? When will we see Cade? And they said something about, they've got to change the way that they're pitching, right? Because they're going right now every week, once a week, I think, for Sloan and Anderson. And so obviously they're going to have to manipulate some things to get the guys ready if they're joining the bullpen, because that's different.
Well, it is a different experience, and obviously facing major league hitters is going to be different. But I don't know. I wouldn't mind, at least from Anderson, a week in Tacoma working at being a reliever and facing AAA hitters. I mean, the AA guys tend to be the most talented prospects in your organization, where the AAA guys seem to be the most like major leaguers. You're going to see a lot of like 30-year-olds trying to get back into the league down at AAA. But it is you are facing hitters who have faced a lot of hitters who have faced major league pitching, which you have not faced at AA Arkansas. And so maybe Cade Anderson, maybe you can kill two birds with one stone. You get him operating out of the bullpen at AAA, and also facing guys who have seen major league pitching and see how he fares. Maybe that's the last piece of this puzzle before he gets activated. I doubt that they're going to turn him into, they're going to unleash him as a starter, considering that they kept Kirby and Hancock, but I don't rule that out either. But I think for sure he at least has to find a role on this roster before the end of the regular season. And if it's September, if it's a September call-up, it's a September call-up. But we're not that far away from Cade Anderson contributing to this team.
Absolutely. I'm excited.
C is for Cal, Cole, and Canzone, because the lineup's going to come out tonight, and I'm not sure exactly how Dan and Jerry and Justin, and they will work on it together, just so everybody knows, so that nobody thinks Dan's a complete puppet. They will work. I will tell you right now, Justin and Jerry are going to want to have their say and on how it's lined out. But ultimately, it is Dan's decision. They've all told me that. So it'll be curious to see how they do this. You have Donovan coming back, and yet Cole Young seems to be flourishing in that leadoff spot. Cal, of course, is the face of the franchise, and we know how important he is down the stretch here to get back to looking like Cal Raleigh again. And you'd like to believe that he's your cleanup hitter in the new lineup featuring Taylor Ward and Brendan Donovan returning. But with a deeper lineup now, I mean, we're down to crunch time. Do you have to hit Cal lower in the lineup? Does he have to drop all the way to maybe seventh in the lineup to accommodate some of these new faces? And then you've got Dom, who probably should be a middle-of-the-order hitter for us at this point. But it seems strange heading down the stretch that Canzone is our cleanup hitter and Cal is hitting seventh.
Yeah.
But I think that might be what you see tonight. Here's my mock-up lineup for the new Mariners heading down the season. I keep Cole Young hitting first. I hit a Rosarina second. I hit Julio third. I hit Canzone fourth. I put Taylor Ward fifth. I like putting good on-base guys in the 5 hole. And my reasons are that ideally your 3 and 4 guys are cleaning up the bases, and so you might be able to start anew with an on-base guy. So I'm putting Ward fifth, Naylor sixth, Cal seventh, and then Brendan Donovan, because not only have we not seen you for a while, but as soon as you were ready to come off the injury list, you spent 4 days with your wife and new kid. So you haven't even really taken batting practice in 4 days. So I'm not going to put you at the top of the order just yet. So I'll hit him 8th, and I'll hit Emerson 9th. That's a pretty damn good-looking lineup right there, Ashley.
I would think so. And I told you already when I woke up this morning, my first thought was, the Mariners played today, and I'm so excited to see how this team looks with Brendan Donovan back, adding Taylor Ward. I hope my optimism is very high, and I hope this team can match it.
There is no doubt that is a deeper lineup. And we don't have a Yordan Alvarez in the middle of our lineup like the Astros do, and he is single-handedly carrying them right now. But I would say 1 through 9, that is just a better-looking lineup. And I know what the statistics say, 29th in the league. Yeah, I know what the statistics say, but I also believed in this lineup from the beginning of the year and feel like it is grossly underachieved. I mean, this is really going to come down to not the trade deadline acquisitions. The rest of the way, it's going to come down to whether Cal Raleigh, Josh Naylor, and Julio Rodriguez, at least 2 of the 3, step up and contribute mightily like they were supposed to all season long, and we'll see how that unfolds. Finally, D is for Detroit. That's the opponent tonight. It's going to be an interesting one because the Tigers have obviously traded off their face of their franchise, Tarek Skubal. They sent the message that they're not in it, even though they have a very similar record to the Mariners. And they were supposed to start Tarek Skubal tonight. That was his time in the rotation. We won't have to face him. We know that for sure. But we might have to face Troy Melton, who not only has had a better season than Tarek Skubal this year, he was tougher on us in the playoffs last year than what Skubal was. So we still are going to probably face couple really good pitchers in this series. And the last time the Tigers were told that we're not in it, they ended up getting back in it and making the playoffs. So this is no pushover tonight and for the next couple of nights. Hopefully they're licking their wounds. Hopefully they're the saddest team on the planet, that Tarek Skubal is no longer a Tiger, and they just cannot focus. I do declare I cannot focus on baseball. Hopefully that is the case, and we just run roughshod over a really sad, crying team for the next 3 days. But my guess is they're going to have a little bit of nastiness to them during this series.
Yeah, I think they will. I don't think they'll be as sad as we want them to be. But have you thought about this? Skubal probably wanted to go play for the Dodgers because he didn't want to have to face us as many times as he normally does.
Probably.
Because clearly we had his number.
He probably thought Polanco was still on the team.
Yeah,
everybody knows Skubal doesn't keep up with current events.
That's right. Everybody knows that about Skubal.
Knowing him. All right, well, speaking of Skubal, I went on a bit of a rant yesterday, and I liked that rant, and I stick by that rant. But and nobody really called me out for this, but I want to make sure that I clarify that my rant wasn't anti-Dodgers. It was anti-system. And I want to discuss that, clarify that next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Ryan Healy's going to join us at 9 o'clock. He does every Tuesday at 9 o'clock, so looking forward to that conversation, his thoughts on the trade deadline, and what really needs to kick into gear if the Mariners are going to pull this off and win the division for a second year in a row. Ryan Healy at 9, plus your bonus cash word as well coming up. Do want to let you know I'll be out at the Tulalip Resort Casino Thursday for the George Thorogood concert, and I'll be there at the Circle Bar and the Tulalip Resort Casino from 5 to 7. I'm actually going to get out there even earlier because I just don't want to drive in the, I like to take my nap till 3 o'clock because everybody who's bad to the bone naps every day.
Everybody.
Yeah, and then I'm going to get there a little early, hang out at the casino, head on over to the Circle Bar at 5 o'clock, and would love for you to stop by. We're going to hand out some prizes, but for the most part, just hang out there. If you've ever wanted to just chat it up about sports or anything else, quiz me about my life, go on out to Tulalip Resort Casino. I'll meet you at the Circle Bar. We'll do a little pre-funk, and then I'll head to the concert together. Should be a lot of fun. The Tulalip Resort Casino. Tickets available still for the show at Ticketmaster. All right, let's talk about yesterday's rant. I went off on a rant about Major League Baseball and that the Dodgers are the problem with Major League Baseball. I stand by the rant from yesterday, but I can see why it might have been misinterpreted. Not that it was. I didn't get some big giant feedback. Maybe the text line blew up. I have no idea.
No.
I can't see it. Don't typically read it anyway. But I went on my big rant yesterday, and I just want to clarify something. I don't really think the Dodgers are doing anything wrong. I don't really blame them for their role in this unfair marketplace that we have in Major League Baseball. They aren't being stopped from taking advantage of their advantages. And I give them credit, actually. They're not just spending wildly. They're also one of the best teams in baseball at drafting, at developing, at making trades. They've created, obviously, a very inviting environment for players. Everybody wants to play for them, for goodness sake. They've obviously they've cornered the market on Japanese stars, so they've made themselves appealing to that robust market that has infiltrated Major League Baseball for the good, and so I give them all the credit in the world. What I'm railing against is that the Dodgers are the example of how a broken system can give the already advantaged even more advantages, especially if they get creative in their use of those advantages. And so we don't have the right infrastructure in place to stop the Dodgers from acting like the Dodgers are acting. And if we want it to be a more fair market, then we have to get a salary cap. We've got to go to that length in order to give the impression to baseball fans everywhere that their team has a chance, and it doesn't come down to just they don't get to win the World Series because their owners are cheap. Because it's really not even the case. The Dodgers are actually struggling right now. They have gone under 500 in their last 20 games. They've lost 4 straight, for goodness sake, and they're not playing very good baseball right now. The Milwaukee Brewers have a better record than them. I mean, there is a way to win in this league without overspending or outspending everybody else. But the perception out there with all the customers, 9 out of 10 of them, is that it's the only way to win in Major League Baseball. And as long as that perception exists, then we're not going to have satisfied baseball fans. They're just going to continue to blame their own unhappiness on the fact that their owner of their favorite baseball team won't spend as much as what the Dodgers do. So that was the statement. It wasn't critical of the Dodgers. Good for them of taking advantage of their every opportunity to try to win championships. It is with a broken system that allows a team already with a surplus of advantages to find more and then flaunt them as aggressively as what the Dodgers do. And that's why we do need a new collective bargaining agreement. I finally do believe we need a salary cap. We got to get our arms around this thing, and it will make the overall product better going forward. So hopefully that provides some clarification to what I was talking about in yesterday's long 20-minute rant about the health of Major League Baseball. All right, Ryan Healy's going to join us next. Plus, we have your bonus word, your cash word, Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
It's time for Chuck's Weekly Visit with Ryan Healy. Brought to you by the Emerald Queen Casino. Bringing you the best in live music, entertainment, dining, and gaming. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. For more info, visit emeraldqueen.com. And by Dino's Pub in Renton.
9 o'clock hour here on this Tuesday. We do have a keyword for you. It is preset. Enter that at 93.3 KJR.com for your shot at $1,000. But 9 o'clock on Tuesdays belong to Ryan Healy, the former Mariner, now part of Mariners TV. And yes, part of our show every Tuesday at 9. And let's face it, a part of our hearts. He joins us here on the program. It is Ryan Healy. How are you, sir?
Oh, Chuck, you're such a schmoozer. I always enjoy my 9 a.m. Tuesday morning meetings with you.
Well, good. I look forward to it myself, and we got a lot to discuss today. First of all, what's it like to face a trading deadline as a major leaguer, whether you're worried you're going to be traded or a teammate's going to be traded? Take us through the emotions leading up to that window and throughout it.
It's a whirlwind, and I felt it yesterday, just even in the last hour. I had a call from 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock Pacific Standard Time here, and I had to put my phone away and turn the Do Not Disturb on because I was just urged to want to scroll my phone and see what trades were being executed during that last hour. But I was never really in trade conversations, maybe a little bit in 18, 19, when more 18 actually, when there was a little bit of uncertainty with that roster and the adjustments that were inevitably going to happen that offseason. I remember more as a player of desiring a specific role on a team. Like, man, this team really needs a starting pitcher. I would love to see a starting pitcher. And then all of a sudden you get like an outfielder and a reliever walk in the door. You're like, that's not what I thought we needed. I guess I'm also not the GM, so it's not my job. I think nowadays, like these players, I was thinking about Emerson Hancock this morning, the whirlwind that he's had this 2026 season, and then to see his name in the front line of what this trade conversation looked like and how available, everyone was saying he was. I'm wondering emotionally how he's feeling waking up today, knowing it's over and that he is a part of this team, not just for this season, but for the future as well. Yeah.
Can feelings be hurt that way? Even if you stay, have you seen teammates like they tried to trade me or they at least considered trading me? Why did I have to have 3 interviews last week about how I felt about being in trade rumors? Does that linger even after the deadline is over? Is that something to be worried about here?
I wouldn't say it's something to be worried about, but it's certainly something that has lingered. And there's examples. I think there's two examples that can really break the trust between a front office and a player. It's arbitration, when you kind of hear all the negative things about you, and then it's the trading deadline. So when your name gets circulated year after year, I think the way the teams mitigate this is obviously by communicating with their players ahead of time. I think there's some teams out there that do a really great job of it. And then also after the fact, communicating with the players. So now the deadline's done, having a conversation with guys like Emerson Hancock, like, hey, I know your name was in the market, but we really feel like your value is here. And if I hear that from a front office as a player's perspective, I'm like, oh, wow. Like they didn't want to get rid of me. Like they would have done it if they needed to, because this is a business. I understand that. And when you come up with an organization, you really want the best for them. Like you're rooting for not just the major league team, but every player within the org, and you want them to succeed. There's emotions that are kind of mixed up when all of a sudden the business side of this game is thrown in your face and bursts that bubble. And now you have to start thinking about things a little bit differently.
Well, and then one last question about like the subject of the emotions of it and its effect on the clubhouse, because I was listening to Sunday Night Baseball and all the players were in agreement, from Oral Hershiser to Clayton Kershaw to I think Lou Merlone was in the booth with them, and they were all describing what a boost it is for a team to see the front office add at the trading deadline, even if it does cost you a friend or two in the process. Taylor Ward walking into the Mariners clubhouse, what kind of a greeting is he going to get here tonight?
A lot of familiarity with this organization, and I thought the AL West as well. What I'm thinking, obviously he's not contracted through this season from at least what I looked up and saw, but Taylor Ward knows the AL West so well and has had so much success. And a lot of the initial reactions from fans and media was Taylor Ward's not the same player this year as he was last year when he hit 36 some odd home runs. He's just not that same guy. I think that was intentional, though. I think it was intentional for the Mariners to go get that player that actually, in Justin Hollander's word, was churn the on-base skills and keep the lineup moving and put a little bit more pressure on a starting pitchers. How many innings have you watched this year, Chuck, when it's just like a 7 to 9 pitch inning and like it's the quickest bottom half of the inning in the world? And you're like, what just happened right there? Like the pace of play all of a sudden was through the roof because it's just weak contact put in play or a 3-pitch strikeout. I think Taylor Ward can be someone that breaks that cycle within this lineup. And I also believe that Brendan Donovan, when he comes back, he's a guy that can break that. And maybe those disruptions to an opposing starting pitcher is something that can spark this offense, and maybe those solo home runs turn into 2 or 3 run home runs, and then Mariners can go on a run.
Yeah, Ward definitely embodies in one player someone that can address the two major weaknesses. We don't have enough guys getting on base, and we don't have enough guys that can hit left-handed pitching. And he's done both of those things to an extraordinary degree, especially the on-base part of it. But I would just ask you how difficult that is, that you've been a home run hitter at the major league level through your age 31 season, and then all of a sudden, on a one-year deal with the Orioles, you worked in the offseason on becoming an on-base guy and a contact hitter. I mean, how difficult is that to be a 36-homer guy one year, and then the next year you're a 380 on-base guy? You've improved that skill set even at the sacrifice of the power that you had on display the previous 2 years.
It can go one of two ways. One, like the ego gets involved, because if your value has been driving the ball out of the ballpark and then you're not able to do it, you almost feel like you're less than. But also, we're not certain what Taylor Ward's intentions were for this offseason adjustment. So he was stepping into the season. What were his personal goals? What were adjustments he wanted to make in the game? What were things that he learned, throughout the transition from one organization to another one that gave him more information? Maybe what did he learn that he's like, maybe the league or teams are valuing this piece more than the home runs? Like if I'm hitting 36 home runs driving in 100, maybe that's not the direction the game is going. I think home runs and run production is always valuable, but if my on-base percentage is terrible, I'm making more outs than the guy next to me. And if he hits 15 home runs and I hit 36, but he gets on base more than me, the game is valuing that player more. So he's trying to make an adjustment, but sacrificing some of the power. I think that power actually spikes a little bit the last 2 months. Not that the Mariners need that or looking for it, but putting him back into a division where he's very familiar with the opposing pitchers, starters and relievers. I think you'll see a power surge here in the next 2 months for Taylor Ward.
Could you have done it? Somebody came to you and said, Ryan, we really want you to sacrifice some power, come back next year as an on-base machine. What would your response have been?
I tried. I worked endlessly the last couple of years of my career because I saw the transition that the game was making. They were no longer valuing a first base DH that could hit 25 but struck out a lot and didn't walk much. I've said this the last 2 to 3 years of my career while I was overseas, playing winter ball in Mexico. My Achilles heel was I couldn't walk. And if I didn't learn how to walk more, then my opportunities in the game were going to be gone. And that's essentially what happened, because when I tried to walk more, I lost the power. Now I had zero value to add to a lineup, and that's a really hard thing to swallow as a hitter.
Ryan Healy is with us, a former Mariner, and, of course, with Mariners TV every Tuesday at 9. Thanks to EQC and Dino's Pub, we get our chance to chat with Ryan about Mariners baseball. We're coming off the trading deadline, and the Mariners did make some moves, adding Taylor Ward that we've discussed. Ryan also mentioned Brendan Donovan coming back probably tonight. I would assume tonight. And what a nice boost that is to just add Brendan Donovan and Taylor Ward to your lineup. I mean, I've just mocked something up. I have no idea if this will be the lineup, but you tell me if this doesn't sound like a playoff caliber lineup. Cole Young, Randy Arozarena, Julio Rodriguez, Dom Canzone, Taylor Ward, Josh Naylor, Cal Raleigh, Brendan Donovan, and Colt Emerson. I mean, how full? I know how bad they've been offensively. The numbers bear that out. But how full, how promising does that lineup sound to you?
It honestly sounds tremendous. And part of my feeling after this deadline was that the Mariners were willing to explore any opportunities of trading Randy, trading George Kirby, trading Hancock. Like, they were willing to do whatever it took to make this team better. But once they were able to offload Luis Castillo, I think the runway became clear of our solutions are already in-house, and they're probably on the injured list right now, or they're underperforming. So the players that we've already committed to need to get better. Like, that's not a negotiable right now for this team. And also the players that are going to give this team a jolt just coming back from the injured list. I mocked something up similarly, Chuck, but it was more for a bullpen, a full healthy bullpen. It looks like Sir Anthony Dominguez, Jose Ferrer, Gabe Spire, Matt Brash, Bizardo, Andres Munoz, and then you have Cooper Criswell and Carlos Vargas. Does that sound like a playoff contender bullpen to you?
It does. Now add Cade Anderson potentially to it, and maybe even Ryan Sloan before the end of the year.
That's what we're talking about. There's the option on there of those two guys, and that's why I felt like what the market was requesting for a high leverage arm. If you saw the Mason Miller request was they wanted Cade Anderson, they're like, no, thank you. I understand it, but no, we're not that desperate. I think if you make the addition of Cade or Ryan Sloan to come join this major league bullpen, whoa, you're talking about some electricity coming through, not just for stuff wise, but also just fan engagement and energy.
And if you make the playoffs, add Emerson Hancock to that group. I did not really feel like – I mean, I would have liked to have seen another bullpen piece, but there are a lot of people that believe you had to add something more to Sir Anthony Dominguez. I'm not in that camp, and it doesn't sound like you are either.
No, I think Sir Anthony Dominguez fulfills the void that Carlos Vargas has left kind of blank all season long. Like, Vargas has electric stuff and has always done a good job filling in that awkward, like, sixth, maybe seventh inning where he can come in and shut the door and transition to the back end of the bullpen. I think Sir Anthony Dominguez steps into that role with the opportunity to earn higher leverage spots like a Ferrer has with his success. I think the quality of stuff, the experience that Dominguez brings is going to be really good. We know what the negatives are with the walks. I'm not going to hide away from that. But I think the upside and what the skill set of development within this Mariners organization is of strike throwing, that's a pitcher, a reliever that could really benefit from being with the Mariners overall.
Do you also agree that this is going to come down to your best three players, Cal, Julio, and Josh? At least a couple of them returning to the form we expected. Is that going to be the difference, or do you think they don't even have to, that there's enough here starting pitching-wise, the bullpen you just went through, the additions of Ward, Donovan returning, that even if those three guys don't step up and perform like we know they're capable of, that this team will still end up winning this division?
I think Cal and I think Julio would tell you to your face that they both need to do more. I don't think they're hiding from that fact. I would say those two out of the three that you just named, I think Naylor has had multiple jolts throughout the course of the season where you see spurts and road trips and, maybe even a week or two stretches where you're like, that's a threat right there. And he's made some really hard contact over the last week. You saw what he can do on the base pass with his first to third, a Deacon, the center fielder, and that Sunday walk-off as well. I think Josh has fulfilled his role. Overall, I don't think he was ever meant to be the face of this team. He was supposed to be a role player that did his job, and I think he's done that. Could he hit for more power? Sure, but I'd also know he's dealt with some adversity and different things that have gone on. I look more at Julio and Cal to say, if you guys can match what Naylor has done of giving us a hot week here and there, I think there's enough depth in this lineup, and I think depth that's coming where – the churn is going to start to happen. The quality innings that put up crooked numbers is going to start to happen. And I think that is a missing link that this Mariners team needs desperately for the last few weeks or months of the season.
Do you think the return of the 5-man and being out from underneath, piggybacking and 6-man and who should go where and what should happen there, do you think that is going to be a huge benefit to this group?
It removes some uncertainty that each one of the starting pitchers have faced. It provides the routine and the normality back to what they're used to being. I know the presence of Luis Castillo will be missed. If you listen to Logan Gilbert talk about the impact that Luis has had on his personal career, I think Logan said there was 1 year in the big leagues that he was up where Luis wasn't there. So you talk about a mentor that has really guided him and nurtured him throughout his success and everything he's done. The impact there will be missed, but I also believe it's an opportunity for one of those pitchers to step up and be that leader, take the lessons that Luis has taught him and be able to now share that with the rest, maybe become the rock for, the rest of this staff and be that voice of reason and certainty. It's a tremendous opportunity for a new leader to arise in that starting rotation. So I'm excited to see who really takes that on.
Yeah. Ryan Healy is with us, joins us every Tuesday at 9 o'clock, former Mariner, to talk a little Mariner baseball. I kind of want to tap back into this because I'm curious your thoughts within the division, something that you said a little bit earlier in the conversation. When you know you need this and then come walking through the doors at trade deadline is something that you didn't think you really needed. The Astros sort of embody that. They need starting pitching, and they traded a starting pitcher for a good player in Dalton Varsho, but they didn't really address their needs, where I felt as many people that thought that the Mariners didn't go far enough at the trade deadline, they at least addressed their biggest need, and they added two pieces to the roster where the Astros really didn't. And then you have the Rangers situation where the Rangers tried to trade all of their veterans, and all of their veterans said, screw you, we're going to use our no trade clauses. I'm curious as to what kind of effect that's going to have on the two teams that we're in this race with. Will it actually provide some sort of a boost to the Rangers that all of their veterans told the front office to, screw off? Will it hurt the Astros that their front office didn't seem to step up for them? What's your take on that? Or am I making too big a deal out of the emotions in the clubhouse, and this is just going to come down to talent?
No, I think you're close enough to what the truth could be. A lot of this is speculation anyways. You and I aren't in the Rangers or the Astros, clubhouses asking these questions. So a lot of it's speculation. I know enough about the Rangers of what happens behind the scenes there between the front office and the players and the coaching staff in the front office to have a decent grasp on what that dynamic looks like. I think it could affect them. I'm sure a lot of those veterans were like, no, dude, I waived my no trade clause to come here. I brought my family. I settled in a little bit. You're not shipping me out again because all of a sudden we lost a series. Maybe the Rangers, they lost a series to the Astros, and you're not just going to sell the farm all of a sudden. Luxury for them to have that ability to say no, because how many players don't? So I'm curious how that affects the Rangers. The Astros, I think, they're operating with a level of confidence that they haven't had in probably a year and a half, I would say. And I think that's a danger to the AL West and just the competition. But I didn't think the Mariners were going to roll through this AL West easily. There was always going to be someone that was going to poke the bear a little bit. The Rangers were that for a while. The Astros all of a sudden showed up. The A's were that for a while, and then they fell off. I think there's some big series. I know there's some big series coming up against the Astros. I'll be up there in September for the one against the Rangers. That's an opportunity for the Mariners to right the wrongs that the Rangers have done to them this season. So there's still a lot of big games coming, and the secret for the Mariners is handle your division and go on a type of run that you did last September when they went 17-8 and finished that season with so much momentum that carried into the playoffs. For me, it's way more about keeping yourselves close enough in August so you can go on that run in September and use that momentum to catapult you through what the playoffs could look like.
Your thoughts on what the Dodgers have done to Major League Baseball, whether that's good or bad? They pretty much are going to be used by MLB as the example for why we need a salary cap. The Dodgers and what they've done the last 3 years, the way they've spent, the way they've deferred money, the way that nothing seems to be beyond their limits when so many other teams are so financially limited with what they can spend. Baseball's going to use that to try to get a salary cap this offseason in the new collective bargaining agreement. I'm curious what a former major leaguer who knows how strong the Players Association is, what your opinion is on that entire ordeal.
You know what's interesting to me, Chuck, is I think both sides is going to use it to their advantage, meaning the owners are going to use it to their advantage, and then the players are going to use it to their advantage because the players are going to say, this is what should be happening. This is what more teams should be doing. And the owners are going to say, well, we can't afford to do all that. And I think how that conversation goes back and forth
It's only been going
one-sided
on for
equation
100 years. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like, we're not going to break ground here. I'm really interested to see what the effects are when December 1st comes around, and then how that affects next season. And I think that's more motivation for me personally, Chuck, to just stay present and enjoy this season, because we don't know what's coming. When it comes to the Dodgers, there are so many organizations that want to operate the way that they do, and a lot of organizations hire from that organization, I mean the Dodgers, and they'll take anyone they can in player development, in the medical side, in the front office side, and they'll promote them and pay them more, because they want to figure out the little things that the Dodgers do. It's not just the spending that the Dodgers do. They do all the little things so much better than everyone else. And I think that's a true separator, which now makes the players that will make more money want to come there, because A, they can afford to pay them, and B, they know they're going to get the best information and care taken of them and their families. That stuff matters to players, and that's why they're going to use it to their advantage when the CBA does come up.
Yeah. It's the deferred payments. I mean, you already have advantages, and now you're just going to spend monopoly money, I guess, on free agents right now, and then
if the Mariners had that TV deal, they would. Like, if any other team had that type of TV deal and other promotions that they were able to make, not just stateside, but internationally with the talent they've signed, like, they would spend that money as well.
But would they have as much to spend?
That's where I think demographic matters a lot. Like, your location matters a ton here. But listen, the Yankees went on World Series runs doing this same exact process. Like, it's been done before. We've seen it.
But that's the funniest part about all of this. Even Yankee fans are crying that their owners don't spend enough money. Well, we got to be more like the Dodgers. This is not fair. We have cheap owners. When Yankee fans are complaining about it, we might have a problem with customer relations. That if 9 out of 10 baseball fans think our owner's cheap, we don't have a chance, that's not exactly the best public relations for the sport.
No, but I can't really think of a time when the relationship between the owners and the fans were at the highest. That's not the product. Like, the owners aren't going on the field and playing the games. Like, the fans are meant to fall in love with the team. That's the whole purpose of this.
We'll see where it goes from here, but let's put it this way. I'm rooting against the Dodgers, but then again, I have been now for a number of years. So
it's not going to change. Am I going to see you Friday, by the way?
You are in town Friday. Is that right?
I'm coming Northwest.
Okay. I will try. Yeah, for sure. Try. All right. Yeah, that
try?
Changes things.
What do you mean try?
Well, you're catching me off guard. I don't even know if I have any schedule. I don't think I have any conflicts. I'll see you.
Yeah, I need you there. I need you rooting for me instead of Bucky on Friday night.
Oh, that's right. It's Home Run Derby Friday. All right.
Chuck, wake up. It's Derby week. The biggest week of my life.
You know what? I'm just drunk with trade deadline hangover at this point. I wasn't even thinking about this weekend. Are you ready to go?
Define ready.
Well, I mean, how much time have you spent in the cage?
Quite a bit. I'm going to hit tonight as well. I mean, listen, I'm hitting balls 110 plus. Like, the body hasn't broken yet. I told you, I have 2 goals for Friday. I can't get skunked, and I don't want to blow out. If I can execute those 2 things, I'll be happy.
What's going to win it, though? What do you get, 10 pitches? Like 4 is going to win it, right?
No, I think we get like 2 minutes straight to hit. That's the biggest thing I'm worried about. Is it's like I got 2 minutes straight of hitting. I don't know if my cardio is built up for that enough. So I'm going to need like Pearl big league baseballs and some good big league wood to be able to sneak some over into Edgar's over there in left field line.
It's usually someone's kid. Do you just want like some old man broadcaster bringing you your Gatorade and your towel for you on Friday?
I don't know. My wife is going to be there. I might ask her to do it instead.
Good choice. Good strategy there. You're winning this thing going away. Your only competition is Ichiro. That's it.
I don't know. It's Stephen Romero.
Cameron's still pretty well put together, though. Oh, yeah, Stephen Romero, too. Okay.
Yeah, Stephen Romero can swing it.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll be rooting for you. How about that?
I will see you Friday, or I won't see you next Tuesday, okay? Is that fair?
All right. Okay. Now that you've negotiated.
I really like the way he just put that. That's called a threat.
Man. We'll talk to you later, all right?
See you guys.
All right, Ryan Healy joining us right here on the program. Yeah, Bucky's not going to be happy that we're rooting for Ryan. Then again, Ryan contributes more to the show now. So
See?
there you go.
That's just business.
Yeah, he's a teammate. Emerald Queen Casino, Dino's Pub and Renton sponsors for the Ryan Healy segment. Maybe they'll even get him a T-shirt that he can wear during his derby on Friday. All right, coming up next on our radio program, it's Camp Battle time. And, man, I just can't get off this position. Running backs. And there's a reason why I'm doing it today, because of the inside information that got shared yesterday on our show. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves. 2 men enter, 1 man leaves.
Oh, they're getting ready. Little Seahawks training camp here again today. The chairs are being put forth. The atmosphere is being generated by a cast of thousands of little training camp warriors. And we sit in the middle of it all. It is Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. Our camp coverage continues here today, and we have a camp battle going on. Tina Turner wouldn't be singing on our show if we didn't have a camp battle going on. And I want to talk about running backs again, and not because that's all I'm ever going to do with our camp battle segment. We will talk about other positions, but I got new information yesterday, and it got me thinking yesterday. Emmanuel Wilson dropped by our show, and look, Emmanuel is not exactly the world's greatest orator. He wasn't gabby yesterday, but in our conversation, he did reveal a little bit about the running back role in Brian Fleury's brand new offense. Take a listen. So, maybe give us a little, detail or two behind the scenes, a little inside information. What's it like?
It's just very detailed. I know the running backs got a lot of routes, and I'm trying to learn all of them.
Yeah,
so it's very detailed on offense.
All right, so a lot of routes for the running backs, more than you're used to.
Yes, more. Very much more.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So a few pass catches for Emmanuel. See, now you gave us something right there. Now that's some stuff that you gave us. So, yeah, I think that's some information right there. We've heard that Jadarian Price is really working on a daily basis on his pass receiving, but part of that was because he was a backup running back in Notre Dame, and maybe that was part of his game that needed to be brushed up on, since he wasn't asked to do a ton of that at the collegiate level. But now we're finding out that, no, this is one of the differences between the Kubiak offense, which is going to marry a lot of those traits of the Kubiak offense with the Shanahan offense that Fleury's bringing from San Francisco. And, of course, Kubiak knows that as well. He's a little bit of a branch off of that tree himself. So it's going to be what you guys were doing well, what I liked to do in San Francisco, what I liked about Kyle Shanahan's offense in San Francisco, and we're going to marry those two things together. And what do we think of when we think of the San Francisco offense? I think of Christian McCaffrey catching a lot of balls out of the backfield. I think of a lot of short passes run after the catch. I think a lot of jet sweep. That's what I think about when I think about the San Francisco 49ers offense. And so when you sit here and talk to the running back and he says, we're going to have there's a lot more running back routes than I've ever had to run in a training camp. I mean, Matt LaFleur is an offensive guy in Green Bay. I mean, that's where he's coming from. And yet here in this system, they're going to get a lot more creative, have a lot more ways to get running backs the football, which I find enticing as long as you have the horses that can do that. I mean, we don't have a Christian McCaffrey on this roster.
No, not last time I checked.
Yeah, exactly. So it's one thing to, in theory, say, man, I really liked doing that with Christian McCaffrey in San Francisco. It's another thing to do it with guys not named Christian McCaffrey. But I do like the idea that we're going to get creative with that, and I certainly expect that we're going to get creative in the running game with some receivers as well, with Rashid Shaheed. I mean, you couldn't get further away, Rashid Shaheed, from Deebo Samuel and the types of receivers they are. And yet, I think he can still play that same role. A lot of, 2-3 runs a game from Rashid Shaheed, taking advantage of that speed of his. And we already know that we're going to see a lot more tight end usage and tight end usage down the field as well. Those are also things that we admired in that San Francisco offense that we had to go against. So, yes, when you talk about marrying what we've seen from the Seahawks offense in the last year to what we've seen from the San Francisco 49ers in recent years under Kyle Shanahan, those are some of the traits, Ashley, that I wanted to see Brian Fleury steal away and inject, I should say, not ingest, inject into what we're doing up here in Seattle. So I like it. I like it in theory, but it's one thing to have a theory about it, and it's another thing to put it in practice, and still yet another thing to have the type of players that you need to execute these things.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked a lot about, too, what could Brian Fleury do with A.J. Barner and Arroyo and other people because of what, how successful George Kittle was. But again, is it because it's George Kittle or is it because of the coaching that he got? I'm going to say part of it or a lot of it has to do with because it's George Kittle. And I think this a similar situation here. But I don't think that all hope is lost because we don't have Christian McCaffrey or Deebo Samuel. I think it'll be a variation. I'm excited to see it. And I think especially for Seahawks fans, I mean, we went through a couple of years of just seeing such, the same offense kind of over and over and over. And it got boring watching in games. And so I think to have seen what we saw last year with some differences, and then if we're going to, change it now under Brian Fleury, I think it's all going in the right direction. And I think Mike McDonald just kind of, he's like the chess master up there.
Well, we're going to find out a little bit more on Hard Knocks here tonight. Tuesday episode, first one, 6 o'clock airing on HBO, and it'll be a big part of our show tomorrow, responding to the first ever Seahawks Hard Knocks episode. We're going to close out our show with one last thing. It is coming your way next on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM. All right, it is our final segment of the show. We're from Seahawks training camp on a Tuesday. It is time for one last thing. I do want to clarify one thing quickly. I was saying, just to be clear in that last segment, we don't have a Christian McCaffrey. I was not saying that Rashid Shaheed cannot match Deebo Samuel. What I was saying was their styles are completely opposite of one another. One's a big, giant bruiser named Deebo. And then the other one is obviously smaller and fleet of foot. So I think Rashid Shaheed could be very dangerous, maybe not as dangerous as Deebo Samuel. But, yes, just to be clear, I think Christian McCaffrey, we don't have a Christian McCaffrey, where Shaheed and Deebo was just a comment about how different they are as offensive weapons. All right, what do you got for one last thing, Ashley?
This is going to be very random, but we have like a tech chat, thing that goes on Teams where there's issues with whatever studio and whatever's going on. Well, one of the things that has been a recurring issue over the last couple weeks has been resetting things since the World Cup broadcast, because some things were changed for the World Cup broadcast. And it just dawned on me today, like the World Cup just ended 2 weeks ago, and already it feels like it was 6 months ago.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird?
Does it now?
I mean, maybe not 6 months ago, but it feels like it was a long time ago. And that was a whirlwind for that whole month that things were going on. And it was so fun and so awesome and great, especially when the U.S. was in it. But even the whole thing, I was like, oh, gosh, yeah, I forgot about the World Cup. That was a thing.
Yeah, turns out it was a big deal.
Yeah, turns out a lot of people paid attention. But it was,
yeah.
I kind of was like, huh, yeah, we did that.
I'll be damned.
Yeah, who knew?
Yeah. Rear view mirrored it.
Yeah, fully. I really did. I was just shocked by it. I was like, oh, Ashley, come on.
I did enjoy it, but yeah, I like the idea of every 4 years we build back up to that.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I don't think we need more of it. And it wasn't like, oh, I'm sad. It's over. It wasn't anything. I mean, it was great fun while it lasted. It's just a weird thing that we can do to ourselves where at the time it felt like we were in the World Cup for several months. And
yes.
we weren't. And now it seems like it ended 2 weeks ago, but it was forever ago.
Yeah, sounds like my third marriage.
Yeah, I'm sure it does. Sure it does. Lasted way too long, did it?
Yeah. It seemed like it went on forever, and yet such a distant memory now. Ah, boy, young love. I was only 18.
Oh, those were the days. Third marriage.
Yeah.
Fresh out of high school.
Yeah, you just make mistakes when you're a teenager like that on your
Amen.
third time. I'm going to close with a couple of things. Number one, I mostly, because of what time we get up, get dressed in the dark. I mean, I do have a light and I have a TV to go by, but I pretty much get dressed in the dark. And I also have like black socks that there's really not much of a difference the way they look when they're inside out or right side out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so because of those two factors, I will bet that my ratio of having one sock inside out is probably about 34%. Like 34%
high.
of my days.
It's pretty high.
I was hoping that would come across as pretty high. But you would think that even in the dark, that you could have a better ratio than that. You could just tell by the texture, and more often than not, most often you would get that right. But I really don't. And today is one of those days. I just looked down and I have one sock inside out.
Oh, man. Well,
yeah,
higher percentage
not
now,
exactly
maybe?
my greatest skill. The other thing I wanted to mention here today, I pointed this out on the text, which last night, our show text, which rarely I do unless we're going to talk about it the next day. But now that I'm talking about it the next day, I can put a check by that. Teoscar Hernandez, former Mariner, hit one of the longest home runs I have ever seen in my life last night. It was one of those home runs where you could tell he was trying to hit a home run, and he connected with the home run, and he spun toward the ball. He exploded toward the ball, and he just met it perfectly. It was like everything came together. He was trying to hit it as far as he could. He got the pitch. He got the swing on it. He got the wood on it. He was in the right ballpark where it looks beautiful. It left all of Wrigley Field last night and landed somewhere in the darkness. We still don't even know. And yet they measured it at 443 feet. I would have bet it was 540 feet that he hit the ball. But he obliterated that ball last night, and to the point where he was like giggling rounding third. He couldn't even get to the dugout because he was like giggling like, I got that one. You know how they talk about like, did you get it all?
Yeah.
It doesn't happen that much for players. He got it all. He got all of that one, Teoscar Hernandez last night, and man, it left all of Wrigley Field. It was incredible.
Did you see who did not get it all?
Who's
Our
that?
own sweet Taylor Trammell in the Astros game. Thought he hit a home run, rounded all the bases, stomped on home plate, put his finger up to the sky, walked to the dugout and was like, wait, what? He caught it at the wall? Oh.
Wow.
Oh, so
Poor
that's not a
Taylor.
home run, right?
Oh, poor Taylor.
I know. I was like, oh, Taylor, that's sad.
All the way to the dugout?
All the way. Keeps running around the bases, has no idea this guy caught it at the wall.
Nobody told him.
Nobody. I mean,
Wow.
I don't know. I guess.
Wow.
I think they're
Not
playing the
like
Blue
a
Jays were
shortstop
laughing.
didn't say, hey, man, that got caught.
I think they just were
Nobody
like,
said.
yeah, just let him keep going.
Wow.
Yeah.
See, there you go. That's the difference between getting it all and not getting it all.
Correct.
Right there. Teoscar had no doubt that his was leaving the ballpark, and Taylor Trammell.
Yes.
Taylor Trammell held on to that lie for 360 feet
He sure did.
and counting.
He sure did.
So there you go. Former Mariners in the news. Now, I used to watch a lot of games at Wrigley, and there's that brick building. I don't even know if it's still there, but it's across the street, Waveland Avenue. And there are, stories of guys that have hit it off of that apartment building.
Yeah.
And I was even watching a game, true story, I remember his name, Barry Foote. Not exactly a well-known name.
Okay.
Barry Foote hit one on top of that. Glen Allen Hill hit one on top of that apartment high-rise
Wow.
across the street. So I guess further ones have been hit even at Wrigley. But Teoscar's, man, it went into the night. I didn't even see it drop. It might not have landed.
Wow.
It might still be orbiting Earth.
Wow.
So who knows?
Oh,
All right,
we got to give our shout out to Snohomish. They won their little league game.
well,
There we go.
congratulations,
Yes.
Snohomish.
Yeah, so they
did
lived
pull
to
it
play
off.
another game.
Yes, 7-3 the final score. So they stay alive. That Florida team must be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
Because they beat the tar out of Snohomish.
Yeah,
But
they
maybe, maybe we're doing well here. 7-3 final score. Let's get it back in there.
Yeah,
ladies.
let's go,
get
girls.
back at it. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Greg Bell's coming your way next. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
McDonald's Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome to
it felt like
Seahawks
afternoon,
training camp.
didn't
It did. I've already been up 6 hours. The headlines are brought to you by Frost Food, Coors Light. Choose chill. Seahawks training camp day 8 yesterday. Biggest and best day yet for rookie safety Bud Clark. First team defense is a deep safety next to Julian Love. Also in the Nick Emanwari hybrid linebacker role. You'll hear from Coach Mike McDonald on what he's doing with Clark here later on in the show. Potentially some bad news for the team coming on fullback Robbie Oots. He's missed the last 2 practices. Of course, you remember he missed the last 2 games of his rookie season last winter with a neck injury. This is what Mike McDonald said about Oots yesterday.
We haven't seen Robbie Oots out there the last couple of days.
Yeah. Just say we're gonna try to find some more information with Robbie's situation. I'll just leave it at that right now. But we'll have an update for you sooner than later.
Well, that sounds ominous. First episode of Seahawks Training Camp Hard Knocks tonight, 6 p.m. If you have HBO Max to stream it, 9 p.m. our time on HBO Cable TV. I have a story up at thenewstribune.com with Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald, and more the Seahawks are saying about it. We'll talk about that later in the show. Mariners come back to action tonight, host the Tigers in a 3-game set that begins at the Yard in Soto. Emerson Hancock versus what was to have been Tarek Skubal's spot in the Tigers rotation. They haven't officially said who's going to start for him. Skubal now is going to start for the Dodgers against the Cubs tonight. He just got traded to L.A., of course. M's made one move on Major League Baseball trade deadline day with Baltimore to acquire outfielder Taylor Ward. The M's gave up reliever Alex Hoppe, 2 minor leaguers not on the top prospects list, Brock Moore and Harrison Kryling, to Baltimore. Ward's 32 years old. He's a rental. He's on a 1-year prove-it deal, $12 million with Baltimore. The Mariners will pick up a proration of that. 36 home runs last year for the Angels. Now he's an on-base guy. Leads the league in walks. Got an over 4 on base. It's 380 against lefties. Right-handed bat. The Mariners needed. His on-base percentage already is way ahead of anybody in the Mariners lineup. He might be the leadoff batter tonight. Mariners GM Justin Hollander told the team's flagship radio station Luke Raley's likely out for the season. Another reason they got Ward. The Mariners are 3 games under 500, 2.5 games out of first place in the AL West before the series with Detroit tonight. Tigers are 5.5 back in the wild card race. Storm lost their 8th straight game at the New York Liberty yesterday. And this morning, the Atlanta Falcons signed running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year, $75 million contract extension. That resets the running back market in the league. Now on with the Tuesday show. Morning, happy Tuesday. The smoke and the sun are out here along Lake Washington for Seahawks training camp 9th practice day. It's a public day today. The fans will all be out on the grass berm, unlike yesterday. Justin McIntyre back in the studios in Elliott Bay in Seattle. Greg Bell here on 93.3 KJR FM as we are every 10 a.m. to noon on every weekday. Good morning, Jessamine.
Good morning. Yeah, again, when you mention the smoke, our hearts go out to everyone in the eastern side of the state. As I was speaking to people with United Way for my weekend show, Seattle Voice, and there's a lot of because Spokane is such a big area, forgotten towns that are also being throttled by this, and we want to know our hearts are out with everyone.
Meade, Chelan,
yep,
9 Mile Creek, it's
Yakima, yep,
yeah, it's man, it's the way of the world here every summer, but wow, and yeah, echo what Jessamine said. Good luck to everybody there on the east side. Out here today, they're going to be probably in full patch. Yesterday, they were in shells and shorts, which surprised me after a day off. Sunday, they didn't have practice, and then they came back yesterday somewhat lighter. Mike McDonald's practices are long. They're longer this year than they were in the first two camps. They were almost 3 hours again yesterday. They were almost 3 hours on Saturday. But a lot of them is slow pace walking through the installation. They're doing a lot of the installing of the playbook right now, the meat of it. They go fast and normal speed when it's plays they know, base things. But when they're installing and new things on offense and defense, they go slow. They walk through, and there's a large portion of practices, an hour or so, that is in a walk pace, that there isn't a whole lot of competition. There's a ton of learning going on. That's different. I asked McDonald about that yesterday, and he said, yeah, we're still trying to perfect that. And he basically said, I'm learning. I'm evolving from the first year to now, and that he did a lot of things wrong in the first training camp that he wanted to correct, and he thought the teaching part on the field is more meaningful than the whiteboard. And that's why the Seahawks have been going almost 3 hours at times. It's not physically pounding. I think he's testing their mental conditioning as well as their physical out here.
Well, it shows to be a big part of the game.
Yeah, exactly. And if you don't know the offense and defense, you can't play. So they're taking their time and walking through the new stuff. And there's a lot of new stuff going in right now. Also new, rookie Bud Clark makes his move. We'll talk about that on the show today. He's now in the starting defense, or at least splitting time at the starting defense in two different roles. We'll talk about the second-round pick from TCU making a move there in the starters. 10:20 or so, we're going to talk to Gary Hill Jr., the Mariners broadcaster, play-by-play on radio, about the somewhat tweaked Mariners, not brand-new Mariners, but somewhat tweaked. They've got a right-handed bat, Taylor Ward, arriving tonight, assumingly he's going to be in the lineup after arriving from Baltimore in the trade yesterday on the off day. They got a new bullpen arm, Sir Anthony Dominguez, who was with Toronto in the ALCS against the Mariners last year and then was the White Sox closer to begin the season. You heard us talk to Scott Merkin yesterday, the White Sox beat writer from MLB.com, saying that Sir Anthony Dominguez has gotten a lot better since they took him out of the closer role about a month or so ago, and he's pitched really well the last few weeks. He'll most likely slot into that type of a primary setup role. He instantly, Jessman, instantly becomes the highest paid reliever the Mariners have ever had. He's making $10 million a year, 2 years, $20 million. So your highest paid reliever is going to be your primary setup guy for all-star closer Andres Munoz now. At
I think that's pretty good.
Yeah, and if he's right, I mean, there's a reason he's earning $20 million in 2 years. When he's right, he's one of the better setup guys in the American League. 10:45, you'll hear from Sam Darnold, the quarterback for the Seahawks, about what he likes about all the Hard Knocks cameras and microphones all over this Seahawks training camp. First episode is tonight. So how it works is if you have HBO Max and stream it on your phone or your iPad or whatever the heck you guys and gals stream.
Some people even do it on their television.
Ooh, that sounds like advanced. That's really advanced. If you have Roku and Kuro and whatever, then you can do it at 6 o'clock live as it's being shown on the East Coast HBO. If you don't have all those streaming gizmos, then if you just have regular cable TV, like a Neanderthal, I guess, like I do.
Hey, Ian stands on that hill, too. You're not alone.
Yes, I know. It used to be cable was cutting edge, and now you're considered a throwback if you have cable television. So if you're a cable guy and you have HBO, you can see it at 9 o'clock tonight, our time. And the Seahawks have been talking about that the last few days. There's a lot. The News Tribune, I put a story up this morning about their thoughts about it. Some of them are indifferent already and say that they don't even notice it. But they were preening for the cameras the first week or so. That's kind of cut down a little bit lately.
Well, and we're going to hear from Sam Darnold about it, too, in about a half an hour.
Yeah. And at 11 o'clock, 50 minutes or so, Noah Igbenogany is going to join us, sit down and talk to the veteran cornerback who is here playing nickel. He started playing nickel when he got to the NFL. He didn't start playing cornerback until a year or so into his time at Auburn University in the SEC. He was a wide receiver then. Now he's a nickel corner. Mike McDonald talked to me yesterday about Igbenogany and the fact that they think he can play inside as well as the outside corner that he used to be a starter for the Washington Commanders and Miami Dolphins. Man, does he love him some Dan Quinn. You'll hear why.
He does.
You will hear why he really likes, almost loves the defensive coordinator, former defensive coordinator for the Seahawks, of course, now the Washington Commanders head coach. And you'll hear from Noah Igbenogany. Both of his parents are Nigerian Olympians. His mother was on the Nigerian Olympic 4x400 meter relay team at the 1992 Barcelona Games. His father, Noah Igbenogany's father, was on the long jump and triple jump team for Nigeria, their native country, in the 96 Games in Atlanta. In fact, Noah Igbenogany was a track athlete in the long jump and triple jump like his dad at Auburn. You got to be pretty good to do SEC track and football at the same time.
Yeah, you'd think. That is a primetime athlete right there.
Yeah, he's pretty athletic. And they like him. They need a veteran presence in the secondary after the departures, some of the departures, Kobe Bryant, Rick Woolen. By the way, we mentioned Kobe Bryant during the show yesterday, going down yesterday morning in practice and not being very – it looked bad. Yeah, well, it is pretty – not season ending, but it's bad.
That's half a season probably.
Yeah, 8 to 10 weeks. So he, on the plus side, might get back late October, early November for the Bears. Of course, the Bears come in to Lumen Field to play the Seahawks in a Monday night game in early November, and that might be a target date for Kobe Bryant to come back from his knee injury yesterday in Bears training camp. He's going to be out at least 8 to 10 weeks is the estimation.
I hope he makes
Kobe
it back
Bryant.
for that. And maybe that's a motivation, you know?
I'm sure he would love to be back for, obviously would love to be back for that game, so that could be a target date for him. After you hear from Noah Igbenogany, 11:30, your text, your talkbacks, the Tacoma Dodge text line 49451, or the talkbacks are on the iHeartRadio app or 93.3KJR.com. Jessamine McIntyre loves talkbacks, so send them in and we'll play them back.
I love your voices. I really do. I like people to be a part of the show, too.
And you put on people sing it. It doesn't matter. You could put any voice. She's going to put it on there if it's got your voice.
People get very creative with the talkbacks. And if you don't know how it works, just hit that little red microphone at the top of the iHeart app. And 30 seconds or less, you give us your jokes, your takes. And I do not like having to edit, so please self-edit. So just use your Fs and your S's.
Yes, please. The FCC still monitors this. You go to the iHeartRadio app, and you can do the talkback, or also the red microphone button is at the top of our website, 933KJR.com, where we also give you a chance to win $1,000 every weekday from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's a $1,000 cash giveaway, bonus bucks giveaway from Bellevue Rare Coins, 4 locations in the Puget Sound area.
And we have a word.
Go to 933KJR.com and enter this word.
Bank. We make it easy for you folks. Just go to 933KJR.com and you'll be automatically prompted to enter those 4 letters. I'm assuming that's the way you spell bank, but bank $1,000 by going to do that right now. You have the rest of the 10 o'clock hour to do so. So if you're driving and hearing this, don't do it while you're driving. You have a little bit. Pull over, get to your place, wherever you are traveling. Just make sure you're doing it safely. But bank is the 10 o'clock hour word.
Jessamine's not as literal as I am and doesn't spell it out for you. But
no.
Sometimes
you should know how to spell that.
You don't deserve
I'm not
$1,000.
giving $1,000 to someone who doesn't know how to spell bank. And put it in your bank. Your bank
Go
account.
to the website. Not on the text line, please. On the website, 923KJR.com. Enter the word bank. Seahawks 8th practice yesterday. Bud Clark's big day. What he did was he was in the hybrid safety linebacker spot that, of course, Nick Emanwari started as a rookie last year. In fact, they're giving him the Emanwari treatment in this camp. They're just fire hosing him, the coaches are, as much as Bud Clark can handle, just like they did Emanwari last summer. And Emanwari proved that he can handle just everything. And he became one of the more dynamic players in the NFL on defense doing that. Well, they're trying the same thing with Bud Clark. This was Mike McDonald yesterday talking about his rookie from TCU.
Well, Bud's one of those rookies that's we're asking a lot of him right now, and I'm really impressed with how he's handling it. There's things, it's not perfect, but how he goes about his business is what we're looking for, and I think he needs to trust that he's going to come out of the fog, and take it from there. But I think it's important to start building a relationship with those guys and having a feel for the speed of the game with the ones and how we communicate and how we play, and he's doing a good job.
So that's an advancement. I had not seen Bud Clark in that hybrid role until yesterday in 11-on-11s. The first week of camp, he was decidedly on the second team, barely playing in the first team at all. And when he did play briefly, he was in prevent defense as a deep safety. He was also deep safety yesterday, alternating in with Ty Okada and aligned next to Julian Love. And he also took out D'Anthony Bell and alternated in with the veteran who had been in that hybrid role of Eamon for the first week or so. McDonald's update on Eamon was that things are positive, but nothing new. It's a matter of weeks to weeks, not day to day for Eamon. I saw him out here Saturday. He had a crutch that he wasn't quite using. He was kind of propped up over his shoulder, and he had a lower right ankle brace on, a softer brace on, a black brace that you'd see guys sometimes wearing with basketball or whatnot. And he was signing autographs for fans. He didn't look imminent like he's coming back, but there's still expectation is that he can play in the opener. And in the meantime, Bud Clark is getting some of his reps now for the first time, the second-round pick from TCU. Also, the big news of yesterday that I saw in practice, Sam Darnold to Rashid Shaheed, that deep connection is working. And it's so much smoother, like night and day compared to what it was last year when Shaheed joined the team in November. And, of course, it is, right, because he joined the team midstream. There were times last year that Darnold just didn't throw to his speed and underthrew him. I remember the NFC Championship game, the first 2 minutes of the game, Shaheed's blazing down the right sideline, beat Williams, the left corner for the Rams. Easy touchdown, but Darnold underthrew him. And it ended up being a 51-yard catch. But Darnold and Shaheed spent time this offseason between the minicamp in June and the start of training camp at the end of July back in Southern California, where they're both from, at Saddleback Junior College in Mission Viejo, working out on the field with routes. And, of course, Darnold's just from down the road from there in San Clemente, and Shaheed is from even a little further down the road in San Diego. And they worked for those weeks, the 6 weeks that they were off. And you can see the connection is so much better. And that is the Seahawks' plan, is to have Shaheed taking tops off of defenses with Torrey Horton on the field at the same time. And when I brought that up to McDonald and asked him what kind of quandary that puts a defense in, he said, of course it does with the speed. But what we have to do on offense is stay balanced. We still have to block. We still have to run the ball when those two are in the field in the same formation. McDonald's point was we don't want to have defenses be able to pigeonhole us to say, oh, if Horton and Shaheed are on the field at the same time, they're going deep. He wants to do other things to be the counter to when they array those two speedsters on the field at one time. But that's the Seahawks' plan under new offensive coordinator Brian Fleury. That could be a new twist that the Seahawks didn't get to enjoy last year, of course, because Horton missed from November till the end. 49451 at Tacoma Dodge text line. Your excitement over Darnold and Shaheed's connection and how different this offense can be this year, just with those two guys on the field alone. We'll read your text back at 11:30. Up next, we'll go baseball. Gary Hill Jr., great friend of ours, Mariners broadcaster, is going to talk about how the Mariners have tweaked their lineup and their bullpen heading into these last 2 months of the season. That's next on 93.3 KJR FM. Welcome back to the Greg Bell Show with Jessamyn McIntyre. I'm at the Seahawks Virginia Mason Athletic Center for the 9th practice of Seahawk training camp. We have some errata for you on the word. We hear you on the text line. We see you and we hear you.
Yes, that's on me. That is.
No, don't take blame.
No, it is on me.
We're
I was looking ahead, so that's a hint to those who are saying that word doesn't work. You got the jump on me. But yeah, this hour's word is green. So go to 93.3KJR.com and enter the word green. You're entered to win $1,000.
There's nothing like the text line errata, man. It just lights up like a Christmas tree.
I just like that you're listening, and I always appreciate corrections.
That's right. Exactly. They're not shy about that. The Mariners were off yesterday, but they were doing more than just sitting around doing nothing. They had a trade deadline day that they acted upon in the morning. They got Taylor Ward, the right-handed bat, one of the right-handed bats they need because he's an on-base guy. He leads the league in walks. His on base is like 380. His on base is over 410 against left-handed pitching, which has of course been a problem for the Mariners most of this season. And we all know the trade this past weekend of Luis Castillo to the White Sox that got him Sir Anthony Dominguez as a new setup guy, a veteran setup guy they need in the bullpen as well. Here to talk about that and more of the tweaked, not quite new look, but tweaked Mariners before they begin their series tonight against Detroit. Down at the Yard in Soto, our friend Gary Hill Jr. of the Mariners broadcast team, radio play-by-play, joins us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, Greg. How's it going? Great to be back.
Thank you. It's good to have you back. I'm well, and hopefully you enjoyed your off day at home. I know those are few and far between.
Yeah, home off days don't come up very often. So, yeah, this was a nice one, especially after – I know that last trip was just travel-wise in the late nights and – everything else and right into it over the weekend. It was nice to have a reset, I think, for everybody. So it was a good day. Very good day.
You deserve that, sir. Well, what do you think, as someone who follows the team and describes them every single day of the season, of the moves they made? We knew they needed a right-handed bat. They got one that gets on base, at least has this year for the Orioles. Interesting, his power has gone away, but his on-base gone up. And you could talk about that as well. And then you got the veteran that you needed to be a setup guy in the bullpen, who instantly, by the way, becomes the highest paid reliever in Mariners history because he signed a 2-year, $20 million deal with the White Sox to leave Toronto after the World Series last year. Your impressions of those two moves?
Yeah, let's start with the Castillo one first. It was a really good baseball trade. I think we all saw the writing on the wall with kind of how Emerson Hancock has emerged and what Cade Anderson is doing. A starter was going to be traded either at this deadline or the offseason. I think we all saw that coming. And so from a baseball perspective, I think it was a really good trade. Sir Anthony Dominguez, he's a stuffy right-handed pitcher, which they really need right now in the bullpen. And a really interesting prospect, I think, too, that we'll see how he develops as well. But kind of bittersweet, I think, for Mariner fans. Luis Castillo, for me, is a Mariners Hall of Famer. I think his impact was enormous for the Mariners and what he did. Starting the first playoff game in 20 years for the Mariners and dominating the Blue Jays, was pitching for the Mariners when they walked off the Tigers last year. He's pitched in some monster games for the Mariners, and he has been just excellent for the Mariners. All-star, head of the rotation for a while. And so from that perspective, he'll be missed, but I think it's totally understandable what the Mariners did, given what they have in the rotation and what he has done so far this year. So hopefully Dominguez can be good at that, a good setup guy from the right side, because they need that right now, especially before Brash comes back and Vargas comes back. There's a few weeks here where they need him to be good. Hopefully Wilcox can continue to be good, and hopefully Bizzardo. It's been kind of a rough stretch with the home runs the last few games. So hopefully he can get over that, because they need that from the right side. And then Ward, he's a pro. It's been interesting his last 2 years, as you referenced, 36 home runs last year, just 7 this year, but he's getting on base a ton, 380. That's pretty elite. And that's something they really need from the right side. And he also gets on base at a 370 clip against righties. So he's not just just play platoon guy. He's going to be in the lineup every day, and he's going to be towards the top of the lineup, probably leading off against lefties, or at least at the top of the lineup against lefties. So That's a really key guy. And it is going to feel like, I think, a new look lineup because Ward's going to be in there. I expect Donovan to be in there as well. It's going to feel like an acquisition given we haven't seen him in so long. So it is going to feel like a new look lineup, I think, starting tonight.
Do you think Ward goes, well, you said one against left-handers because it was high on base against lefties, but do you think Donovan stays at the top of the lineup, perhaps two, and move Julio down and move, or do you think Donovan, because he's been out so long, starts at the bottom of the lineup?
I could see him more towards the bottom. I think Cole Young is going to stay where he's at right now against righties because he's just been sizzling. He's been excellent at the top
He's
of the lineup.
He's the MVP of the team for me, Gary.
I mean, man, he really has been – what a step forward he's made this year. And, you know, we know this. He's played every single day, right? He's been in there every day, and they've needed him every day. And especially in this recent stretch, he's just crushing the ball. You know, over 400 batting average, nearly 500 on base with power, you know, a couple triples, a homer along the way. So I see him still at the top of the lineup, and I'm kind of as curious as everyone else to see where Donovan fits in. And I could see him at the bottom, you know, to start, you know, towards the bottom to start things, and then we'll see where it goes as he works his way back.
Of course, Brendan Donovan was the leadoff batter for the first month and a half or so before the injury.
And it was really good.
Yeah, and he was. He was getting on base and was their most consistent guy. Gary Hill Jr., our radio broadcaster for the Mariners, joining us here on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. If you could go back to Luis Castillo, you somewhat alluded to it, but for those that don't know, we see what he does on the mound, but how respected and beloved he was in that clubhouse and why, and what you noticed when you saw them day to day.
Yeah, well, first of all, he's just a really great person. He's a great human being and really fun to be around. He's fun to talk to. You know, he's always in good spirits. And for that rotation, you know, when they were coming up, there was a really young group. He was the veteran, and he was a guy that they really leaned on. And I feel like that wasn't always public, kind of his influence on molding a lot of these guys, but it did make a real difference. And now you look around and Gilbert and Kirby and Wu and Hancock and Miller, they're all veterans. They've been doing it for a long time. But that wasn't the case when Castillo first got here. And he was the head of the rotation, and he was the guy that they kind of followed. So he has made, and we've heard the stories, you know, the last few days coming from different guys and the impact that they've made on him. His impact will be long lasting. It really will, not only for what he's done as a Mariner on the field, but for what he's done for the other guys in the rotation and the leader he's been off the field.
Gary, this weekend, of course, the Mariners at home, and they hosted Tampa Bay Rays over the weekend, and AL East leading Rays. They're celebrating their 50th anniversary of their top 50 players of all time. They're trying to get as many of them to come back that are on that list. This morning, Alex Rodriguez confirmed that he is coming back as one of the top 50 Mariners of all time, which makes sense that he was on that list. What kind of reception do you think Alex Rodriguez is going to get in T-Mobile Park on Saturday?
Well, it's never been a favorable one, but I would like to see it be this time around. Hopefully, I don't know. Do you feel like there's enough? You've been here. Is there enough water under the bridge now that
there's some water, but not quite up to the top of the bridge?
That's the question. I don't know. Is there enough? I mean, truth be told, his run as a Mariner was incredible.
Yes.
He burst onto the scene, and he was an unbelievable player for the Mariners in those first few years. And I know the exit was not pretty going to Texas. We all saw that. But he's clearly one of the top 50 Mariners.
Yes.
I mean, there's no doubt about that.
At such a young age,
10,
too.
Right? At such a young age. I mean, he was putting up 40 home run seasons, 30-plus double seasons, high average. He was doing it all as a young shortstop.
And he was playing like Gold Glove level defense at shortstop.
Oh, he was everything. He was everything. And you think about those Mariner teams and just the firepower they had. You know, I think about that 97 team a lot, and I know they didn't make a run. They were bounced out by Baltimore in the postseason, but you kind of look back at that lineup and, you know, A-Rod in his prime, Griffey in his prime, a 56 home run season, Buhner in his prime, a 40 home run season, Edgar in his prime. That offense was utterly absurd, and they didn't have enough pitching to go along with it. But all those guys in their prime at the same time, just crushing homers all over the place. It was really in a place where it was very easy to hit home runs in the Kingdom, but it was just a remarkable offense and an incredible time. And so I hope he's greeted warmly, but we'll see what happens.
That season you're talking about, Ken Griffey Jr., the 56 home runs to lead the league. Jay Buhner had 40. Paul Sorrento had 31 home runs for that team. He's a forgotten Mariner. Edgar Martinez, you don't think of him as a big home run hitter, had 28 that year for the Mariners, and Rodriguez had 24. You're right about the he batted 300, which is like these days would be put him in the Hall of Fame. He had 300.
Dan Wilson batted like 8th in that lineup. He batted 270 with 15 home runs. It was incredible.
Exactly. That team was 18 games over 500 and won the AL West. The Mariners were packing the Kingdome in those days after that 95 refused to lose season. In 97, they were third in the league in attendance. They drove over 3 million people inside a concrete dome through the summer. That's how good that team was. Yeah, I remember that well, Gary. I was here. I remember that team.
Yeah,
Gary Hill
Jr.
Days
were hard to go in the Kingdom too. Those sunny days.
Oh man!
Well, here we go.
Yeah, you'd walk in going, "This baseball better be good," because it's 80 degrees and sunny out here, and you'd still go in and see a show. That's right. What since we're on the subject of this coming weekend and the 50-year celebration, what are you looking forward to most? Maybe who you might be looking forward to seeing the most? Is it the home run derby? Is it seeing faces and guys you just haven't seen in a while? What are you looking forward to most?
Yeah, I think it's the unique, and this feels like a one-time to see generations of Mariner greats all in the same place at the same time. And for me, it starts with, when I was a little kid, it was like Langston and Alvin Davis for me were like the first Mariner stars, and I just really latched onto them early. And so it's going to go through the ADs and the Mark Langston into, the Griffeys, and as you mentioned, A-Rod and Buhner and that generation, onto a lot of stars now. And of course, Ichiro. And it's just a generation. And you look at the Mariners now as an organization that's 50 years old. And for the first time, it's a generational team. You have a generational fan base. This has now been passed down from grandparents to parents to children. You see generations of fans, and it's going to be fun, I think, to celebrate the generations of players all at the same time. I'm just looking forward to the stories and the memories and just kind of what it represents for the city of Seattle and Mariner baseball fans.
Gary, the AL West has obviously shifted here in the last 2 weeks or so, a week and a half. The 6-game winning streak by the Trash Cans has Houston now in first place. The Rangers had lost 6 in a row to fall out, and now they're tied with the Mariners at 2.5 back. There were reports the Rangers were offering anyone and everyone to trade in Texas yesterday. And we had a Texas beat writer on before that Mariners series saying the next week or so would decide whether they are going to sell, and even if they win, they probably aren't going to be buyers at the deadline because they didn't think this was a World Series team anyway. Do you think it's now Houston or bust for Seattle to run down to win the division? Do you think Texas has faded and they just don't have the pitching? And what might worry you about Houston if they start getting healthier?
Oh, boy. Well, it's hard to predict the AL West, honestly, given what we've seen so far this year. I would not count Texas out at this point because we have seen them capable of rip off a good run of baseball. And at this point, I mean, if you put together a good week and a half, 2 weeks, you're going to be in great position in the division. So I wouldn't count them out, although they have their flaws. The Astros have their flaws as well. I think we can say that the Mariners, out of the division, had the most impact at the deadline, I think. The Astros moves at the deadline. We'll see. I mean, not big moves, certainly. So we'll see how much Varsho helps them in the outfield or not. But they still have pretty significant flaws as well. I think the scariest part of the Astros is they have the American League MVP going right now. And Yordan Alvarez, who's been just a monster. And it feels like he's been almost single-handedly carrying them for a long stretch. His year has been utterly ridiculous. And so whereas he goes, they go. And, of course, he has an injury history as well, but he has stayed pretty healthy for this stretch. But I am starting to look at that series in Houston coming up on this road trip. the weekend series in Houston, a 3-gamer, and the Mariners have dominated the Astros this year. They really have. You think back to that sweep in Houston earlier this year, and Mariners now 7-1 against the Astros this season. That's going to be a huge series coming up. And hopefully the Mariners can set the table for that by winning a couple of series, beating the Tigers in a series, Rays in a series. That won't be easy, but setting the table for that big weekend series would be enormous. And, you know, the Astros are playing great right now, but they're flawed too. So who knows how long this stretch is going to last. I just think it's impossible to predict what's going to happen. It's all up in the air for me.
Gary, you're right to bring up the 7-1 series lead, dominating the Mariners, dominating Houston, because there are no playoffs anymore. If you end up in a tie at the end of the season, it goes to head-to-head, and the Mariners would have that tiebreaker. So they just have to tie Houston and not actually be ahead of them after 162. It's a good point on that. Okay, what are you looking forward to tonight or in this series? There's no Scooble on the mound for Detroit, but yet the Tigers have, sounds like they're going to start a guy who gave the Mariners problems in the ALDS last year. Detroit's somewhat surging here. They're about 5.5 out of a playoff spot, which a lot of teams can say, but from where they were, they've come way back.
Yeah, and you know, it's funny, they traded 2 of their best pitchers, yet Mariners will see their 2 best remaining pitchers. Troy Melton has been, he was really impressive, as you point out, in the playoffs last year. His stuff is really unique, and he's going to go tonight. So, and he's been awesome. His year's been cut short, so he's only had 11 starts, but his ERA is under 2. He's been completely dominant. So the Mariners will have their hands full tonight. And they'll face an old friend coming up in Game 3 of the series in Framber Valdez. So Mariner fans know all about the matchup with him. And, yeah, so and those have gone one or two ways every time. So there's a lot of familiarity there. The Mariners have gotten to him sometimes. They haven't other times. So we'll see what happens. In between, there's a bullpen start. So for me, you got to get the game. You got to get the bullpen game with Wu going on the other side. That's going to be the key. That's a must. And then you try and pick off one of the other 2. Try and get Melton. Try and get Valdez. Because for me, as much as a 9-game winning streak would be great, what they really need to do is stack up series wins.
Yep.
And it wasn't easy against the Twins, but a good start. They got the series. It's a pass-fail test. They won the series, and now try and do the same against the Tigers. And for me, it's the middle game. That's one to get.
That's night game, day game, 3-game series at the Yard in Soto between the Tigers and Mariners. And Gary Hill Jr. will be bringing it all to you on the Mariners Radio Network. Thank you, sir, as always. It's always great to talk to you. Thanks for joining us.
Anytime. We'll chat soon.
Gary Hill Jr. on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. When we come back, Hard Knocks, first episode of Seahawks Training Camp, airs tonight. What the Seahawks are saying about it next on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, welcome back. Greg Bell from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center on the sidelines of training camp's practice fields. The practice will go on this afternoon about 1 o'clock, the 9th practice of camp. The Hard Knocks cameras and boom microphones will be all over it like they have been since day one, really since the OTAs and mini camps in the spring they've been out here. They set up their own compound just outside the gates entering the facility. It's got a couple portable trailers. It's got a bunch of equipment. It's got cranes. Quite a production that NFL Films and HBO puts on for this show. And the first episode of Seahawks Training Camp Hard Knocks will be tonight. It's airing at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific. If you have HBO Max, you can stream it starting at 6 p.m. Pacific. If you have cable on HBO, I'm told you watch it at HBO at 9 o'clock, like the rest of the country, and all the time zones will be showing at HBO in the local markets at 9 p.m. tonight, our time. What do the Seahawks think about this? I wrote a story this morning at the News Tribune. It's up at thenewstribune.com about this. Sam Darnold was asked about Hard Knocks, and he said he likes it. He also likes some aspects of the editing process of Hard Knocks. This is the Seahawks Super Bowl winning quarterback about being on national television starting tonight.
Sam, what's the Hard Knocks experience been like so far?
It's been great. We're loving it. It was funny. It was a talk in the QB room. It was like, who's going to change and who's not when the cameras go on, just in the locker room. And no one's really changed, which I'm proud of. So, it's been fun though. I think after the first 3 or 4 days, you kind of forget the cameras are there, which might be a bad thing. But no, I think, we're all kind of used to it at this point. It was nice to hear that they record, I think, 300 hours of film every single day, and only 1 hour gets used throughout the day. So that was very nice to know that.
As the starting quarterback, you're probably going to be a big focal point of the show. Do you feel like you're more prepared for that now than you would have been maybe a few years ago?
Yeah, I think however you want to look at it, I think I would have been prepared a few years ago, but I think experience and, just being around locker rooms and being a little bit older, I guess, maybe more mature, I think, that can help a little bit with this experience. But it's been great, man, to be able to have the crew around. The crew's awesome, too. Really good people, so it's been awesome to have them around.
And then my last one on Hard Knocks. Who do you feel like, whose personality do you feel like the world is going to learn about that maybe they didn't know about?
Oh, man. Honestly, I think the head coach, the head ball coach, Mike. I think he'll shine bright on Hard Knocks just for people to kind of see his personality and his personality come to life. I think is because he's a great guy. Obviously, we know him. We know who he is as our head coach and as a person. And I think for the entire world to see that is going to be really cool.
That's Sam Darnold talking about the Hard Knocks, the premiere episode tonight. There are episodes every Tuesday from now until September the 1st. This is the first time since the very first Hard Knocks 25 years ago that they've featured a defending Super Bowl champion. The very first one was the 2001 Baltimore Ravens, who were champions. And then for a long time, the league rule was if you made the playoffs the previous year, you weren't going to be on Hard Knocks. You were exempt. And it was only non-playoff teams that were making it. Which explains sometimes why the Dallas Cowboys have been on 3 times. But the Seahawks, recently, a couple years ago, the NFL changed that rule and playoff teams could get in. In fact, the Seahawks are doing it this year, and they've already announced next year the team that they played in the Super Bowl in February, the New England Patriots, will be featured on Hard Knocks in 2027. But this is the first time the Seahawks have ever had the Hard Knocks crew and the NFL Films crew out here. I think Darnold's right about McDonald and the nation learning about him, his self-deprecating nature. They've already put out a trailer that had showing a team meeting in the main auditorium room of Mike McDonald saying, "I'm one of the most boring guys in the history of America."
Oh, I love that. It was perfect, though. It was absolutely perfect for that production. Yeah. And actually, I do believe a lot of these things get overproduced, and you're seeing the real Mike McDonald in that moment.
So the way they do it is that these robotic cameras that are in the main team meeting room, they're in the individual position meeting rooms, and those are areas that the general media can never get in. Beat writers can't get in. Chuck Powell was asking me this morning at 7 o'clock here on KJR about this, And he said, is there going to be things that you revealed that you don't have access to? I said, yes, because there are cameras that we don't have access to. There's also handheld cameras that the men and women of the Hard Knocks NFL crew staff are walking through the locker room of the 90 players to film and record. We're not allowed in the locker room during the preseason because there are 90 players in there. There's temporary lockers down the middle and whatnot. We do go into the locker room once the regular season begins and the roster's cut down to 53 at the end of August. But the access, the places that they can go alone is a curtain pullback that the normal media, TV, radio, and print can never get to. So that's that. I will tell you that the cameras, the boom mics, are following Devin Witherspoon everywhere he goes on the field. When he's bending down to tie his shoe, the boom mic is over his head. They figured out that he chirps and gives everybody a hard time, especially the offensive players during practices, so they stay focused on him. The nation, I think, is going to really get a Devin Witherspoon introduction as well on his personality and how brash he is. I will say this, it tends to be in the Hard Knocks that the first or two episodes are about the stars, and then once viewers get to be familiar with storylines on roster battles and undrafted rookies that are coming out of nowhere, and then you start getting those stories, and then who gets cut at the end of the preseason.
Yeah, that one cut down is so much more machete than it used to be.
Right.
We used to be able to
90
get
to 53.
Exactly. We went to
Used to be
75. Yeah,
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right. That is much different. People ask me all the time, by the way, what's my undrafted rookie who's made a big impression? Aiden Hubbard is a edge rushing linebacker from Northwestern. He's 6'4", 259. He's tall. He's fast. He's lean. He's the prototype in a way, body type and speed wise, and he has showed well so far. Andre Fuller, the undrafted cornerback from Toledo, is 6'1" and 200 pounds. He has had a pretty good camp. Uso Seumalo, a nose tackle at 330 pounds from Kansas State, is someone that they think highly of and want to see, give him every opportunity to make the team because of the depth need at that position. Brandon Peely has been out some practices injured with the incumbent at nose tackle, the true nose tackle that they have on the roster. So Samalo has a chance to make the roster because they do need depth on the defensive line. All my coverage is at thenewstribune.com. If you want to go there, you can subscribe for 99 cents for 6 months. Not per month, but total. Less than $1 for 6 months at thenewstribune.com.
I do like that promotion, by the way. As someone who gets prompted to pay for everything these days, 99 cents for six months, you said?
It was 12 months a couple weeks ago, and I can't find that deal. I'm trying to give it to my friends, but a couple of my wife's friends saw it and jumped all over it.
Yeah.
But 99 cents for 6 months isn't too bad either.
Yeah, I think I do $2 for the year, too.
Exactly. Go to thenewstribune.com. You can get all our Seahawks coverage and Puget Sound and prep news and state capital news and all of that. Up next, Noah Igbenogany, the veteran defensive back with a really interesting backstory and a very true allegiance to Dan Quinn, the former Seahawks defensive coordinator, now the head coach of the Washington Commanders. I'll sit down next with Noah Igbenogany from Seahawks Training Camp Live on 93.3 KJR FM.
your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for joining us at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center for the Seahawks' 9th practice and training camp. Headlines are brought to you by Frost Brewed, Coors Light, Choose Chill. Seahawks day 8 of training camp yesterday. Biggest and best day yet for rookie safety Bud Clark. First team defense as the deep safety next to Julian Love, an 11-on-11, and also in the Nicky Manwari hybrid linebacker role. Mike McDonald said he's trying to give him everything and anything he can handle, just like he did with Nicky Manwari last year. Of course, Manwari is on the physically unable to perform list. McDonald said he's trending positively in his recovery and rehab from that, but still no timetable on when he can return to Seahawks. I'm told expect him to play in the opener September 9th against New England. Potentially some bad news for the team on Robbie Oots is coming up. Mike McDonald said we're going to have news sooner than later. Of course, he's missed the last 2 practices, and, of course, he missed the last 2 games of last season with a neck issue, so there might be some bad news on Robbie Oots coming down the pike. First episode of Seahawks Training Camp Hard Knocks tonight, 6 p.m. if you have HBO Max to stream it, 9 p.m. our time if you have HBO cable TV. A story up at thenewstribune.com of what Sam Darnold, Mike McDonald, and more are saying about the Seahawks' first-ever appearance on Hard Knocks. The Mariners host the Tigers in a 3-game set that begins tonight. The Yard and Soto. Emerson Hancock against what was to have been Tarek Skubal's spot in the Tigers' rotation. Of course, he got traded to the Dodgers, so he's starting for L.A. against the Cubs tonight. Troy Melton, you heard Gary Hill Jr. about 20 minutes ago or so talking about Emerson Hancock against Troy Melton. Troy Melton has an ERA under 2 for Detroit in 11 starts this year. The one move the Mariners made yesterday on trade deadline day was Baltimore trading to get Baltimore outfielder Taylor Ward, right-handed hitter who gets on base. Gary Hill Jr. told us he thinks he's going to be at the top of the lineup, perhaps against left-handed pitching, even the leadoff guy. The Mariners gave up Alex Hoppe and 2 minor leaguers not on their top prospect list to get Taylor Ward, who's 32 years old, had a 36 home run year last year with the Angels, only 7 home runs this year as he become an on-base guy for Baltimore. Mariners manager General Manager Justin Hollander told the team's flagship radio station Luke Raley is likely out for the season injured. That's another reason they went and got Taylor Ward. Mariners 3 games under 500, 2.5 games out of first place in the AL West. They're off to the 3-game series tonight, and then they have a 3-game series this weekend at home against Tampa Bay. The Storm lost their 8th straight game at the New York Liberty yesterday. Also in the NFL, the Atlanta Falcons signed running back Bijan Robinson to a 3-year, $75 million contract extension that resets the market at that position. 2-time Pro Bowl receiver Zay Flowers has agreed to a Baltimore Ravens deal of 4 years, $140 million, $108 million guaranteed, his agency Win Sports Group told ESPN. That's the 4th highest annual average value for a wide receiver now. Zay Flowers is tied with Justin Jefferson at $35 million.
That's pretty solid. Pretty solid.
Yes.
Yeah,
that'll work. Here at Seahawks Training Camp, we'll give you a chance to win $1,000 every weekday, 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. We gave you a preview of what this hour's word is. It is bank, B-A-N-K. Not last hour, it was green. This is bank, B-A-N-K. Ended that at 93.3 KJR.com. Your chance to win our Bonus Bucks contest sponsored by Bellevue Rare Coins with 4 locations in the Puget Sound area. Here at training camp, Noah Igbenogany is a veteran safety, a former first-round draft pick of the Miami Dolphins. He has also played for the Dallas Cowboys, where defensive coordinator then was Dan Quinn, the former Seahawks defensive coordinator. Then Dan Quinn, when he became the head coach of the Washington Commanders, signed Igbenogany to be the Commanders' starter at cornerback. 10 starts his first year in 2024 with
certainly up
Washington.
Those reps, yeah.
And then last year he was the final of 2 seasons with Washington. He plays nickel. He's been doing that in training camp here. We sat down and talked to Noah Igbenogany. This is him live on 93, tape from yesterday on 93.3 KJR FM. Back here at Seahawks training camp at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Greg Bell, Jessamine McIntyre with you on 93.3 KJR FM. And we're joined by new Seahawks cornerback, but not new to the NFL cornerback, Noah Igbenogany, sitting down with us at training camp. Hello, sir.
Hey, how you doing?
Well, sir, thank you for joining us. And you've been to Miami, you've been to Dallas, you've been to Washington, now Seattle. How does this compare? What's different or the same, or what's unique about the Seahawks environment compared to others you've been in?
I mean, of course, it's a championship environment. I've been to other places where they've won as well in the past, but This is my first time I've been on the team, and they won like the year before. And just being here so far, of course, I've seen the championship mentality, the championship detail, and just how we practice, how we go about our meetings, how we go about like walkthroughs, and just this training camp, it's been different. Ever since I got here in the off season, it's been different. Honestly, how we did off season training was different, and there was more intention in everything we were doing. And I love it here, honestly. And it's a blessing to be here. I'm glad to be here just to be part of this team. I'm honored to be on this team, honestly. And so I'm ready to see, what happens. So, yeah.
How does that intent show up? When Mike McDonald talks a lot about empowering the players and involving them in the process, and what's different about the intent you're talking about here?
I would say it's like laser focus, like everything, there's an intention in every single call we're doing. There's a focus for a player for every single thing he's doing. And I feel like they don't take like distraction well here. I feel like if you want to play a lot, if you have to play well, you have to be focused, especially for this defense. And that's why this team was so successful, is because of those things. And it takes that, honestly. And so that I would say that's the main thing, yeah.
I'm assuming you've done them already, the walk and talks that Mike McDonald talked.
Yeah,
Can you tell the listeners who don't understand, what is that? Coaches taking a small group of players?
Yeah.
What kind of players have you mixed with and gotten to know that you normally wouldn't know? And what are those walk and talks? What have you learned about other players and yourself about that?
Basically, they break the whole team down in like groups, probably like 15 groups, I would say. It's probably less or more. And we all like go to a certain part of the facility, and we all get together. It's not just defense or not just offense. You could be meeting with an equipment manager. You just you don't know. Someone you may not even talk to on a day-to-day basis. And for me, I've never done anything like that. And I don't know if they were doing it last year. I'm pretty sure they were. But stuff like that, that's why, like when you get in those big games, big situations, everyone knows each other. Like you get to the sideline, the team clinician is talking, who I met. I met him before, but this is the first time I actually heard him talk for like a long period of time. And like, he's one of those guys that's going to be on the sideline when you're in the game. You have a good play, and he's celebrating you like him. You know what I'm saying? Like, but before, it might not be that. When I was other places, I really didn't get that. And so I'm very encouraged. We did it yesterday, and not yesterday, 2 days ago, and I was very encouraged. It's just meeting people I haven't met before, and there's rookies in there as well, and the questions they ask, with that is very intentional as well. And so I feel like with the rookie I had in there, it's a rookie receiver, and I truly believe the questions I was answering probably helped him, and where he's at in his career right now, and just being able to look back and stuff like that. So, yeah.
What did they ask you, or what have you shared?
Just like
anything in particular.
Like one question, like, what's the hardest thing about being in the league, being in the NFL? And for me, I would say it's the constant competition and the constant, I literally said, this was my answer. I was like, everyone in this group, player wise, we probably all was like the top player wherever we came from. Right. But the league is not like that anymore. And you kind of have to start over in a way, just like from high school to college, that transition, there's a whole nother transition when you get to the league. And it took me time to figure my way out. And I truly believe now I'm at the point where I've kind of figured it out now. But before, it took me time, man. It really did. And so just explaining that whole process, I truly believe it probably did help that rookie out. And what I basically told him was like, now, because everyone's so talented, because, the competition is a level playing field now, it's more so about, okay, my sleeping habits, my recovery habits, my eating habits, stuff like that in college you can get away with. In the NFL, those are the separators. It could be that little, one play, 2 plays, and that's all it takes sometimes, and just because I got an hour sleep more than you did, you just never know. Like, it could be that one play of mental fatigue, or that one lasp of it, and the difference between making a play and not making a play. And so that's basically what I said, and I'm pretty sure it helped those guys. So yeah.
Spoken like a 26-year-old man instead of a 21, 22-year-old
yeah, of course, yeah.
player in the NFL.
Yeah.
Noah Igbenogany, the cornerback, was the first-round draft pick of the Miami Dolphins in 2020. He played 3 seasons for Miami. He played 1 season for Dan Quinn as a defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, and then the Washington Commanders 2024-25 when Dan Quinn became the head coach. Yeah. That's his NFL journey. Noah Igbenogany came from Auburn University in Alabama in the SEC, and you're something you've been doing since training camp is being a kick returner. You did that at Auburn, too.
Yeah.
But you were a wide receiver when you arrived at Auburn?
Yeah, I was.
When did they convert you to corner?
My first year. So, like in a little spring training period, I would say that's when that first year I was really just a special teams player, playing like the corner on punt return, and I was kind of really good at that, and it was just really, you just had to run down there with them. And so I was really good at that, but still I had never played like, corner before that at all, defense at all. In that offseason, I think we had Carlton Davis, who's, with the Patriots now and who's had an amazing career. And he left that year, and they needed some help at the cornerback position. And they asked me, and, I did it. So, yeah.
And you ever since? You didn't play receiver at all? It was
at all, ever since. I mean, of course, that there was like, I was going to play both, like, Travis Hunter done it, but I just went ahead and, stuck the corner. So.
And your parents were both track and field and represented Nigeria in the Olympics.
Yep.
Her father Festus was a triple jumper at the '96 Atlanta Olympics for Nigeria. His mother Faith, a 4x4 100-meter relay member for the Nigerian team at the 1992 Barcelona Games. You were track, long jump, and triple jump at Auburn as well.
Yes.
What was that like as an SEC athlete? I mean, SEC track and football are pretty high level.
Yeah.
How did your days structure? How did did the seasons overlap at all? The training, did you not train as much in football because you were in track and field? How did you balance all of that?
So like, as soon as the season was over with, that's basically when track was picking up. As soon as football season, so it didn't really intertwine with each other too much, I would say. But like honestly, during the spring period, I wasn't really with the football team at all. I was really just all track, and I learned real quick that track is different, in SEC wise. And so if I'm going to fully be into this thing, like, and be like good at it, at least I still did pretty good, honestly, but to be where I want to be, which is, great at everything I do, I knew I was going to have to either choose one, and so I ended up doing it both years. I did in the last year. I went to the draft after that, so I didn't get to do it. But I'm glad I did it, honestly, but it really showed me how much, it takes to be successful at that level. And there's no telling how much it takes, and that's what football and all these other sports as well, at a professional level as well. SEC is basically, I feel like it's now professional wise and track and field wise. So yeah, it was interesting. It was fun. Yeah.
And you're not that old, but you 9 years ago at Auburn, you went when you had to go to school too.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
How did you balance all of that with staying eligible and doing your studies? And
I just, my parents, they migrated from over here, and they were, my mom, for instance, both of them, they were doing nursing school at the same time doing track as well.
Wow.
So my sister's in nursing school now, and she tells me how hard it is, and she's not doing track right now, and she says how hard it is now. So, all kudos to my mom. I can't even believe how she did it, but that just shows you, like where I come from and like what's inside of us and this bloodline, and that's how I was able to get through all of that, and so because those are my parents and what they did, is the reason I'm here now. So yeah.
Do you go back to Nigeria and see family?
I haven't been back since I was like 4. So I plan to go back one day. Yeah,
okay.
I do, yeah.
So you don't remember it, or you're too young to remember?
I remember being hot. That's about it. Yeah.
Noah Igbenogany, the new Seahawks cornerback, signed from 2 years from the Washington Commanders, joining us here from Seahawks training camp on 93.3 KJR. Tell us about Dan Quinn.
Mm-hmm.
The impact he had on you in Dallas. Yeah. I'm assuming he's the one instrumental in getting you to Washington because of your time with Dallas. Mm-hmm. What do you think of Dan Quinn, and what can you tell us?
Oh, man, I have so much respect for Dan Quinn. I literally probably wouldn't be sitting in this seat without him. Like I said, I transitioned to playing corner late, especially in college. And so coming into the league, yes, I went first round. I was 20 years old, but there was still like all I really did in college was really just like press man and stuff like that. But even I still didn't even know too much about that coming into the league. So there was a lot of learning and developing. I literally had to start all over with the mindset I had of defense and what all of it was. And when I got to Dallas, that fourth year, when I got traded that third or fourth year, there were things I learned there that I hadn't even learned at all. Like that probably most corners probably learn in high school. I didn't learn till then. And so just basic stuff like how to, not saying I wasn't taught properly in Miami, I was, but like that was a different scheme and it required different techniques. And when I got to Dallas, it required a different type of techniques. And those techniques I had never really did before, as far as just playing off coverage the right way, not just simply backpedaling, but reading my keys and stuff like that. And I had never played nickel, and that was something there where I was practicing it. I was just a practice player that year. Honestly, I didn't really play that much when I got there in Dallas. And and then it translated after that to that season. And Dan Quinn went to Washington, and I got an opportunity to go there, and I had a really great year that year just playing nickel. But again, that was my first year ever playing slot, and so there was a lot of just new things I just didn't know before. And came back a year ago last year and did slot and played outside as well. And so, but what Dan and his coaching staff taught me, it was so much, man. It was so much detail and about defense itself, about the proper mentality it takes to play defense in this NFL. And I feel like this defense and Dan Quinn's defense kind of really does like mesh with each other as far as like mentality goes. Of course, it's not the same, install wise and stuff like that, but I feel like that's a reason why, the Seahawks wanted me, honestly, is because I come from that background.
Right.
And, so all kudos to Dan Quinn. I literally would not be here without him. So, yeah, I have so much respect for him. So, yeah.
I'm here with you.
Former Seahawks defensive coordinator Justin McIntyre knows all about Dan Quinn.
He's got a lot of fans here in Seattle. I remember when he came out here after they won that Super Bowl, I took him to a Mariner game, and people were coming up to him and dapping him up and everything, and he didn't understand why. And I'm like, dude, coach, you just won the Super Bowl. He's got that humility. I'm just so glad that you learned so much from him, because he's not only a great coach, a fantastic coach, but a really good person.
Yeah, he is.
Dan Quinn Dan Quinn took Noah Igbenogany from 8% of defensive snaps, like you said, mostly special teams in Dallas in 2023, to 76% of snaps playing in nickel. Of course, we know nickel in the NFL and how prevalent it is. Yeah. The game comes at you faster there now. What's the trick? What is the key to playing nickel versus outside corner and switching your game from the two positions?
Nickel is a lot of now you're in the box. You're like another linebacker. So with linebackers, what I had learned is, they're always reading their keys. You have to read run pass now. At corner, you do have to read run pass at times, but more so you're on an island. You have one or two guys or something that you're reading. But at nickel, you really have to know the whole defense, what somebody else is doing. And, there's a lot of people who's like leaning on you to know your job so they can do their job the right way. With the corner, you can kind of like be, by yourself, and somebody else's job may not be, literally connected to yours, I would say. But nickel, like you're in the box, like you're reading run plays, pass plays, and you have different responsibilities and it determines the call, right? And so it's a lot of mental strain, I would say, at nickel, and to be able to play it at a high level, this team we have Witherspoon and the stuff he's able to do. Just to say something about him, like literally last year, like I remember where there was one team we were preparing against, and I saw one play on film, and he like blitzed, and then just took off and tackled the tight end like on the opposite side of the field. And I remember watching that when we were going into meetings, and I literally came out that meeting. I was like, man, I need to play like that. There's so much inspiration, and so like all respect to him. I don't even have to say that, but I have so much respect.
Have you told him that?
I haven't even told him that, honestly. But I have so much respect for that dude, and he literally changed the way like I saw like how I needed to play, because I saw him and I was like, man, like I need to run to the ball like that. I need to change the way how my effort is. And it wasn't like I wasn't even comparing myself with him. It was just like, man, like that's how you're supposed to play this thing. And that's why he has all the success he has. So I have so much respect for him. So
that's Noah Igbenogany, an 8th-year NFL veteran, talking about the 4th-year veteran, Devin Witherspoon, on the 6th. You're playing both here in training camp. I noticed you at nickel as well. How Mike McDonald's system makes multiplicity and the different versatilities. How much of a challenge is that? And even the one-word calls right before the snap when you jump maybe into a different alignment. How different is that for you this season?
It's interesting, but it's not something I haven't done before, honestly. And so I feel like being in Dan Quinn's system, it's like a perfect gel. Like it's like I'm becoming like who I'm supposed to be in this defense. Like it's like I'm so comfortable here, and it's weird, honestly. It's like I'm becoming one with the calls. It's not like an outward thing to me. Yes, I study a lot, but it's something I've been doing. I picked up my whole routine for years now, so it's like it's nothing to me now. But like when the defense actually starts to become like a part of you, and not just you like knowing the calls, that's when it becomes something else. That's when you start playing a little differently. recently, and that's why I feel like I've been doing so well recently. And so, of course, I'm not where I want to be yet. I have to continue just to grow and mature as well. But so far, like, this defense is everything to me. And so, yeah.
It's a crowded defensive backfield. Your goals for this season, sir, what are they?
My goals is to me is I just want to maximize my potential. I truly believe you told me you know who my parents are and what they did, and so I believe I'm here for a reason. I have a purpose. I believe God gave me gifts, and He wants me to use them. And so I plan to just maximize those gifts, and whatever happens after that is whatever happens with. So yeah, I'm excited.
Noah Igbenogany, welcome to Seattle. We appreciate you sitting down with us on KJR. All the best to you and your
Thank you. You too, man.
Thanks a lot, sir. When we come back, your chance to be a part of the show, 49451 on the Tacoma Dodge text line at Seahawks Training Camp on 93.3 KJR FM. All right, welcome back. Greg Bell and Jessamine McIntyre with you live on 93.3 KJR FM from Seahawks training camp in Renton, day 9, practice number 9. Full fanfare today. They're already setting up for the fans right out in front of me. They got the Chick-fil-A cow in a Seahawks 12 jersey. That's kind of an odd scene.
Well, Chick-fil-A is pretty present out here these days.
Yes, they are.
Yes.
If you missed our... Go ahead.
I was going to just ask you what the crowd looks like, because we talked about how it had waned in the past, and if it's as prevalent as it was after the Seahawks hit their stride 10, 12 years ago.
It hasn't spiked like you might think a Super Bowl champion team would get more people out here. 5, 6, well, right before the pandemic, they were goal line to goal line every day on the grass berm.
Well, a lot of things have changed that don't have
Correct.
to do with the Seahawks, yeah.
Correct. And society's changed. And not to mention, many of these practices are smack in the middle of a weekday afternoon. People have jobs and such. So, no, they're not like standing room when we can't get in, sold out. They haven't been sold out, per se. Like, they won't let any more people in for a long time. And many summers that I can remember. But, yeah, there used to be more people than there used to be now. But, yeah, things have changed. If you missed our interview with Noah Igbenogany, the veteran cornerback with an interesting background, his parents both Olympians for the Nigerian track team in the 90s, his own track background, his love for Dan Quinn, who brought him first to Dallas when Quinn was a defensive coordinator, then to Washington when Quinn became the head coach of the Commanders, made him a starter in the NFL. And he flat out said to us, you heard it in the last segment, he wouldn't be here in Seahawks training camp in his 8th NFL season if not for Dan Quinn. If you missed that interview, go to 933kjr.com. Jessamine will have the Greg Bell Show podcast up after the show ends here at noon. And you can go to the iHeartRadio app, download it for free if you haven't already done it. Go to 933KJR. You know what the music means, a chance to be a part of the show on our text line, 49451, the Tacoma Dodge text line.
Yeah, and we have a lot of different opinions. We have some people really loving the interview that you did with Noah. Great interview. Wow, that was interesting. What an interesting background. And also, hi, Jessamine and Greg. So that coming in from the 208, I believe, is Idaho.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, but let's go back to the Mariners. 253 says, Mariners in a free fall. Losing your leading HR guy, home run guy, in really for the season, and now you have Taylor Ward and his monster 7 home runs in the lineup. The lineup is still trash, according to the 253. I don't think
Taylor Ward had 61 home runs over 2 seasons with the Angels when he was their right fielder, and now he's become an on-base guy who walks more. He was a strikeout home run guy for many years.
Yes.
Now he's an on-base guy.
Right.
Who only has 7 home runs. So, yes.
Which is also something that this Mariners team needs. They need that.
Frankly, they don't need another home run guy. This team already just tries to win games with home runs.
Exactly.
They need dudes to get on base and make defenses have to play you instead of just home runs. I mean, frankly, defenses don't have to play the Mariners all that much. They don't have hit and runs to deal with. They don't have to put a ball in play when there's runners on base because the Mariners are trying to hit home runs all the time. So the Mariners score runs. The fielders don't do anything. They just watch the ball go over the fence or they watch them ground out and fly out. I mean, there's no intricacies of, like I said, base runners putting a stress on a defense. So the stolen base isn't often in play with this team. They don't do hit and runs. They don't bunt. They don't stress a defense. But if you got a guy with an on base of 400 plus 414, I think it is, against left-handed pitching.
Yeah.
That's the one area that has crushed the Mariners. Left-handed pitching.
Right.
And the right-handed bats. We've seen enough of Rob Refsnyder, so now that's why they got Taylor Ward. But we'll see. And the lineup isn't going to get better overnight until Cal Raleigh and Julio Rodriguez and Josh Naylor and all of those guys perform. That's just a fact. And Taylor Ward's not going to change that.
Yeah, and I don't think that any of us thought that move would be the game changer, but it's not something bad. It is something that they do need. And, I mean, what were they going to do at the trade deadline this year that would give them more than what the talent they have in that clubhouse is capable of doing?
Yeah.
We know they're capable.
They would have had to have traded Kirby and or Hancock to get a massive bat that would change the lineup by himself.
And I'm glad they didn't. And I'm glad they didn't.
Yeah, and they really solved to me, they solved their rotation problem and helped their bullpen by trading Castillo. Now you can have an extra guy in the bullpen. We've talked about the 6 starting pitchers, meaning they have 1 fewer bullpen arm, and 3 of those bullpen arms have been AAA guys. Well, now you have a major league bullpen guy who makes $20 million, and now your new setup guy. So they got better. Is it good enough? Not until the rest of the lineup and team plays better.
Yeah, this coming in from Marcus, who hails from the 206. That person doesn't know baseball. This lineup is great now, especially if Cal and Julio can go back to normal.
I don't know if great. They got to quit trying to hit home runs.
They just have the potential. They do. I mean, the talent is there, and we've seen it time after time when we see the sparks of it. But, yeah, a little more small ball probably could help them out.
253 says, Greg, you said the Mariners don't need another home run guy. Who is their home run guy they have? All of them think they are, and that's the problem. Yeah. They're not hitting home runs generally. But Canzone was on a hot streak for a little while. It was Randy Rosarina early in the season, Luke Raley early in the season. Cole Young has been some, but they don't have a consistent home run, even 20, 30 home run guy. That's the point. They all try to hit home runs and no one's doing it.
Right.
So why not get an on-base guy and try that for a while? Bring up Ryan Bliss while you're at it.
I mean, we'll see.
Ryan Bliss has been playing center field for AAA Tacoma recently. I'm not sure what the thinking is there. They got enough outfielders in Seattle, and now they just added another one in Taylor Ward. But more Ryan Bliss, please. Bring him up. Make defenses have to play you. Make him a pinch run if you have to. Not going to start him. I mean, we've seen enough of the lineup as the way it's been constructed, so I think Taylor Ward's going to help. But I don't think until the rest of the guys hit, I don't think they're going to go anywhere.
He's a piece of the puzzle, but he's not the final one that you're looking for when it comes to. Have you done puzzles, Greg? And like 1,000-piece puzzles? And there's that one?
Yeah, it drives you nuts.
Yes, exactly. And then, the dog ate it or something, and you can't find it. Now, he's not that guy, but he could be a very substantial part of this lineup.
425, thanks for the great interviews. Picking athletes with interesting stories and not just cliche machines. Terry from Redmond. Thanks, Terry.
I do like that quite a bit. This coming from Keith. Does Greg have any tricks up his sleeve for the Hard Knock cameras? Maybe a magic trick, juggling exhibit, snap up some screen time?
No performances, Keith. I'm not looking forward to being. I'm not going to be on there.
Oh,
I don't expect. No. I saw King 5 when I'm on with Chris Egan and Paul Sylvie. They were telling me that they voted me the most likely beat writer to be on Hard Knocks because of my questions, eliciting answers that would be airable, like Mike McDonald saying, I don't know if he's even where he's going to start the opener or not. But that's not. I'm not doing that for performance.
No, you're doing it for your job. Yes.
So I'm not.
You're a journalist.
I'm not intending to be on the show, and there's nothing out here that anyone would put a camera on me. That's for sure. That's not going to drive ratings.
I ended up on camera for the college football part of it because Mike Leach was the coach at the time.
Yeah.
And I ended up on there, and it was my halftime interview. And it was very overwhelming where I'm used to just chasing Mike Leach, but there were so many cameras that were just blocking him from being able to run from me that I did get like my first, oh my gosh, we're walking and I'm interviewing you. And so the interview was good because I got to actually walk quickly instead of sprinting after him.
We're going to do a show coming up, Jessamine, where you just tell Mike Leach stories.
Ooh. There's so many.
I know.
There's just so many.
You've told me some of them. Some of them we can't air, but most of them we can.
Yeah. There are probably more non-airworthy ones than on-airworthy ones, but I can tell some really good ones from my own personal experience.
Yeah, we're going to have to do that sometime soon. 360, did Luis Castillo refuse to go to the bullpen? I don't think he was asked, from what I've gathered. Why trade him to add a mid-bullpen arm? Well, again, math is part of the reason you trade him. Both math and the money that he owed. Yeah, it says they were only trying to save money, not improve the team. they were trying to save money, and that's how Jerry DiPoto keeps his job, because that's what John Stanton and the investors and the Mariners love, the Coners and the Mariners love. But I think they got better just by fixing that six-man rotation issue, as I mentioned. The math and allowing now a veteran reliever to come in, which they needed, and now they have an extra bullpen arm instead of 6 starters. I think that helps them. We'll see. My opinion is it helped. It was a good move that you had to fix. And the whole reason we talked about, the whole reason they had a 6-man rotation is to trade Castillo, to keep him showcased so that he was tradable. The White Sox would not have picked up his contract and traded for him if he was in the bullpen. He was a starter, and then they traded for a starter, so he went right into their rotation. He'll start in Boston on Thursday, as Scott Merkin told us yesterday. Been a lot of 206. Been a lot of comparisons between the dark side and the yellow B. Dark side, of course, the current defense. The yellow B, the previous Super Bowl iterations. For me, I would still pick the Legion of Boom because everyone knew what they were doing and still had no answers. It's more of a guessing game for the offense against Coach McDonald's defense. That is true. There is a lot more subterfuge and confusion of the offense done by McDonald, changing his alignments and calls right at the snap than there was with Pete Carroll. It was 4-3, cover 3. Here we go. We're not changing. Our Jimmys and Joes are better than your X's and O's. We've talked about this many times, and it worked until the rest of the league caught up with them. It worked.
We have a late incoming talk back that is relevant.
So what did Taylor Ward really bring to this team? Yeah, you got a guy that gets on base. That's awesome. That you need guys that hit the ball to move them around those bases. And you've got, 2 guys hitting over 260 on this squad, maybe 3. Not going to see much of an impact there. And again, same old Mariners. No big splash moves, no big names. What's new? What isn't?
425 echoes that, saying mediocre trades by a mediocre team.
I mean, that's how people feel right now.
253 asks, is this the first season of Hard Knocks where the cut down is from 90 to 53 in one shot? No, that first changed I think it was 2023.
Yeah, it was a while ago.
Was the first year that rule changed. They used to have a 75 intermediate cut mid or late August, and then 75 down to 53. Now it's 90 to 53. Over 1,100 players become available at one time. On August 30th, cut down day, 1,100 players in the league become available at one time, and Hard Knocks has chronicled that for at least the last 3 years. But good question and good context. Hard Knocks' first episode of Seahawks training camp will air live on HBO Max if you have streaming at 6 o'clock tonight. If you have HBO cable, like some Neanderthals like Ian Furness and I are, you can watch it at 9 p.m. on all time zones across the country. Up next, Ian Furness is right across from me here at the edge of the Seahawks practice field, tells us what's on his show on 93.3 KJR FM. down. The podcast page is up there. Or you can go to the iHeartRadio app, download it for free, 93.3 KJR. You can also find the Ian Furness Show on those pages, and he joins me here from the Seahawks facility with it's filling up with fans. Again, you're right. It is a different deal when the fans are
very
there.
Different deal.
A little more noise and traffic and
a lot going on. A lot going on. It's I heard your thing last segment about the cut down days. I remember those days, the 75.
Yeah.
And now, remember Pete was. Remember how outspoken Pete was about that. He was so like, why are we doing this? Because
he wanted 90. All
he
the way
wanted
through the
90,
end.
and I think most coaches did. He was the one guy that really kind of said it. He didn't care, and he was right. Like especially, and nowadays, I mean, nobody playing in the first preseason game, two maybe. Makes no sense. I think that was his biggest thing. Is like
exactly.
By the time we get to the fourth preseason game, because there were still 4 back then, like I don't have guys to play that I want to play.
Right.
You know, and yet the owners want to have that fourth preseason game because they put money in their pockets. So, but yeah.
We're going to go down to 2 soon. It's going to be 18 regular season games and 2 preseason games. That's coming. What will the players make the owners give up in order to do that? I say it should be grass fields. There are other things you could make in the CBA.
So the earliest that though could happen is when 28, right? Because they've already had the schedule. There's something that came out with the schedule in 2027. Not the schedule, but
the scheduled the Super Bowl date.
That's right. Yeah.
They set the Super Bowl date.
That's what it was. Yeah.
Which triggers
right.
the whole schedule, and they can't have an 18th game in the season with the Super Bowl date set. There is
so that would be 2028. Would be
right, and
first.
2030 is when the CBA ends. But the NFL holds an option to renegotiate this CBA based on new media rights deals that they have that option to, and there are mechanisms for them to go to the players before 2030. Is what I'm trying to say.
I wonder, Greg, if you don't get in front of that CBA situation. With that being said, with the 18 game schedule and all that, and everything else involved, as you mentioned. Get in front of that sooner than later, and here's why. You're going to watch another league go in a lockout, strike, whatever they want to call it next year. It might be a lockout, it might be strike. Who knows what it is with MLB. I mean, I think we all believe that's inevitable, right? So get in front of this thing, man.
Yep.
Keep your status as the juggernaut. I mean, the NHL got it done early. The NBA got it done early. If football gets it done early, it just makes baseball look as dumb as ever, which that's how baseball is. They're just stupid.
It is. Baseball is about to immobilize itself.
God, they're just the dumbest league in the world.
They've done it before. They canceled a World Series.
You know, baseball just says thank God for the WNBA. Otherwise, we would be the dumbest people on the planet. But
on the field yesterday, I wanted to say, what did you think of Bud Clark getting the Nick Eamon-Worry treatment right away? The fire hose, learn it as you go.
Yeah, I think makes sense to do it now.
See what he can handle.
He just body-wise, I can't see him being there.
Yeah.
Right? Doesn't make sense. But what's up, Norm?
What do you get today?
We are going to check in. I believe Charles Cross will join us early. Do a little hard knocks conversation. I got a little rundown in my pocket that we'll go through at some point. Give away some cornhole stuff.
Oh.
Let's see what else. Joe Sheehan also joining us, and John Lund today. So yeah, busy show.
John Lund. Man, the Giants in the San Francisco media right now. Even their flagship radio station doesn't like him.
Yeah.
Ian's up next from Seahawks training camp. Jessamyn McIntyre, thanks. Back at the studio. Greg Bell and Jessamyn will be back tomorrow. Thanks for listening. Ian's up next on 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
All right, headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. M's didn't make any more moves after we went off the air yesterday, so they had Taylor Ward and Sir Anthony Lancelot, whatever his name is, the relief pitcher. Oh, man. They started a series with the Tigers tonight. Scuba was supposed to pitch for Detroit. This would have been his spot in the rotation. He's with the Dodgers now, though, so that's good news for Seattle.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sweet. Forgot about that.
Seahawks back on the field here in just a few minutes. They've got fans back in attendance today. We believe they're going to be in full pads as well. So that's coming up here shortly. Stand by for that. We're expected to talk to Charles Cross, I do believe, here in just a few minutes. So stand by for that as well. Hard Knocks debuts tonight on HBO Max. Bijan Robinson signed a 3-year extension worth up to, how about this, $75 million with the Falcons. That'll make him the highest paid running back in NFL history. Worth it? Worth it, Anders?
Yeah, he's the best running back in the league, I think.
He's a beast.
He's such a beast.
An absolute beast.
Yeah.
Save Flowers, wide receiver. He's got a 4-year, $140 million deal. He ain't worth it.
No, I was going to say, that's a no for me.
That's a negative. That's a negative right there.
He's not
man.
a top 5 receiver in the league, but he's paid like it.
Yeah. He's top 5 in drops. He's top 5 in drops. I can
Did
tell
you have him
that.
on your fantasy team? I'm sensing a little bit of.
How would you know that? How would you know that? All right.
It sounds a little too close to home.
Yeah. Young fan here doesn't want to be here. I can tell you that right
okay.
now. Oh, I hope you sit right next to us. Perfect. Awesome. This is great. Storm lose the New York Liberty 95-83. They've lost 75,000 in a row now. Will never win again. They dropped to 6-26 on the season. I flipped it on to Richard L. Fain and Alyssa Charleston last night, and it was a 3-point game. And honest to God, that was the start of an 18-0 run. I kid you not.
Wow.
It was like,
so you're to blame, huh?
Well, I think they're tanking. If I'm being honest.
Tank for Juju Watkins. I'm down.
I thought because they're within 3, and she had Coach Sonia. She had her best players on the bench.
Yeah.
Like, all of her best players are on the bench. I'm like, are we? You know, and you know what? Listen, you're 6-26 now, 6-27, whatever it is, 6-25 at the time.
Go get Juju Watkins.
You should be tanking.
You should absolutely be tanking.
You get Juju, and you're going to be pretty good.
Yeah.
They're going to be good.
Yeah.
They're going to be good.
Yeah.
I joke about them losing 75,000 in a row. They've only lost 9 in a row. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you the bonus bucks presented by Bellevue Rare Coins. Your chance at $1,000. Listen each weekday, every hour between 6A and 6P. For the nationwide keyword, enter on our website at 93.3kjr.com. This hour's word is fun. Let's go.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3, KJR FM.
God. All right, welcome in.
Off the rip? What's going on?
Did you hear the kid screaming?
Yeah.
I got a kid that just is losing his mind right now. Like, I don't know.
We actually don't hear it, so.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
It's only my head that'll ache. I don't mind screaming kids. It's part of life. They yell. You know that.
Oh, yes.
I do believe.
Oh, yes.
I think that happens.
A teething 5-month-old? Yes, I am used to it.
Oh, well, this little monster ain't 5. He's old enough not to be doing this.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Teething, no fun.
No.
Yeah. Can I interest you in some Chambers Bay bourbon and a little swab?
Oh, I would love that personally.
Yeah. I think those days have passed.
Yeah.
I'm sure that I hear stories with what my mom did back in the day.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, I mean,
some bourbon on a binky, good to go.
Bourbon on a binky, buddy. There's nothing wrong with. You know what? First of all, if you're going to do that, acquire get good taste, right? Just acquire the good. And have the good stuff.
Sure.
Like none of this Seagrams and 7 or nothing like that. Like go out there and get yourself some good stuff. Like our friends at Chambers Bay Distillery, man. I'll take care of you.
There you go.
Bourbon on the binky. Hell, I could take a bourbon on the binky right now and be damn happy with it. I'd be damn happy with that along the way. We believe we're going to hear from Charles Cross here in a little bit. Looking forward to that. Let's see what else we got going on today. Well, Joe Sheehan's going to join us at 1:20 today.
All things deadline. Let's go.
All things deadline.
It was a dead deadline. Let's be honest. Besides Scooble.
Yeah, I don't think I see Cross yet, so I think we can kind of go down that road. Let's just go down that road for a second until we have to jump out of it.
Yep.
Dust is settled. Mariners did get help yesterday, by the way.
They did.
Like it was a better. I think it was a good day yesterday, not because of what happened in terms of trade deadline. I'm my stance on that. Yeah. I'm like whatever, nothing burger all the way around.
Very nothing burger.
But the better thing is both Houston and Texas lost yesterday.
Yes, they did.
Big thanks to John Lund's San Francisco Giants.
Let's go, baby!
They put a whooping on the Rangers yesterday.
Yes.
And Houston earlier in the day had lost as well. So, you gain a half a game by not playing, which was nice. That was kind of one of those days that you just kind of cross your fingers and you hope it works out for you, and it does. When it's all said and done, the M's come away with a bullpen arm that may or may not be beneficial, and I say that because you don't know, right? It hasn't been great,
right?
But maybe it probably is an upgrade over what 2 or 3 of the arms you had in there.
Yes.
I thought yesterday, I don't know if it was you or Nate or Chris brought up something. Bizzardo, man, it feels like they've used him every day.
Oh yeah.
And first of all, I'm a Bizzardo fan. I'm just going to say that first and foremost. I think the guy's an absolute flat in a sport that doesn't have a lot of guys that exhibit toughness mentally and physically and are just absolute warriors and play through anything.
Whoa.
I think that dude does. I
have some breaking news, Ian.
What do you got?
I may be late on this because it's like 10 minutes old, but
okay.
With Taylor Ward joining the team today, the Mariners have released outfielder Rob Refsnyder and catcher Mitch Garver.
Whoa.
Johnny Pareda is being recalled from Tacoma.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Wow.
Wow.
We are shaking up the clubhouse,
Yeah,
baby.
we are. Yeah, we are. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your whole thing there.
No.
Yeah.
Let's do some math here for a second, shall we?
Yes.
Let's do some math here. Let me take pen in hand here. Hang on a second. Okay, so out Refsnyder.
Yes. Garver.
In
Ward
is Ward and Peralta.
Pareda.
Johnny with a J-O-H. Pareda. So, and then yesterday, I do believe on the flagship, old Justin Baby said that Luke Raley might be out for the year.
He's out for the season, yes.
Out for the season. So he was already on the injured list, right?
Yes, he
so
was.
It doesn't matter with him.
Correct.
Okay, so Refsnyder, Garver out.
And you can add Alex Hoppe to that if you're looking at bullpen as well, and then add Dominguez coming back. So
yeah, I'm just more looking at just the shakeup that we had. So before we ask people to text in at 49451 their favorite Rob Refsnyder moment.
Hey, homer against the Dodgers, pretty good.
He did homer against the Dodgers. Garver's the interesting one to me.
Yeah.
That's an interesting one.
I mean, I probably agree with it because Pareda's been good. It's just you haven't been able to get him up because you already have 2 catchers.
Yeah, I think. Well, and it's probably what is it a push in terms of defense with those 2 guys, right?
Yeah, because I think
Garver had the pass ball the other day that was kind of egregious.
Right,
so.
But Garver's really good at the ABS, so his challenges are probably the best out of everyone, which is a skill. But Pareda's probably better at A, throwing people out, and B, a little bit more blocking as well.
So the question I would have if Jessamyn's heading down for the media availability today, or Benton or somebody.
Yeah.
This feels really like okay, we made a couple moves yesterday, and now we're going to shake things up.
Yeah, it's go time.
This is go time.
Yeah,
this is 100% go time. And I was just talking about Bizzardo being a guy that's not or that I think exudes a lot of toughness.
Yep.
A guy that
was absolutely not his fault in Game 7 whatsoever.
No, and honestly, Anders, that's why I bring it up, because I think he's attached to the worst managerial move in this city's history.
Yeah.
And by no fault of his own. The guy gives you innings. The guy goes out and I just like his demeanor. He can give something up and he's still good, but I think he's wearing out. But that move today, those moves today, that's a hey, we got rid of Castillo, popular guy in the clubhouse. People weren't happy. Players weren't happy about that. I don't know. Garver seems like a guy people probably liked. Ref Snyder just didn't work. I mean, he's just this year's A.J. Pollock or Colton Wong, or just go through the long list of those guys that every year Jerry tells us, oh, he's got a great, tremendous history hitting left-handers. Okay. I mean, we've heard that every year, right? But you're on the hook for salary with him. Now, we're far enough into the season where that's probably not much of a point anymore, right?
Mm-hmm.
Would you say?
Yeah.
Like, what was he, $7 million?
Yeah.
Guaranteed?
It's not a huge deal in terms of money.
So you're eating like $2 million at this point, or $1 million at this point.
Yeah.
You can eat that. And Garver, you just turfed a veteran.
Yeah.
That's a wake up call, man.
Yeah.
At least to me. I don't know. I don't know what you think. What do you think?
I think yes, I think the message would have been a little bit more ringing true if it were earlier in the season. I think most guys in the clubhouse hopefully now realize that, what we've done up until now isn't good enough, and that everything's on the table in terms of, roster shakeup. But yeah, I think that if nothing else, it shows that I don't want to say your actions have consequences, but no one's safe, right? You can, as Cal Raleigh's got to pick it up. Julio's got to pick it up. Josh Naylor's got to pick it up. But in terms of the fringes of the roster, and those guys aren't getting dropped, I'm not saying that, but the fringes of the roster, like the Victor Robleses of the world, there's a couple other spots as well that you could look at the bottom of the bullpen. Like, you're looking to kind of shore up those spots so you can go and compete for hopefully a division and the playoffs as well.
It's got to be with the messages.
Yeah.
It's got to be with the messages to the team today from Wilson, or if Jerry Ernby speaks as well. I mean, the message has to be just what you said.
Yeah.
It's go time.
Yeah.
Right. It's absolute flat out go time now, and we're gonna get going. We wrap things up, and you look back on the trades and what they did, and I think this is an important point to make. You made it on our text thread last night, because there's a lot of folks talking about, well, they saved money, and that was kind of the primary thing with the Castillo trade, was saving money.
Sure.
Two things with that. One, if that's your primary goal, then you've lost sight of what the goal should be. The goal should be to win.
Yes.
Now, we don't know if Castillo would have been a better option in the bullpen than some other guys, because we just never got to that point outside of a couple piggybacks along the way.
Sure.
And I think a postseason appearance, right?
Yep.
But the money part, at least for this year, that's a wash, right?
Yes. Yeah, because you brought in Sir Anthony Dominguez, who is not cheap in terms of a reliever as well. And Taylor Ward.
You're on the hook for him next year.
Yes, you are. And
Okay.
Taylor Ward adds, kind of evens it out for this year. Now, you do save a little bit next year because Castillo was owed 20-something million next year, and that's all.
So you save it. So you cut that in half, basically, right?
Yeah.
With Sir Anthony, whatever his name is, Dominguez. Sir Anthony there. He cost you half of what Castillo cost you.
But then you go get Taylor Ward.
And Taylor Ward is a free agent, right?
Right.
So I'm looking ahead to next year.
Oh, sorry, yes.
Yeah. So this year they didn't save any money.
Correct.
This year they didn't save any money.
Right.
Next year you save, for let's just say argument's sake, around $10 million.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So there's this assumption that is something that as a fan you're like, okay, that's cool. That's a good thing. I'm going to ask again the question, why do you think that as a fan?
Yeah.
Why do you care about that as a fan?
Well, and that's the reason I bring it up, is because, like, there's this assumption, as you say, that they're going to go and reinvest it. If you're thinking, like, hey, you have $20 million this year and $20 million next year to reinvest, that's not true. You've already reinvested the money that you saved this year. So that's off the table. It's really, and you said it, like Dominguez as well. It's like it's about $10 million for next year. Is it that much, right?
You're already saving money next year anyway because J.P. Crawford's gone.
Correct. There's a lot.
Right?
Yes, that's a great point. Yes.
Like you're already saving. Here's the other reason you're saving money next year, because you're not going to start on time.
Oh God, yeah.
You're not starting on time.
We all know they don't.
Like that's the other thing, is you're going to have lockout, strike, whatever. I don't even know what it's going to be. It's going to be some sort of work stoppage.
Yeah.
So you're not starting on time anyway. this offseason is going to be really interesting.
Yeah.
Like how it goes about. Like, are you signing people? Well, you're not. When the collective bargaining agreement runs out.
Yep.
You're going to sign guys before then, not knowing what is coming, like AKA a cap.
Yep.
Which probably won't. We all kind of think that won't happen, but that's what they're going to fight for.
Yeah.
Right? A floor. So there's a lot to this. All I care about and all I ever care about, are you a better baseball team?
Yes.
Are you a better baseball team? I think maybe you could make the argument you're slightly better.
Yeah, I think it was you that said it. Talent-wise, it's probably a wash. But in terms of, where it helps your team, you traded from a position that you had a lot of
strength
players in. Yes.
You had a position of strength in starting pitching.
Yeah.
You traded them.
And you upgraded your kind of outfield outlook for the rest of this year. And I don't want to say...
That's the key. That's the key.
Yeah, and I don't want to say Taylor Ward is just another Rob Refsnyder. That's not the case at all. He's an everyday player. He's not a platoon guy. So those who are worried that he's going to come in and be a platoon guy, that's not happening. He's playing every single day. He's still decent against righties, and he mashes lefties, right? And he plays good outfield defense. Hey, wow, what a concept. We don't really have any of those right now.
Here's the thing, and I don't think it will, but I don't trust what I see on the lineup card a lot of times.
Yeah.
I don't want it to disrupt any sort of at-bats or opportunities for Dom Canzone.
I don't think it will.
Because someone's getting pushed out. Now, with Rayleigh's injury, that does help there.
A lot, yes.
The Ward is just a fascinating thing to me, though, because he gets on base at a very high rate. Awesome. He doesn't ever steal a base.
Right.
Like, he is the epitome of station to station.
Yeah, it's true. It's true.
Like seriously, I think he's got 25 career stolen bases. It's less than 30 in his career. He's been in the league for almost a decade.
Just not a skill, and it's not like he's slow. He's not fast, but he's looking at his sprint speed on Statcast. It's about average. Like, so you would think that he would have a few more in there.
It's just an amazing thing, stealing bases, right? Because then you got a guy,
Josh Naylor,
like Josh Naylor, who, every time he's on base, I just think to myself, this dude's going to steal second.
Yeah.
And you know what he's great at is stealing third.
Yeah.
Like his read on the ball, it's a remarkable skill that he has. So when they're talking about, well, Ward could lead off. Well, why would you have him lead off? He's not going to help you.
Exactly.
Outside, you want a guy, if you have a guy leading off.
Randy would be my choice.
Yeah, you want a guy that can move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Getting on base is great, but if you're just going, first to second, second to third, I don't know how much that helps you.
Well, hell, maybe Josh Naylor lead off. Let's go. Get you on base, steal some bases.
God, that'd be so out of the box, but would be kind of fun.
Wait, it kind of is true because he's not a home run hitter anymore.
No,
he has
June 1st,
8 home runs this year?
His last home run at home was June 1st.
Oh my God!
His last home run at home was June.
That's over 2 months ago, by the way.
Yeah, he hit as many home runs in the month of July at home as you and I did. How does that happen?
I have no idea, man.
Like,
first baseman, by the way.
That's the criticism. It's a power position. We talked about that yesterday.
Yes.
All right. So as it all washes out, today, as we sit here today, compared to, 1 week ago or at the end of the Dodgers series, whatever, how much better are they today than they were last week?
Marginally.
Marginally better.
Yeah.
The good news, I agree. I'd say it's not significant.
No.
But it's not a nothing burger.
Yeah.
Here's the good news. In this particular division and year, that's all you have to be.
Well, and here's the other good news.
That's all you have to be is marginally better.
Yeah, and there's not, in terms of, especially offensively, you can maybe say there was a couple relievers that were moved that the Mariners could have done. Any other offensive moves, there's not a move that I would have said, the Mariners should have done that, right?
Right.
There just wasn't bats moved at this deadline whatsoever.
I asked Chris this yesterday. I didn't really get your thoughts on it. The rest of the American League, though. If you're just doing your old, and I'd said who got better, but let's just look at the rest of the American League. If you're going to do the old fun little, it's football season power rankings.
Yeah.
Right? Where does Seattle fit in that category? And I'll throw this out there. National media sometimes is absolutely beyond clueless.
Yeah.
They look at brands, they look at markets,
They do.
and that's it. I just sitting on the old bike yesterday at the gym after work, and I'm watching an hour and a half of baseball on ESPN. And they didn't mention Seattle once, except for the Castillo trade to, like, Taylor Ward was like a non-entity.
Yeah.
But Boston, obviously, right?
Yeah.
We already know what Tampa added, like kind of a steal.
Yeah, they did.
I mean, that's a great ad. And then obviously the Yankees are right there as well. The Guardians. Where do you put Seattle in the pecking order of just the American League? Because I think if we're looking at it, 1, 2, 3 teams in the East, Cleveland, no better than 5, right?
Yeah, I would say I put them at 3 or 4. Actually, I think they're better than Cleveland. Obviously, people are going to look at records, but we're talking power rankings here, guys. So we're talking where the talent of the team is, and
right.
I am higher on Boston's chances of going and how they improved than Chris was. He still said they're a pretty flawed roster. I think they clearly made themselves the American League favorite now.
I agree.
And the Yankees just have such injury questions that you never know if Judge is going to come back and be the same guy. He's like everything to them. So if they're healthy, they're better than the Mariners, and I'd put the Mariners at 4. But if they're never healthy, I think the Mariners have a better roster. So I'd say 3 or 4 for the Mariners. Probably 4.
The Aaron Judge factor is huge.
It's huge,
right? That's the big thing. I see. I'm with you too, because if we're just talking what I just said, and that's just it's a power ranking.
Right.
It's not what the standings say, the wins and losses. That's what makes this year so massively frustrating.
And you're third, and you're still third in your division.
Yeah, I mean but you have that potential.
Yes,
you're kind of that scary team that if they get going, maybe this is the next 3 games they get. I mean, they've won 2 in a row. Maybe you string together a little 4 or 5 game winning streak, and all of a sudden you're feeling a hell of a lot better about yourself when it's all said and done. All right, I don't see any sign of Charles Cross, so we'll take a break. We may or may not get him on. Stick around.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're back here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Ian Furness with you. We're sitting field side. Fans are rolling in. And we're joined now by the left tackle for the Seattle Seahawks, the defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks. Charles Cross is here. How are you?
I'm great. How about yourself?
It's been a while, man. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you, too.
And you are what I love watching right now is 5 guys together for a second year in a row. Healthy, it appears. Everyone's out there. How different is that, man? You've been here. This is 5th year for you. This is you've looked across. There's a different guy on the right side, different guy here, and all this. How different is it, man?
It's a rare thing, especially in the NFL. Having the same guys as last year in the building, playing together. But I feel like it's been a great experience. Just continue to build our camaraderie, our closeness together as a group, and just playing together as one.
What kind of difference did Coach Benton make last year for you guys?
I feel like he made a huge difference. Just being technically sound, just the clarity he has with his communication. I feel like he's helped us a lot as a group just grow.
Stability, Charles, seems like it's a really important thing in sports. And I just mentioned 5 guys back, all in the same guys are there. Second year, this might be the first time in your 5 years you've had a back-to-back same coach for the second year in a row, right, on the offensive line. How important is it from the unit that we always hear has to be the most cohesive, in touch with each other? How important is just stability all the way around, coaching and having the same guys next to you?
I feel like it's very important, just in the aspect of hearing the same coaching points, being able to build off those coaching points, and then just how much we can grow as a group from last year to this year, going to training camp, just continuing to build off that.
You look next to you and you see the young guy, Gray Zabel. I say young guy, it's not like you're old, you're 25. But you see Gray next to you. What kind of growth in the game have you seen from him?
Gray has a great IQ, coming in. He has a great understanding for the game, a great understanding versus who he's going against. Man, he plays guard, but he thinks he understands the game like he plays center.
Because he played a lot of different positions, so that probably helps along the way. Do you feel like that makes your game better as well? I mean, from a year ago to now, having that guy that's a second-year guy that I always think that, I talked to my kid about this, like the guy next to you, that right guard or that left guard, you need him to be cohesive, but you also need to trust him. And there's got to be a trust factor. Do you feel that?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like just seeing things through the same lens, understanding what he's going to do without him having to tell me sometimes, and just back and forth in that kind of aspect.
Charles Cross with me. I don't want to say you're can you relax it all now in this sense for you personally? You've got a contract, second contract in the NFL. This is a franchise that hasn't given a lot of those out over the years. Like, you're a first-round pick. You get there. You don't have to deal with any of the stuff. There's no hold-ins, hold-outs, anything like that. All the business off the field is taken care of. How important is that for you just to say, okay, everything's taken care of. I can just go play football?
For me, that's exactly how I wanted to be. Just being able to come in each and every day, put my best foot forward, go to work with these guys, practice in front of the fans.
Yeah.
I couldn't wish for anything better, man. I love the environment that we have here, and my teammates is just a great opportunity that's in front of me.
Guy from Mississippi, Laurel, Mississippi, and you've kind of established yourself here in Seattle. How different are you than 5 years ago when you first got here? And in what ways, too?
Mentally, I feel like I'm a lot more mature. Just as I'm growing up, understanding football more, having a better IQ. I feel like I've become more of a leader of the team. Just leading by example the best way I can, whether it's individual, team, no matter what it is, just trying to lead the best way I can. Just take care of my body, learn more about my body. Really just overall as a whole, just continue to grow and find growth within myself.
How taking care of the body is always a challenge, especially for guys playing the hardest position in the field on the offensive line and the most grueling one. You guys, those D linemen, last I checked, they get plays off. They got to come to the sideline. You guys are playing 100% of the snaps. And then, oh, by the way, you go all the way and play through February. Was it a harder offseason, easier offseason? What was the offseason like? Because the turnaround's crazy. And you guys were all back here. 100% felt like, for OTAs and mini camps and all that stuff. How hard was the offseason? What did you have to do? Did you have to prepare differently?
So this was the shortest offseason I've had since I've been in the NFL. So really just creating a plan, sticking to that plan, and make sure I'm taking care of my body, make sure I'm getting stronger, faster, those kind of things. Work on my technique. So it was just short, and that's it.
Go back. I want to go back to college for a second. I'm a Wazoo alum. What was it like playing for the late great Pirate?
Coach Leach. There's so many things I can say about Coach Leach, but I think the best way I could wrap everything up is he was a one-on-one. He was one-on-one.
Yep.
He was a character, but he was also a great coach. Just his IQ of the game, understanding how to manipulate different defenses, coverages. But everything was just he made everything so simple for us.
He was one of one. When he first rolls in and you see this guy and he's got the little piece of paper calling plays and doing this. And Luke Falk was one of his better quarterbacks. We have Luke on the show all the time. We've talked to other guys that played for him at Wazoo, and they're like they couldn't figure it out. Like the guy would sit there and he's just like a mad scientist and stuff like that. Did you ever find yourself looking at him going, how is this guy successful? Where does it come from?
No, I feel like the success comes with the scheme that he runs.
Yeah.
And getting the right guys in to run that scheme. But I feel like he has a crazy IQ. He's a great coach.
Yeah.
Great motivator, and I enjoy playing for him.
We miss him a lot. There's a great story that I was just talking to, unfortunately, Tyler Helinski, who was a Wazoo guy, quarterback who died by suicide. His brother was in town, and he was telling me the stories that him and Falk were, like Tyler used to mess with him all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like you could get him distracted. Like Leach time was different time, right? Like if you said, like Mike Leach, being on time wasn't always his thing. Like he was, was that it? So that's true then, right?
It is.
Yeah. How different is this guy in Mike McDonald?
He's a professional. He's professional. Very punctual. He demands a lot of us, but we expect that out of each other. Just playing to our standard as a team.
Charles Cross for a couple more seconds. What's the attitude in that building in terms of defending champs? That's a whole different world that you're living in right now. You're defending Super Bowl champions. We'll get to Hard Knocks in a second. You got all that going on. It's funny because everyone's looking at the team in your division as the favorite this year, the Rams. So how different is the approach this year in terms of how you guys go about your day-to-day business and training camp?
I think we still working. We continue to grow as a team, continue to get better each and every day. I think there's no complacency. We're always working to find ways to get better and improve our team.
Does it bother you that you hear that people talking about the Rams a lot?
I don't listen to the noise.
I like that.
All I can do is focus on what I can do in our team.
You won't see him till later in the year. What were your thoughts when you saw Myles Garrett sign there?
I mean, it's good for him. I mean, we still got to play ball at the end of the day.
Good challenge.
Absolutely.
You guys in your position don't care, do they? Like we don't care, we didn't care. That's kind of the mantra of an offensive lineman, isn't it?
I mean, we just got to play the next play.
I love it.
And be ready and available.
Fans are here. Hard Knocks is here. What's the Hard Knocks thing? It's going to be. Are you going to watch it tonight?
Probably not.
No, really.
I gotta go to sleep for the next day.
Well, you got 6 p.m. You're still in the building, aren't you?
Yeah,
okay.
we are. Yeah,
all right. So, what's it been like? Has it been a distraction? Is it something that maybe the first day you noticed and you don't notice now? What's that been like? Because they resisted long before when you were in high school and Pete was here. There is no chance they wanted that thing coming here, and it feels like Mike's kind of embraced it a little bit. What's it been like? What's the Hard Knocks thing?
I feel like things been normal. Like obviously the first day, like you notice the camera stuff like that, but other than that, like we just ourselves. Like each and every day, how we do things, just being ourselves. I feel like it hasn't been a distraction for us.
If people do watch it, unlike you, if they are watching it tonight, what do you think might be something that surprises a fan?
How loose and focused we are. We're loose, but we focus at the same time.
Explain that.
We have fun, but when it's time to work, we work.
I like that. I like that attitude. That kind of feels like the coach. It kind of feels like it comes from Mike in a lot of ways. Fans are back here today to give you a little more juice when they're out here. Yesterday's kind of boring. It's quiet out here.
I enjoy having the fans come out. I feel like they give great energy. I love seeing Bo do the hype machine before practice.
Yeah.
Get everyone going. And it's a great opportunity.
Well, I told you this last year. I'll tell you again. Greg Cosell, who's our film guru from the NFL Films, he's like every NFL guy. This is the guy, Greg Cosell. And all he does every week we have you on, he pumps your tires up. He says this guy is poised to have an all-pro season at left tackle. That's how high he thinks of you, and I think a lot of people think that as well. So go get him this year. It's great talking to you. We'll do it again, all right?
Yes, sir. Likewise. Thank you.
I appreciate it. Charles Cross, we'll take a quick break, come back with more 93.3 KJR FM. Hey, it's Ian back with you for my friends at Aurora LASIK, auroralasik.com. That's the website. And if you need to get your eyes fixed, whether it's LASIK surgery, you have glasses for everything, all day, every day, or like me, you had reading glasses. And you needed to have those readers, progressives, bifocals, whatever it might be, for everything that was reading a text message, a computer screen, had it kind of dangling off your nose. Man, I can think back when I was doing some play-by-play or covering a Seahawk game. I'd have like my glasses down to my nose so I could watch without them, but then look down at my notes with them. It was such a pain in the backside. No more, because I had refractive lens exchange, RLE, refractive lens exchange, done at Aurora LASIK. That got rid of those problems once and for all. I'll never have to worry about having cataracts. And here's the best part. The procedure is simple and easy. You're in and out in less than an hour. And it's an instant result as well. Find out if that is for you. Find out if you're a candidate. They'll walk you through the process, payments, insurance, all those fun things by going to auroralasik.com. You can set up a consultation. You can do it virtually. It's Aurora LASIK, auroralasik.com.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
I'm going to wrap up a Mariner conversation in a second. We'll get to Joe Sheehan at 1:20 today. We'll talk a little Hard Knocks. We'll take you a little behind the scenes with Hard Knocks coming up at 1 today. Don't forget, before we're all done today, we're going to give away a cool cornhole set courtesy of Hard Knocks and HBO. So stand by for that. We'll do that in the 2 o'clock hour. Before I go back to the Mariners, Anders, when I asked about Myles Garrett to Charles Cross, he smiled. He smiled. That needed to be a TV interview because he smiled.
Oh, I love that. He did not care.
We did not care.
We did not care.
I'm telling you, that attitude just permeates out here.
Yeah, it's not just a quote. It's not just a soundbite.
It's how they live.
Yeah.
They don't like. How about I ain't watching Hard Knocks. I don't care. Whatever. Just move on.
Yeah.
Just,
I need to sleep the next day. Yeah.
I mean, that's also no lineman. He probably knows he's not in it. It's
too true. It's too true.
They got the quarterback mic'd up. They got Witherspoon. They got all this. We'll get to all that later on. But yeah, when I asked him about Myles Garrett, and he's like, yeah, whatever. Smiled. Just smiled.
I think he likes the challenge. Let's go.
You know, Cosell, that's not just lip service to him. Cosell, every week, you're in there when we tape him. Cosell loves him some Charles Cross.
He really does. He really does.
And there's a lot of folks out there that think could be one of those breakthrough years for him. We'll see what he's able to do.
I'd argue that was last year. He was really good
I think
last
could have
year.
been. Yeah, he was. And I think, he missed the last 3 regular season games with the hamstring issue, came back and obviously was good enough in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't think he was ever healthy, but
right.
He would never admit otherwise. But yeah, he was fine. But yeah, he's breakout year coming, I think, for this dude. I don't think there's any question about that. Okay. So Mariners haven't made it official yet with the roster moves, I don't think. Just double checking, no. So we're kind of going by the reporting of Divish and Jude.
Yep.
But the Ref Snyder thing, God, I mean, we joked about the counter, the ticker that Nathan had going all year.
Oh God, yeah, I know.
If you just went, because these guys, I didn't look at it. They did the work for me. Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate you. T-Mobile Park, Rob Ref Snyder hit 069.
Oh, my God.
At T-Mobile Park.
Not 169.
069er. He had an OPS at home of 232.
Not a batting average. Not an on-base percentage. Not a slugging percentage. An OPS.
S of 232. Dude,
Yikes.
are you kidding me?
Yikes.
God. Like, I'm going to be honest. That may go down as one of Jerry's worst signings ever.
I mean, there's a couple. There's definitely a list of them. There's some good ones too. Don't get me wrong, but
there's some really good ones.
Yeah.
Not like Jerry's been fine.
Yeah,
that was bad.
He's had some stinkers though.
032.
Yikes!
Oh my God! Now compare that when Pareda was up, when Cal was hurt. Pareda hit 270 with 2 homers and a 689 OPS. If you're a backup catcher,
Perfect backup catcher, like I said.
Perfect backup catcher. I guess I didn't realize this. Those guys wrote. I guess Cal's a big Garver fan. Cal
Really?
likes Garver.
Interesting.
Yeah. So we'll see how that's handled.
I mean,
someone may want to go stick a mic in Cal's face today.
Well,
that might be fun.
Okay, let's be honest though. Keeping Garver around hasn't helped Cal this season.
Very good point.
Like, come on. It can't get worse.
His exit velo has been fine. He's hitting the ball hard.
Oh, God. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Can't get any worse than this, right? Like,
no, I think honestly, we keep thinking, okay, this is going to be the thing. That things are turning around, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be the uptick's going to happen now. This team's going to crank it up. Is this the week? Is this the week?
I'm done trying to predict it, to be honest. I am the famous guy who said the Astros were dead 3 years ago. And
how are they doing now?
Yeah, they're still atop the division. So
just checking.
I'm not going to try and predict that Cal Raleigh's coming back. You know,
well, I'm not even talking him. I'm talking about the team as a whole.
Oh, okay.
You know?
Yeah, I think there have been signs. Josh Naylor's looked much better the last couple weeks or so. Still would like to see him hit a home run, but whatever. He's a leadoff hitter now, I guess. Julio, I think, also has had a few games here and there where he's looked much better. It helps that his defense has really come around because it was bad to start the year. Cal, it's he hits a home run and then he goes 0 for 4 with 4 Ks, and then
and that's what I mentioned. Like when Softy brought it up yesterday, I said, what we're making a lot. Cal hit 2 home runs last week.
Yeah,
he had 3 hits total for the week.
Yeah, exactly. He's going to run into a couple. It's just
he hit $130 last week.
Yeah,
like that's the thing. It's like. Yeah, that's the thing with him. He's gonna run into some balls.
Yeah,
and he's been better in terms of his eye's been good. Walking's been but I don't know. I just wanted somebody brought it up yesterday. Maybe it was you. Is there something from? He's been better on the right side at times than the left side.
Yeah. That's Chris.
So is it the swing on the left? Is that the issue?
Well, his last couple home runs that you were just mentioning were both from the right side, which
that's the point.
And supposedly going into last year, so through 2024, Cal was so much better from the left side, and the right side was like his kind of bugaboo, but he wouldn't have to do that very much because that's when you're facing lefties. And his big breakout was him being able to finally get some power from that right side, and that's why he had such a breakout year last year.
Correct.
And now all of a sudden he looks more comfortable from that right side than he does the left side. So maybe there's something injury related that's preventing him to be like 100% from that left side of the plate.
That could be the case. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back. When we do, we'll preview a little Hard Knocks, take you a little behind the scenes as well.
I like
what to expect tonight.
You did tease this last week. I want to hear more about it.
Yeah, we'll get to that. All coming up at 93.3 KJR FM.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines are brought to you by Frostbrewed Coors Light. Choose chill. All right, M's, lots of moves, a flurry of activity for the Los Marineros. Of course, yesterday they picked up Taylor Ward to wrap up the trade deadline, and today, they, according to the Seattle Times, Ryan Divish, Adam Jude reporting. Team hasn't made this official yet, but we'll go with what they're reporting because, well, they know what they're doing. They have waived Mitch Garver and Rob Refsnyder. Done. Thanks for coming. So they have made those moves today. Interesting, Anders. I was just talking to Greg Bell about that and the other thing. He kind of said the same thing we were talking about. This feels like, if nothing else, just kind of a wake-up call.
Yeah, I think it's a message being sent, for sure.
Yeah, Johnny Pareda called up to be the backup to Cal Raleigh behind the plate. M start a series tonight with the Detroit Tigers. All right, what else we got going on? Seahawks Hard Knocks debuts tonight on HBO Max. More on that in just a couple seconds. Practice about to get underway. You can hear the screaming and yelling in the background.
Wow.
Great crowd. Place is just, I'm telling you. Last year, you could look out there and see gaps of green on the berm.
Can't see that anymore?
Ain't the case. That is not the case anymore,
Love
man. It is jammed out here.
Love it.
For the defending Super Bowl champions. NFL, Bijan Robinson, a 3-year extension worth up to $75 million with the Falcons, making the highest paid running back in NFL history. Zay Flowers, wide receiver with Baltimore, 4-year, $140 million deal as well today. Storm lose again. New York Liberty, 95-83. They're 6-26 on the season. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you the bonus bucks presented by Bellevue Rare Coins for your chance at $1,000. Listen each weekday, every hour, 6A to 6P for the nationwide keyword. Enter on our website at 93.3KJR.com. This hour's word is dollar. Dollar. Away you go. Let's get to hour number 2.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3, KJR FM.
All right. Anders, air check alert.
All right, produce on the fly. Let's go.
Air check alert. Here we go. Welcome back to the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We're here today. Practice starts. Hard Knocks tonight. And Hard Knocks has partnered with 93.3 KJR FM to give listeners a chance to win a Hard Knocks branded cornhole set to celebrate the show's season premiere, which is coming up tonight.
Yes.
My copy says August 6th, but I don't think that's correct.
That is not correct,
I think it starts tonight, August 4th, right?
Yes.
It's tonight. That's right. We're giving away a Hard Knocks branded cornhole set. The Seahawks aren't celebrating anymore. They're getting back to work. Go inside the building with the defending Super Bowl champions at Hard Knocks. Training camp with the Seahawks gives you an all-access look at the coaches, stars, and players battling to earn their spot for another championship season. Don't miss the premiere tonight, not August 6th. Tonight, August 4th, 6 p.m., streaming exclusively on HBO Max. There'll also be a local watch party later on tonight down at the Box Yard as well. So, away you go. It is tonight. And by the way, HBO is kind of confusing, to be honest with you, in this sense. If you have HBO, like, say, on a cable system like Old Man Ian does, you look at the little guide, and it'll say Hard Knocks at 6 and then Hard Knocks at 9. The one at 6 is not HD. That's the East Coast feed, and it's not an HD feed.
Why?
The one at 9 is. I don't know. But if you have HBO subscription, you can watch it on the stream anyway at 6 o'clock on the HT.
Yes.
So find a way to watch it. Maybe you're watching the baseball game, so you'll turn it on at 9, whatever. Just, it's tonight.
Yeah,
okay?
you go. It's not like if you have the subscription, like on the HBO Max I'm talking about, that if you started at 6:28, 6:28, then you'll be catching it in the middle of it. No, you can start it whatever you want, right?
Yeah, that's the cool thing about streaming.
It is, Ian. There you go. Come on, join me on board.
I'm on board with both, bud.
Okay,
I'm doing both.
Great,
I'm doing both.
Love
I
it.
got both.
Multiple screens.
Let's not get carried away. All right, so let me take you a little behind the scenes. I posted a bunch of pictures on social media over the last week or so, practice, stuff we can get when they're out there practicing and warming up and doing things before they shut the cameras down. So I've done a lot. Like if you follow me on Instagram or Anders, I don't know if you know this, I'm on the TikTok now.
Oh, wow. You've made the switch to the dark side.
Don't tell management, but yes. Anyway, so I'm looking. Here's the thing. Here's what they have. There are 6 crews normally for Hard Knocks, and they're all assigned different things.
Okay.
All right. So it depends on which crew. But I have got one little shoot schedule from last week. Not going to tell you where I got it. I might have a good source inside the Hard Knocks crew.
There you go.
And here are the guys. Now doesn't mean they're going to be on tonight. Okay, doesn't mean they're going to be on tonight. But the guys that were actually mic'd up that particular day last week: Cooper Kupp, Bud Clark, DeMarcus Lawrence, Coach Hammock, he's the running backs coach, Jadarian Price, Jay Harbaugh, the special teams coach, Adin Durde, the defensive coordinator, and Mike McDonald.
Who?
Mike MacDonald. M-A-C Donald.
We did not care.
That's what he said the entire practice.
Yeah.
That's the entire practice. That's what he said. Anyway, so those are the guys mic'd up that day. So what they did, so here's what they were shooting on that, and this is mostly what they shoot. Walkthrough, team meeting, those are early in the day. Locker room chatter. I'm looking forward to that.
Chatter.
Inside locker room chatter.
Interesting.
What do you think locker room chatter entails?
A
lot of F-bombs.
Yeah, probably.
Locker room chatter, practice, and then more locker room chatter. Let's see. Walk through team meeting, practice. How about, let's see. I got to do page 2 here. Hang on. Then this is the fun one. AM. GM. That's all it says is GM.
GM.
That means Schneidi.
I was going to say general manager.
In Schneidi's office.
Okay.
In John Schneider's office.
Like a little bug? Like a fly on the wall situation?
So they have cameras that are, there's like, they got robotic cameras in Schneider's office and in McDonald's office.
Okay.
And then in a bunch of the meeting rooms as well. Now, you've been to one of the meeting rooms, right?
I have.
Because you've been out here.
Yes.
So for those who don't know, we always post pictures. During draft weekend, the Seahawks are great. Their PR staff's phenomenal. They put us all up, all the media. We're all upstairs in what is the defensive meeting room. It's a large room that you can get basically, 60 guys in, and they have tables set up, and that's where we do our training camp coverage, or the draft coverage, I should say, for 3 days. And so they've got. If you've watched Hard Knocks in the past, you've seen like when they have the positional group meeting rooms, right? And they have and it's a robotic camera. It's like in the corner.
Yep.
So it's not distracting, but they have those up there as well. So, but GM, team meeting, special teams meeting, offensive, defense meetings. So you're going to see like just this one particular day, they were shooting all the meetings, offense, defense, special teams, coaches mic'd up, players mic'd up. I mean, there's a couple guys. The Cooper Kupp part. I hope he makes the cut. Like I hope they have some Cooper Kupp in there. I'm sure he was mic'd up more than the one day that I saw the rundown for. Because every guy that we've talked to, receiver-wise, what do they all say? They call him Unk and everything else, right?
Yeah,
they talk
the
about
coach on the field, right?
He's the coach on the field. And, I mentioned something the other day about Cooper Kupp, potentially being a Hall of Famer, and a couple people pushed me. There's no chance. I'm like, you look at his numbers. This guy's got a Hall of Fame resume.
Yeah, and it starts with 2 Super Bowl championships. How about that?
Thank you.
Yeah, including a Super Bowl MVP, by the way.
And a Triple Crown.
Yes.
1 year.
Yeah. And it wasn't for those who would think, just one good year doesn't make you a Hall of Famer. He had more than one good year with the LA Rams.
I think people like he was banged up his last couple of years in LA. He was banged up the last couple of years in LA. And I think that maybe taints some people's image. Like this dude's an absolute stud. But I really want to hear him. Like I really want to hear him.
Yeah.
Because I think this is a guy that everything we have been told selfless, which is what this team's all about. But he just goes about his business, and he's talking to guys the whole time. Guys are coming up to him, offensive and defensive guys coming up to him and talking to him. I think that's going to be really cool.
Yeah.
Durde may be an underrated star. Guy with the British accent.
I love that.
That's going to be unique.
I love
now,
that.
here's the thing with him. We have watched him the last couple of years, came here with Coach Mike McDonald. And with him, there's more and more talk and chatter around the league about how he's going to be a head coach sooner than later.
Oh, yeah. I think he's the next round of hire, especially if they have another year like they did last year.
And if you go back in time a little bit, remember the Detroit Lions Hard Knocks?
Yep.
Aaron Glenn was a star.
He was a star.
And I don't think that hurt his candidacy at all.
No, sir.
Personality-wise, can you sell it? All those things. Durde's got a great personality. You throw the accent in, working with Mike McDonald. I think he'll be fun to watch. Jay Harbaugh's a character, special teams coach. We'll see what that's all about. I love the fact that they've got Coach Hammock is the running back coach. He might be your king of red ass. All right,
Ooh, I like that.
That might be. We were watching the one-on-one rush drills the first day in pads last week. This dude has no problem getting in guys' ass, like none whatsoever. So I could see that happening as well. So watch tonight. I think it's gonna be fun. Hopefully that gives you. Again, that was just one day. They had guys mic'd up all throughout the week, but those are the guys they had up the one day. So I think it's gonna be fun. I think if you're a Seahawk fan, if you're a media member in the Seahawks, Corbin Smith's the only media member that's not going to watch it. He's being that guy. So
really?
we'll yell at him later in the week for that.
I did not know this. Come on, Corbin.
I'm surprised by it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
As much of a, what's a junkie,
football nerd
junkie as he is.
Yeah. I was surprised by that. I was surprised by Corbin. I thought he'd be more into it.
Wow.
Anyway,
let's bust his balls about that later.
We will. We're giving away that cornhole set later. We'll come back. We'll take a break. We'll check in. Joe Sheehan, trade deadline, come and gone. What does the king of Brian Woo's not having problems on the road think? We'll do that next.
It's now time for Ian's weekly visit with Joe Sheehan of the Joe Sheehan Newsletter, brought to you by Northwest Handling Systems. From forklifts to pallet racks, conveyors to loading dock equipment, we sell, rent, and service all your warehousing needs. Request a quote today at nwhs.com or give us a call at 425-255-0500. Now here's Ian with our weekly baseball fix from Joe Sheehan.
Joe Sheehan Newsletter, joesheehan.com. That is the website. Go check it out. Ian Furness with you. We're at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Seahawks training camp continues out here today as we're cruising along here on a Tuesday afternoon, the day after the trade deadline in Major League Baseball. So a lot to get to with our guy, Joe Sheehan. Hello, sir. How are you?
Good, man. Just, yesterday was a big day, a lot of fun online, and looking forward. I've been doing nothing but talking on the radio today, so it's a lot of fun for me.
Well, and this is the one you've been looking forward to, right? Is coming on with us.
Absolutely.
Getting roasted about Brian Wu, yes.
Listen, I wasn't going to bring up Brian Wu. We got a lot to talk. I was not going to go down the Brian Wu on the road against the Dodgers last week. I was not going to do that, and I'm still not going to do that. I'll leave that for another.
Yeah, we want to hear what he thinks about the trade deadline.
That's all I want to. Joe, let's go back, and we'll start even on Sunday. The Tarek Skubal trade. Actually, Skubal would be pitching tonight against Seattle. He was. This would have been his scheduled start for the Tigers. Are in town for the first of a series with them. I loved a line you had in there because we discussed this yesterday. Anders and Chris and Nathan and myself talked about this, and you said, I'm scrolling up, the Dodgers didn't do anything wrong. I agree with you. The Dodgers didn't do anything wrong, yet everyone's upset. Let's walk us through Tarek Skubal.
Well, I mean, again, the Dodgers not only did not do anything wrong, they got Tarek Skubal in part for two prospects who they'd gotten in trades with other teams. It's not even like the Dodgers draft high and get to take the first pick in the draft or anything. They got Zahir Hope, who was a top 50 outfield prospect. They got in exchange for Michael Busch a couple of years ago because Busch was excess to requirements. And then 4 years ago, they traded for River Ryan, Matt Beattie. And very few people listening to this probably remember Matt Beattie. He was a left-handed hitter who played for the Dodgers and Padres for a little bit. So they're just doing baseball better than everybody else, which allows them to trade Ryan and Hope and a third-round pick from last year, Brody Smith, one of them, to get Skubal. Now, this package was the best package for a rental that we've seen in 10 years because teams aren't paying this kind of prices for rentals anymore. So, no, the Dodgers are trying to win. And, frankly, we need more teams like that because the other end of the equation is the Tigers, who were 2.5 out of a playoff spot, 5.5 out of the division, the best underlying numbers of anybody in the division, and they traded their ace. In fact, they traded the top two starters with Casey Mize. We need more teams trying to get into the playoffs rather than trading away their best pitchers when they're on the brink of a playoff spot.
The message that is sent to me, just from outside looking in, and we'll get back to the Dodgers in a second, but the message being sent by the Tigers to their fans, I don't think there's any way you could come up with a worse one. Like, honestly, like you're asking people to buy tickets, go to games, watch games on television, listen on the radio, all those things. And yet, flat out, you're not trying to win. That's the message I see. Am I wrong?
No, you're not. And it's not just the Tigers. It's the Marlins trading one of their best hitters. It's the Rangers spending yesterday looking to try to trade Jacob deGrom and Nathan Eovaldi. There are just so many teams. The Orioles trading Adley Rutschman. There are all these teams close to a playoff berth who are saying we would rather play for next year. Look, we have the NBA if we want this. I mean, that's where teams do this. For MLB teams to basically be rejecting a decent shot of the playoff spot tells me we've expanded the playoffs far too long. Because look around. The teams don't seem to value those last couple of spots. The fans don't, because if you just look at the crowds, in teams at games, at stadiums, where teams are fighting for a wild card berth. And they're scattered. They're not drawing massive crowds. The Mariners did a couple of years ago on the final weekend, when they were on the brink and Raleigh hit the home run and they had a whole bunch of people there. But it's not until those last couple of days that people start to show up. This extra round of playoffs, Ian, doesn't even bring in that much television money. You look at the current deal that they have, it's going to be on NBC and Peacock. It's like $700,000 a team per year. I mean, that's a minimum salary player. So they don't make that much money. They don't drive fan interest. Teams don't seem to care about them. And they screw up the regular season because instead of talking about good teams for the next 2 months, we're going to be talking about these teams that are around 500 in 2 months. So I just think look, I would have preferred to never expand the playoffs at all. I'm a regular season guy. I wish the regular season mattered entirely. But the last 2 playoff expansions in 2012 to 10 teams and in 2022 to 12 teams have completely messed up the game, and they aren't being greeted as being valuable. So I think teams, like I say, it's almost like the NBA, where teams have to decide, do we even want to be in the play-in games? Do we even want to be in the first round of the playoffs?
Yeah, I think, the NBA, this is very, I didn't think about it in those terms, but yeah, this is very much, hey, if I finish 10th, am I better off having a play-in game in the NBA? Am I better finishing off 12th in the conference and knowing I'm going to get a lottery pick with a good draft pick coming up? I mean, but that's the difference, Joe, that makes no sense to me. Actually, now that I'm thinking about it, this is why that makes even less sense now. The NBA and the NFL, you can change the trajectory of a team with one draft pick. Like you get a high draft pick in those 2 leagues, immediately they're going to come in and start. And hell, in the NBA, even more impactful, especially in today's world where you get a better look at guys because a lot of these dudes are sticking around longer and say, okay, I'm going to draft this dude. Or even if it's a freshman, a Darren Peterson, he's going to change my team snap of the fingers. Baseball doesn't have that. So what's the motivation here for baseball teams?
Well, the difference is the prospects. I mean, because the NBA and the NFL, you're not trading for minor league prospects. Whereas in baseball, you can get a top 50 prospect, which is somebody you expect to be an impact player over the next couple of years. Zaire Hope is probably going to be in the Tigers outfield next year. Arjun Nimala was a top 50 prospect. The Jays traded to the Angels. He's a little further away, but you expect these guys to be very good players. And remember, in MLB, the best young players make a tiny fraction of what the best young player, what the best older players do. You're talking about guys who are playing for 2% of their market value for 4 years. So the value for MLB teams is to acquire a player like that who can be, a guy who's going to make $700,000 and be worth 5 wins, and then make $800,000 and be worth 6 wins. You just can't get that in any other sport. There's just no sport that has a gap between productivity and pay the way young baseball players do.
Joe Sheehan joining us, Joe Sheehan Newsletter, joesheehan.com. All right, let's get back to the Dodgers for a second before we move on. They're trying to win. People are mad. I think one of the things that's made me chuckle a lot, people say, well, this will be the thing that gets a salary cap to be put in place and all those types of things. And I just really? This is going to be the tipping point? The fact is, Joe, you just said it. 29 other teams could have presented a decent deal to the Dodgers maybe, right? And nobody else did.
Oh, there's all kinds of nonsense out there, too. Like the league made the Tigers trade Skubal to the Dodgers to increase those conversations. But again, you look at this acquisition. This acquisition had nothing to do with money. They took on the $8-9 million that Skubal is owed the rest of the year, which any team could have done. The key was the prospects, and the key for the Tigers seemed to be the pitching prospect. The Brewers had a package, the Rays had a package, but the Tigers wanted a controllable starting pitcher, and they got that in River Ryan in this deal. So that seems to have been the difference maker. But there's all kinds of stuff out there. As if prior to this, the owners weren't going to push for a payroll cap. As if before this, they were like, yeah, maybe we'll. Because it's just a silly argument to make. It's just absolute nonsense. It's just, like I said, this is about, to me, the teams that aren't trying to compete. Everybody wants to make it about the Dodgers. It's not about the Dodgers. If we had 30 Dodgers, 30 Mark Walters, 30 Guggenheims, 30 Andrew Friedmans, the game would be so much better. We need more teams trying to win as opposed to just trying to win next year.
I'm trying to figure out. I believe that our team here in the Great Pacific Northwest in Seattle is trying to a point. I think Anders, what was the term that Crawford used yesterday? They're two prospect huggers.
Yeah, prospect huggy.
Prospect huggy. They're too prospect huggy. They don't want to get rid of guys, their prospects that they're in love with. But at the same time, they added Taylor Ward. They got rid of Castillo and added a bullpen arm. What's your thoughts on what Seattle did?
I don't think they're prospect huggy. I think that the market didn't match up with what they needed. Tarek Skubal's a great pitcher, but you already have a great rotation. There were people complaining here in New York about the Yankees. The Yankees have 6 guys. They already have 4 playoff starters. They don't really need Skubal. They needed bats. They went out and got Garcia and Ramos. And this is an issue I think we've talked about before with the Mariners, where it's a hard roster to upgrade because you have a lot of average players. Your worst hitters are guys you really can't replace. You're not going to bench Cal Raleigh. You're probably not going to bench Josh Naylor. It's a hard roster to upgrade. And the injury to Raleigh kind of opened up the door for them to go out and get an outfielder. They released Ref Snyder today. Taylor Ward brings some OBP. They traded Castillo, and really, I don't want to use the term salary dump because the Mariners have run a roughly league average payroll, median payroll for a while now. And it solves a roster issue as much as anything. We've talked all summer about they were going to piggyback and they were going to go to 6. They really had been struggling with 6 healthy starters. It's such a horrible thing to have to go through now. 6 average plus healthy starters.
My diamond shoes are too tight, Joe.
My wallet is too filled with 50s and 100s. I'm stealing from Friends. That's a Friends line. This team is a hard one to open. So, could they have traded Lazaro Montes for something? Yeah, but I don't see where the fit was. They needed, I guess they needed a big hairy bat, and that really wasn't available. Luis Garcia, Luis Arias, none of these guys are, Yordan Alvarez, the kind of 140 OPS type you really want in the middle of your lineup. So I don't have a problem with how they handled the deadline. I think it does set up an interesting winter because you've been talking about all these prospects. You're talking about having Anderson and Sloan coming through. They're going to have to trade at least one starting pitcher, I think. Can they use that to upgrade the offense? Next year, they only have $64 million in commitments. You throw on a couple of arbitration awards, Gilbert, Kirby, maybe Brendan Donovan, who's probably not going to make that much in arbitration. And you're talking about an off-season payroll of maybe $120 million, not even that. So they're going to have a lot of room to maneuver this winter. I think they did what they could at the trade deadline. I still see this as the best team in the division. And I'm going to be as stubborn as I can about that. But they're the only one of the top 3 teams that has outscored its opponents. They've got the best third order record. And I still think they have the best roster.
And they've got a track record of a couple of guys, Julio specifically, that do turn it on a little bit as the season goes on. So we'll see if that continues. Joe Sheehan joining us, Joe Sheehan newsletter. Yeah, I agree. I mean, in terms of the roster upgrade, Taylor Ward, they bring him in. Watched him years in L.A. He's an interesting guy. What's your read on a dude that had almost 40 home runs last season, has no power this year, but leads the league in walks and gets on base at a very high rate?
It's such a bizarre change in approach. I am we will see this with older players who their walk rate will increase because it can't catch up to anything, so they're basically sitting fastball and letting everything else go by. Excuse me. An increased walk rate used to be a sign that a player was about to reach the cliff. But what Ward is doing is something entirely different. He's walking, 20% of the time. And I'm sorry, guys, I had his stuff up here. I got to flip back to the page. Yeah, he's walking 70% of the time. He's cut his strikeout rate, though. Like, typically, the thing you'll see is the strikeout rate and the walk rate increase. And the power will also stick around. This is like he's become a completely different player. Like, Lance Blankenship, if you remember the old A's infielder, a guy who's a lot of his game is just drawing walks. Now, it's funny because if you look at last year and this year, the 2 completely disparate seasons, last year he had a 110 weighted runs created plus. This year he has a weighted runs created plus. So he's producing the exact same amount of value at the plate in 2 completely different ways. It's really fascinating. Has a really big lefty-righty split. Now, yeah, they released Ref Snyder today. Did I see that correctly?
Yes. Yep.
He's basically been traded for to do what Ref Snyder was supposed to. Well, frankly, Ref Snyder had his entire career until 15 minutes ago. And I think Ward is going to have a lot of value in that role. He'll end up, I think, probably in a platoon-type role once everybody's healthy. You still got Donovan coming back, I think possibly tonight. And then you've got Raley hopefully coming back later in the month. So a Donovan-Ward platoon, maybe floating around a couple of different positions, I think it's going to help the team.
Raley, we think, is out for the year, by the way. We just heard that today. So.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have that update.
Yeah. No. That does. Canzone, obviously, in that mix as well, and we'll see what they do with Donovan. Yeah, he's expected back. We haven't seen. I'll double check. I haven't seen anything yet in terms of activations.
Talks about Arroyo, too, coming up pretty quick as well.
Yeah, so there's, they've got options. Yes, go ahead, Joe.
I was going to say, no, this team has a lot of talent coming back. Even losing Raley for the year, the guys are getting back, the guys you can potentially bring up. As Anders just said, this team has more talent than the other 2.
Why the hell has Houston not gone away then? They're surging instead of going away, although
Damn
they did lose last
cockroaches.
night. Yeah, they are. You know that. You're in New York. Like, that's what they are. Like, they just don't go away.
It's really kind of surprising because you look at the roster, you look at the rotation. Peter Lambert, Tatsuya Imai, who either gives up 6 runs in an inning or throws 6 good innings. They traded away Spencer Arrighetti, who'd been like their 4th best starting pitcher. They're bringing some starters back. Javier, Hayden Wisniewski just came off the IL. Renel Blanco. So I think they felt they had the depth to trade Arrighetti. But, it's really still just 4 hitters. But here's the thing. Since getting Jeremy Pena back, which was the June 18th, I want to say July 18th, July 18th, they are 12-6 when he starts. And if you look at the overall numbers, he's basically having a Nomar Garciaparra season. And I don't think we've noticed for 2 reasons. One, Yordan Alvarez is having a Babe Ruth season. And 2, he's been in and out of the lineup with injuries. But when he plays, the Astros are a great team. I want to say it's 37-28 when he's in the lineup, which is, don't maybe do math on there, a 93 win pace. That's the kind of team that they have. And that's even with not really having an outfield. They just traded for Dalton Varsho yesterday. So really it's a couple of guys in Pena and Alvarez carrying the roster. And, I think in another year they would have had to sell. But because so much of the middle of this American League is just mediocre this year, it's created an opportunity for them to be outscored by 30 runs and still be in first place.
We believe Joe Sheehan newsletter. We kind of were joking earlier, not joking, but Anderson and I were talking earlier about, okay, like if you're doing like the old power rankings, like we'll see in football all year, and just kind of looking through the American League. You just said it with the AL West. You think Seattle's the best team. So based on the moves yesterday, let's just worry about the American League. That's kind of what we care about out here. Based on what the moves were made, were not made, what have you, nothing built on standings. Who are the best teams in the American League right now?
So if everybody was 0-0 today,
yep.
Who's got the best record from here to the end of the year?
Yep.
Yankees, Mariners, Rays, Red Sox, White Sox. No, Red Sox. Oh, man. I was going to say the Tigers, but they traded Mize too. The first
Guardians?
4 I'm confident in, and after that, yeah, maybe the Guardians. They made a couple of decent pickups, and we know that they can prevent runs. I don't know if they'll, even with these pickups, if they'll score them at all. But there's a gap between after those first 4 for me.
So you'd have the Mariners close to the top there in the AL.
I still believe in the talent. Again, we're talking about 0-0 starting just today.
Yeah,
I'd have Yankees because of the pitching, Mariners, Rays, Red Sox, and then there's a pretty big gap for me after the Red Sox down to whether it's the Guardians, whether it's the Tigers, the Rays, the Rangers, the Twins, the Blue Jays, the Twins. The Blue Jays actually, they traded Varsho and Gossman, but they replaced Gossman with Soriano, and Varsho wasn't having that good a year. They're basically the same team they were yesterday. They actually beat the Astros last night.
Yeah. Where would you put the Astros in that mix?
They're part of that next group down. I don't believe in the roster, so I guess I'd have to say, okay, let's do the next tier down then. I would say Guardians. I guess Astros might be 6, but I don't have a lot of confidence in it. The Twins made some additions, although Buxton's currently out. Again, the Tigers have the offense. They're going to get Jackson Jobe back here at some point. If they put River Ryan into the rotation, that basically replaces Mize. Yeah, let's say before the Mize trade, I probably would have had the Tigers as the 5th best team in the league going forward. Because again, you look at the underlying numbers, and that's what they've been so far this year.
God, I can't even imagine if I'm sitting there in Detroit right now. Like that's just honestly, that's like criminal. Like as you laid it out for us, Joe.
So, we talk about the newsletter has a Slack site, so everybody can go on there and talk baseball all day, which is why I'm incredibly unproductive. And the funny thing is, the Tigers fans on there weren't that upset. I don't know if one of the guys, a local, was kind of explaining that, hey, look, the fans here were kind of annoyed with Skubal. He'd lost a couple of big games the last few postseasons. He was going to leave. He was never going to sign. So they were ready to be done with it. Plus, the team is under 500, blah, blah, blah. So the impression I get is that locally, this actually isn't going down as badly as you might think. And it's mostly guys like me nationally who are saying, what the hell is a team 2.5 games out of a playoff spot doing dumping?
So at the end, the Mariners, I feel really good. Listening to you, if you're a Mariner fan, you got to feel pretty good about where things stand right now after all the dust settles.
I thought this team has been one of the best teams in the league for 3-4 years running now. I just think they've done a really good job of building that pitching staff. You look at the midseason trades, getting Arozarena, getting Naylor, getting Castillo. I think Jerry Dipoto was good at his job. Could they spend more money? Maybe a bit. Could they spend more money efficiently? I don't know. They've been brought along. That you look at, Cole Young is quietly really having a phenomenal year.
Really good.
Emerson's been up and down. They've even got Edwin. You mentioned Edwin Arroyo is like just sitting there waiting to be called up. Not Nelson. Michael Arroyo. Excuse me. Edwin Arroyo is the former Mariners prospect who was traded for Castillo 1,000 years ago. It's a really good organization right now. And again, if Aaron Judge was healthy, if Roman Anthony was healthy, if Garrett Crochet was healthy, the Mariners would probably have to be dipped down a bit. But they've had their injuries. They're going to be getting guys back. And I just look at the roster and think they're as good as anybody in that league.
Tell folks about the Joe Sheehan newsletter, which includes a Slack channel. Very cool.
Very cool, yeah. JoeSheehan.com. My Tarek Skubal trade piece is actually up there for free. You can check that out. It was less about the details of the trade and more about what it meant, some of the stuff we've been talking about here today. Excerpts from every piece go up there. You can see a whole bunch of free material. Also information on how to subscribe. A couple thousand people subscribe and enjoy it. We're into our 16th season now, so it's exciting and great to get to write about baseball. If you sign up this week, you get the third previews. I don't do second half previews because 2 weeks later we have the trade deadline. I do third previews. I'll cover every single team in baseball over the next week or so. Whether it's the teams that we're never going to talk about again until the offseason, or all of the contenders, what they did at the trade deadline and what it means. So it's a great time to sign up, JoeSheehan.com.
It's a fantastic. The third are fantastic. You'll feel a lot smarter after reading them. I know I do every year. Joe Sheehan, JoeSheehan.com. Go check it out. Thank you, my friend. We appreciate it.
Thanks, Ian.
That's Joe Sheehan from the Joe Sheehan newsletter. We'll come back and wrap up hour number 2 next.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
We will give away a Hard Knocks HBO cornhole set coming away at about 2:40 today. Right?
You know,
we,
I'm gonna take our listeners behind the scenes a little bit here. We do a lot of promotional stuff, which is awesome. I think it's great that we have a lot of giveaways and ways to get free stuff here on iHeart and KJR. I'm going to be honest. Sometimes there's things that I wouldn't personally want a lot of the time. This is not that case. I would absolutely be all in on this cornhole set.
It's kind of cool.
Really cool. Like, it's a perfect kind of backdoor or outdoor activity. If you're one that likes to host parties in the summer, it's a great opportunity for it. Seahawks themed, obviously, so that's pretty dang cool.
We're big. We have at least, I think we have 1.5 cornhole sets. I say half because we're missing bags. We're missing bags on one of them or something.
Okay.
But,
well, it sounds like you need a new one there, Ian.
But I'm not eligible. We'll do that. Speaking of Hard Knocks, Mike McDonald joined Hugh Millen and me last week. And we asked the head coach about all this Hard Knocks stuff. Here he is. It's wild to see the Hard Knocks thing out here, and it's different too. I'm a TV nerd. That's kind of where I started in the business, and so I'm watching these guys and trying to figure out what they're doing. Yeah. They blend in. Great job by the Seahawks, Brian O'Connell. They blend in. They're wearing kind of the same colors as your coaches and stuff, so you don't really see them. But for you guys as a team, you said embrace it. I think everyone's embraced it here. What is it like having those guys around?
It's been seamless.
Yeah.
Like the first day, there's there
they are.
There's the first day. It's like, okay, I'm not used to someone being right there. Now there's somebody there. I'm not used to being mic'd up. Now I'm mic'd up. But it's just kind of like anything else. You just adapt and just go about your business. I mean, there's so many other things you need to be focused on, and I need to practice what I'm preaching too. Like, we got to just be us.
Right.
So if we're kind of out of pocket, we're kind of out of whack, then it's really no good for anybody.
Do you think fans will be surprised by what they said? It's Tuesday, right? I think it's the first episode, Tuesday the 4th. Do you think fans will be surprised? What do you think is going to come out? Like, anything in your back of your mind saying, some people will be surprised
sometimes
by this?
I'm like, do people think that we actually can get a first down around here? Because it's like sometimes it's kind of mayhem. So it'll be maybe, I don't know. We'll see how crazy it seems in there. But yeah, sometimes you're like, we're kind of crazy, but.
I'm excited to watch it tonight. I think it's going to be fun. Guys we went through earlier in the show today about who the one day. I mean, they're micing up different guys every day, but the one day we're telling you about some of the guys that got mic'd up, and McDonald's mic'd up every day, so he'll be a big focus. And I think it'd be fun for the country to get to know him a little bit too.
Absolutely, yes.
We're going to talk to Lund here in a few minutes.
Did you see the little sneak preview that HBO posted this morning?
I watched a little bit of it. Yeah,
with him and Eamon Worry, right?
Yeah, I didn't watch that, though. I saw it, and I didn't want to watch it. I want to watch the thing.
I like it. I did the same thing, Ian. That's actually great.
I saw the tease last week that they kind of put out, and a lot of it was like old footage. It wasn't for stuff they're going to have this week.
Okay.
But yeah, so I watched a little bit of that. But I'm kind of I want to watch the Eamon Worry stuff as it happens, organically, so to speak. But I got to actually make sure Lund knows he's. I talked to Lund earlier. Yeah. I bring this up. There's a thing. The Pro Football Focus, and listen, you know how much I hate lists, right?
Yeah, I know. Even though you just made Joe list out the best teams in the American League during his segment.
Yeah, but that was Joe. He needs to do that. He's got to earn his keep. Well, I wanted context as to where the Mariners were.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Gave us good context. If you're a Mariners fan, you listen to Joe Sheehan. Well, Pro Football Focus, for whatever it's worth anymore, since it's kind of a shadow of its former self, but they did a list of the top coaches, and they used their grading system.
Okay. How do you grade a coach?
Well, it's basically how's your offense, your defense, all that stuff. And they did a list, top coaches in the NFL. And 3 of the 4 were in this division of the top 4. It was McVay, Andy Reid was 2, and then it was Shanahan and McDonald.
Huh.
And honestly, all joking about lists aside, I don't think you argue that. I mean, Andy Reid's won Super Bowls. He's a Hall of Famer. It's a first ballot. Away you go. Now, he's had Mahomes, but he also had success in Philly, and he had success with Alex Smith, not the same level as he had with Mahomes.
Yeah.
But, McVay is widely regarded as the guy.
Yeah.
And Shanahan, I mean, hell, anytime somebody needs to hire an offensive coordinator, somehow he's attached to Shanahan, right?
Yeah,
I
would probably put McDonald above Shanahan as of now, at least.
I would, only because he's our guy.
Yeah.
I would then argue, if I want to counter-argue that, look what Shanahan did last year with that team.
No, that's a good point.
As beat up as they were.
It's a really good
Here's
point.
the point, though. This is the key. Like, I don't think there's any argument if you're going just in the top four, it's some order of McVay, Reed, McDonald, Shanahan.
100%. Totally agree with that. Yes.
But I don't think the rest of the country knows at all who Mike McDonald is.
Yeah.
And I think that is going to be kind of, he's, thank God he's under contract. Probably extend that right now today.
Yeah,
if
let's
you
do
can.
it.
Like
Let's
a
do
new
it.
ownership coming in. But the guy is just such a superstar. He's been that way for the 3 years he's been here. I mean, you basically think about this. Winning record his first year. Super Bowl his second year. And we'll see what the third year brings. But the only landmine you have in the third year is the fact you're in the division with the two guys we just talked about.
Well, and that's the one thing that I think kind of makes him a little bit lower in some people's lists, not mine, is the fact that he hasn't done it for that long, right?
Yeah.
But his 2 years that he's had, and especially if you go back to his coordinating times as well. So I think he'll eventually get there.
And now as you bring it up, when I think more about it, like Shanahan hasn't won a Super Bowl.
He is not even as a coordinator either. So,
that's well documented.
Yes, it is.
That is well documented.
And that's why I would put him up, because he's already gotten above in terms of like that's the goal, right? To win a Super Bowl, right?
100%.
Yeah.
No, that's what they say. Super Bowls are good. We'll take a break. We'll come back. John Lund joins us coming up next.
from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM sports headlines.
Headlines brought to you by Frostbrew Coors Light. Choose chill. M's begin a series against the Tigers tonight. Lots of moves. They picked up Taylor Ward yesterday at the trade deadline. That was their last trade move, but they did make some moves today. We're hearing, according to the Seattle Times, Ryan Divish and Adam Jude, that Luke Raley's out for the year. We heard that already. But they have released Rob Refsnyder and Mitch Garver.
The Mitch Garver one was surprising to me.
That's a shocker. Johnny Pareda called up from Tacoma. He was the backup here and actually had a really nice run when Cal was hurt earlier this season. So he'll take that spot behind Kyle Raleigh as the backup catcher. And
some would say he should be starting based off his current numbers.
Some would say that, sir. Some would say that. Seahawks Hard Knocks debut tonight. HBO Max, HBO, all things HBO, depending on what you have service-wise, either 6 p.m. or 9 p.m. You figure it out. Away you go. But it should be kind of fun. It should be actually really cool. We're giving away that cornhole set, by the way, at $240 today as well. NFL news, Bijan Robinson signed a 3-year contract extension worth up to $75 million with the Falcons. It'll make him the highest-paid running back in NFL history. Zay Flowers extends with Baltimore, the wide receiver, 4 years, $140 million deal. Storm lose again last night to the New York Liberty, 95-83. They're 6-26 on the season. Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM brings you Bonus Bucks, presented by Bellevue Rare Coins. Your chance at $1,000. Listen each weekday, every hour between 6A and 6B. For the nationwide keyword, enter on our website at 933kjr.com. This hour's word is rich. Like you'll be rich. Being rich would be cool. A couple of those guys, Bijan Robinson's rich. He's very rich today. All right, let's go to hour number 3.
Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th at the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Ian Furness on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3, KJR FM.
All right, hour number 3. We'll get John Lund here in a second. Reminder that the text line is there for you. Tacoma Dodge text line, 49451. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions, your concerns, 49451. Fire away. Get those for you. We'll also, again, give away that cornhole set from HBO and the Hard Knocks crew coming up at 2:40 today. Seahawks just getting underway. Practice here at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Full pads today, so getting a little workout going on right now. The Hard Knocks crew following guys around, mic'd up. Everyone's mic'd up. We're ready to go. We're going to crank it up tonight. He's a veteran of Hard Knocks. He was a star when they went and visited the Raiders years ago. He's standing by, John Lund.
Welcome to Ian's weekly visit with John Lund Unleashed. He's a Bay Area media icon who's known Ian for over 25 years. But don't let their age change your opinion of them. John takes you through the Bay Area and the NFC West and dukes it out with Ian over the Niners and the Hawks. So let's unleash it. Now with John Lund, here's Ian.
You know, I just, listening to that open, we are old, man. That does date us. That really does date us when you think about it.
Again, your use of the word we. You're much older than me. Very young, spry.
Spry. You know. Yeah, spry. Oh, God.
Nothing hurts. Nothing hurts on me. I don't have a gray beard like you. I mean, come on. Come on.
It all hurts. You know what? I'm an hour away from being done, and it's another day at the gym today, and I just can't even tell you how much I dread that. I just dread it.
I know, like you used to. Yeah, like I have a thing the other day. Like I had like a shoulder thing. I don't even know where it came from. Like at least when you were young, it was like, yeah, I hurt myself doing that. My wife asked because she goes, "You going to the gym?" Because she's all over me about it, and I go, "I don't know, man. My shoulder's hurt." And she goes, "How'd you hurt your shoulder?" I go, "No idea. Like just none." No idea. And it's killing me.
There's nothing better. There's nothing better than waking up going, what happened? Let's see. What did I do yesterday?
From that, right? Yeah, it's like, I was drinking and I ran into something I was stupid or whatever. But you'd recover from it, you know? Like you'd recover from it. Like, you know. Anyway.
Now a session at the driving range hurts, you know?
Yeah, exactly. You got to take, like when you golf the next day, you're sore. It's like, come on, man. That's a leisurely sport. I mean, what are we doing?
Hey, we got Hard Knocks tonight, buddy. We got Hard Knocks. You gonna watch your favorite team, the Seahawks?
I hate them again. And by the way, next week at this time, I'm going to give you a tease. You'll hate me worse. There's something on the horizon. I've told you, but we have not told your listeners. But they'll be very excited. Very excited. Anyway.
So is it a done deal? Is that a done deal?
Well, we're dotting I's and crossing T's. It's pretty close. I'll talk to you about it.
God,
it's
they're going to hate.
deal.
They are going to hate me next week even more.
Yeah, they're going to hate me. They hate me.
God.
Yeah, when I'm an independent person like this, they won't hate me. But anyway, we'll get into that. But you said this coming in. Yeah, I did cover the Hard Knock Raiders when Gruden's like knock if you're with me and all that kind of stuff, and it was actually pretty funny. And Frank Caliendo was at camp, and he did his whole Gruden thing, and Antonio Brown, and it was in Napa back in those days. They had it in Napa, and it was awesome. And Antonio Brown comes in an air balloon. My son was actually at a game. So we have a team. It's called De La Salle. A lot of guys have got, Maurice Jones-Drew went to De La Salle. Bunch of T.J. Ward. A lot of NFL players, the Toomer brothers, like all that stuff. A lot of guys went there. So it's big in Northern California. And Antonio Brown decided he was going to show up at a game that the Bosa brothers went to this Florida school, and it was De La Salle, and here's Antonio Brown, and my kid went like under everybody and everything and got like a selfie with Antonio Brown, and all that stuff ended up on the Hard Knocks. So
really?
I have experience. Yeah, I've experienced Hard Knocks. It can get. I mean, it's kind of wild that, like you said, there's all these cameras and everybody's around and all that kind of stuff. But the teams that say that it's not like the Madden curse. You know what I mean? It's not like, everybody goes on that goes on. It's not like that.
No. What? Now, were you working the pre and post game radio for the Raiders then when they were on it?
No, that was I was already on the Niners on that situation,
Okay.
but I did go up to camps and everything just because you wanted to go up to those camps, and so I went up there a lot because it was in Napa, which actually is closer to my house than Santa Clara is. So I used to go up there all the time during Raiders camps, and their camps were more fun anyway. Their fans were more fun. They were, because Al Davis, this is crazy. Al Davis didn't let any fans in, none. He thought like they were all spies, like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, like everybody's, whatever that other guy's name was, with the Gobstoppers and all that. He's like, everybody's a spy, and so Al never let anybody in, not any fans. And then the day he passed, it was like, okay, everybody gets in. And so they were doing barbecues up there and tons of fans. They were tailgating in like a hotel. They stayed at a Marriott in Napa, and it was a big spa. And everybody would go up there and they'd buy rooms and they'd hang out with players and they'd barbecue out in the parking lot. It was crazy. So, yeah, they had a much more fun camp than what the Niners do.
What do the Niners do now? Are they at the facility, which is next to Levi's?
Yeah. See, it stinks because they used to be in Rockland, and it would be, 100 degrees, and it would be crazy. But the whole town was taken over by the 49ers, and it was a lot of fun. And then when they built the new stadium that you love so much, and, of course, the substation, which makes everybody injured, like Mike Evans now. But they practice right next to it. They have a bunch of fields right next to it, and then they have, they don't practice in the stadium or anything, but they have a facility right next to the stadium, and they practice on all those fields. And so they don't go anywhere for training camp, so it's really boring. They do bring in fans like you do there in Seattle, but overall it's like, you don't go anywhere. It's not fun, anything like that.
I mean, this was kind of one of the unique things when it started. Mike Holmgren was the coach, Todd Lightwicki, who runs the Kraken now, Paul Allen. I remember we're sitting here. They had this news conference right when I got here. It was like 2007, I think. And we're on the shore, like literally standing in a mud pit next to Lake Washington. It was like an old granite place or something. It was just this dump. And they said, we're building a facility here, and we're going to have practice next to the lake, and people are going to fly in on float planes and watch. And the fans are going to build. We're going to build a little thing, a little grass berm. We're like, what the hell is that? And fans can come watch. And we're thinking, okay, what does this mean? And they opened this thing up, and fans flocked in here. There's 2,000 or 3,000 people, however they can fit in here every game, every practice. And they were one of the first teams to kind of do that, like really open things up. And every player we've talked to, John, it's kind of interesting. And even Mike McDonald have all said the same thing. Like, they like the fans here. It gives them energy. It's just a different vibe.
Yeah.
And I heard Jerry Jones say that actually the other day too, about they have theirs in Oxnard, right? Is that what?
Yeah. I was just going to tell you that I've covered that camp, and it is it's a moneymaker. I mean, it's sponsored by Bud Light. There's people everywhere. They invite other teams to go in and do a lot of joint practice. So a lot of teams come there. Their fans come in there every day, but they're charged. They have concessions. They have sales. I mean, that thing is just, you know, Jerry, he's a marketing machine. So it's not that he wants to win. He wants his team to be worth more, and he wants to make the most money. So they leave Texas. When I first was in Dallas, they went to San Antonio, and we're at the Alamo Dome or whatever, and nobody cared. And so he's like, wait a minute, this is stupid. We're the Cowboys. And so, like you said, he went out to Oxnard, and they put on a show out there every day, and they bring in teams, and it's a big deal. And that's why Jerry doesn't like to do extensions too early, like on Pickens, because he wants to elongate that thing out. And then this is the craziest thing, is that every day, you know how obviously, you know, a camp works, you talk to certain guys, everything. Jerry holds a session every day, and it's unbelievable. And what's funny is he doesn't run the team. His son, Steven, does. But Jerry gets in a scrum in the middle. And he's asked a bunch of questions, and it's, Oxnard is just crazy. That's the craziest one.
I watched his opening press conference last week before training camp with Jerry Jones, Stephen Jones, and Shoddy. And Jerry talked 90% of the time. And the best part was they guys were just, hey, is this a Super Bowl contender? And he's just like, this is the year he started talking about using draft capital, to go out and improve the team. And, people started asking about Max Crosby, and he's like, well, I can't really, that's tampering, but yeah, we'll go do whatever we can to improve the team. And he kept raving. And like, this has been the story in Dallas through training camp, is they're a Super Bowl contender. And I'm like, are you nuts? Like, first of all, you're in a division with a team that's better than you, called Philadelphia. Second of all, have you seen the NFC West? Like, we'll point that out. Third, you can't even figure out who your offensive line is. Your left tackle is Prescott's getting hit in practice every day. I'm thinking to myself, yeah, Jerry, but you keep telling people that, buddy. You keep telling, like, he's delusional, John. He's absolutely delusional.
Yeah. Well, think about what you just said there, too. It's not only the division, and John Harbaugh's with the Giants now and all these kind of things, but, I mean, the NFC, NFC West, obviously, the three teams we always talk about. Then you look at what's going on in the North, and it's like, I think Detroit's going to bounce back. Chicago, I'm a real big fan of Ben Johnson, what they're going to do. Green Bay is going to be there. Matt LaFleur. That team's going to be there. I mean, and you haven't even gotten to where the Cowboys play. I mean, that's just, it is. I'd kind of throw the South out of there because they're going to have somebody, whether it be the Panthers or the, or the Bucs.
Somebody has to make the playoffs. Somebody has to make the playoffs, right?
Right. But I mean, man, there's 6 or 7 teams in the NFC where you just go, man, they could be a factor. And there's always a surprise team. And it's tough. I mean, you coming out of the NFC, it's a battle right now.
I sent you a thing last night. I'm the hypocrite of the just really one of the great hypocrites of all time. I am Anders. I'll tell you that. I don't like lists.
It's true.
I think it's lazy sports radio. It's lazy sports radio.
Mount Rushmore.
Mount Rushmore.
Yeah.
Oh, trust me, our competition loves Mount Rushmores. But I did, and PFF's kind of a shadow of its former self now. But it did catch my attention yesterday. That thing I sent you. So the PFF ranks the top coaches in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I think they're bang on. 3 of the 4. So it's in order. It's McVay, Andy Reid, Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDonald. And I just think about that for a second. First of all, I think we would all agree that's probably a pretty accurate list. You can maybe shuffle the order if you want, but that really doesn't matter. It's those 3 of the 4 are in this division. Like, think about that. Mm-hmm. I mean, would you disagree with that group?
No, and that's the thing is, there's lists that I don't care about. In fact, I stopped reading. I could give you the whole 100. List right at the top. Yeah, but the top 100 or anything that, like, Stephen A. Smith says, this guy says, this, Ryan Clark used to say, like, that's when I stopped reading. Anybody like that, you know what I'm talking about. Pat McAfee says, like, anything like that, I don't care. But when you start talking about executives and you start, things like what Sando does, I think what Sando does, didn't he just come out with quarterback tiers?
Yeah.
Like, he goes and he talks to people. He actually does work. It's not some jackass who's just trying to get a bunch of cheap clicks. It's Sando, as he does every year, and he does, and that's legit. Those tiers are legit. What people think is legit. So when you look at to go back to your question, who would question that? I mean, look, Andy Reid's in there. There's no question. I get it. He's got Patrick Mahomes, if you want to say that, but he was really good in Philadelphia too. Yeah. But Kyle Shanahan, look, if Kyle Shanahan, heaven forbid that he had gotten further injured, he's the most important element of the 49ers, bar none. It's not Purdy. It's not any defender. It's not Bosa. It's not John Lynch. It's not ownership. It's Kyle. And it would greatly affect what the 49ers do. He's really important. It's the same thing with Sean McVay. I think what the Rams have done, they're built in his style. And then you look at Mike McDonald. They are built in his style. And so that's what you have to look at in coaches, I think, is that you look at the team and say, you know the guy, you know who he is, and then you see what his team is. It's almost like, when you see people and then you see their dog and they look the same. It's like they just are that. If you look at what now Seattle has become, and I've seen some of the clips just like all you guys have on Hard Knocks. I'm excited to watch it tonight because that clip with Emin Worry, that's the big clip that's come out already. It's like that's what their team is, man, and you can see the trust there. And I know that McDonald isn't number one, but damn, man, he's going to make, if they have a really good year again this year, even if they don't win the Super Bowl, it's going to be pretty darn tough to not start looking at him as maybe the top. Certainly on defense, he is.
Well, I think, and it's different because like McVay and Shanahan are offensive guys. Andy Reid's an offensive guy. Yeah. So if you just kind of look at it from that standpoint, I mean, is there a better coach in terms of defense in the league than him? Probably not. I mean, the other guys that you would say are better than him or on par are all offensive guys. And I like, what is the latest on Shanahan, by the way? All joking aside, is he progressing? Yeah. Is he helping at practice? What's the latest on him?
He's staying far away. I mean, he's down there, and you know how it is. You'll see coaches in the distance, but you can't talk to him. He's not going to be interviewed. Chris Forster is their acting interim head coach. So after sessions, people talk to Chris Forster. But Kyle's there. It's just he's in dark sunglasses and far away, and he's not there every day. Now, he may be behind the scenes. He may be, doing things. But, again, with the concussion that he has, the doctors don't want him, putting the intense, sleep on the cot, be there till 3 a.m. He can't do that. And he knows it. And that's all these coaches are like that, man. Once this calendar turns, just like we are as fans, it's like all of a sudden it's like, man, it's football season. These guys turn and they start grinding, and I know that it's killing him that he's not able to do it, but he just physically can't.
I mean, there's no question that's going to hurt that team. Like just absolutely no question. Like this is such an important time of the year. John Lund joining us. All right. So your Giants, we appreciate the win last night over Texas up here in Seattle.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, enjoyed that deadline.
What are people in San Francisco, what are the Giants fans saying about the Dodgers getting Scooble? That's just got to send them over the edge, doesn't it?
Yeah, what's funny about that is I was doing my national show on Saturday night, and I'm glad you asked that question because I kind of had forgotten about it with all our football talk. But it happened like probably 10 minutes into the show that I was doing, and I'm telling you, dude, from coast to coast, the Dodgers aren't the problem with baseball. I get it, but they're the face of it like Barry Bonds was the face of the steroid era. It's just,
right.
Okay, they didn't do it, and they're spending money, and they're using the loophole to put everybody on a credit card. And look, I get it. I don't hate the Dodgers. But here's the problem with it from the way the reaction was. But first of all, from coast to coast, I don't care if it was New York, Boston, Baltimore, Minnesota, Seattle. Everybody hate the Dodgers, hate this move, people were pissed. It was, by the way, for me, it was awesome because I was just a button pusher the whole night. And I'm like, hey, Bob in Boston. Hey, Steve in Baltimore. Hey, like it was like the easiest show I ever did. Like, I hate the Dodgers.
So
lose their mind. But it's unfortunate because I was saying this the other day, and I don't know if it applies to the Mariners as much, but I'll give you like a Giants example. Matt Chapman stinks, big contract. Willie Adames stinks, big contract. Rafael Devers stinks, big contract. Go down to the Padres, right? Manny Machado stinks, big contract. Bogart stinks, big contract. Those teams, those teams they make those kind of mistakes. Like if you look at the Dodgers right now, and everybody thinks they're so great, between a guy like Betts, who's got a 600 OPS and is making $35 million, and he's 33. Blake Snell's hardly played. Kyle Tucker's been a complete joke. They just signed him to keep him away from other teams. They have 5 players on their team that would be the 9th highest payroll in the league of the guys I just mentioned. Tyler Glasnow, a guy who's in 2 years is always hurt. That would hamstring all the other teams. You could not do business the way that you would continue to do business. The Dodgers don't care. So not only do they have 5 bums on their team making about $40 million apiece, but then they can go out and get Tarek Skubal, and not only go get him, they're going to re-sign him. And they have 5 major mistakes of guys that would they would cripple all the other teams in Major League Baseball, maybe outside the Mets, who are just a bunch of dopes. And then all these, the thing that bothered me the most was led by like the Ken Rosenthal's of the world. Like, hey, fans, it's not the Dodgers' fault. Hey, fans, why are you so mad? It's like, quit talking to us like we're kids. They are ruining the sport. The sport needs to be fixed. They're in the face of it. I don't blame them generally, but what I just said is they can make 5 mistakes at really high-priced players. The Mariners could never do that. If the Mariners make one mistake, like a contract that just blows up in their face, it changes everything they do. The Dodgers can do that, I don't know, 5, 10 times and still go out and do the things they do, and it doesn't affect their business whatsoever. That's a problem.
Well, I think, and we talked to our buddy Joe Sheehan an hour ago. I'm kind of with him in this. It's, first of all, Dodgers do what they can do. Good for them. And if you're a Dodger fan, you got to love the like, to me, it's the teams like Detroit and others that just aren't trying. Like, you're just not even, you're not even going to try, or the perception is you're not trying. So a guy like Scooble's told you, I'm not going to resign here. Right. So you kind of get all those things kind of rolled into one. I mean, at the end of the day, there's no salary cap. And every team's owned by a billionaire. You can sign whoever the hell you want. You can spend what you want, right? Like, you can do that. It's up to you as an owner. Yeah. They choose to spend the money. Now, again, they have greater resources and revenue streams with their television and media rights contracts than anybody else, not named the Yankees, but they're able to do that. They've also done something that we've seen in hockey. They've built a culture of winning. And so that breaks all ties, right? Like maybe you're going to get offered the same $100 million contract by team A, B, and C. Well, if team A is going to win, i.e. the Dodgers, you're probably going to sign there. And that's the hard thing, because once you get to that level, once you get to that level, you're like, you've got everything going on your side. Things like a state income tax don't even matter to people anymore. Which, last I checked, is it not pretty high in your state? Like, it's still pretty high.
That'd be 13.3, the highest in America. Which, that's not good. But no, you bring up a great point. And look, don't confuse me with the facts, because then now I have to say this: is that look, they spend the most money in Asia, they spend the most money in Latin America, they spend the most money in all their minor league systems. They put the most money back into their system. They pay the most of their revenue on payroll. I think, as last I checked, was 71%. They do all those things, and they have the guys to trade. So it's not like they're just throwing a bunch of money, because if that were the case, then the Mets would be good, and they're not. So it goes beyond just throwing money around. But they have, like, this blows your mind when you hear this. Their payroll this year is second to the Mets, and it's well over $300 million. Well, they make that in just their TV revenue money, local TV revenue money, before they even take a dime from the national. So, look, they've got inherited advantages that you're always going to have. But as a fan, all I would try to be looking for, and you're not going to be able to do this exactly, but the Rams don't win because they're in L.A. The Knicks didn't win the NBA title because they're in New York. They're well-run organizations, and you kind of have some balance there. I don't know how baseball is going to get there, and I hate to say this because in 2027, because they're going to institute some kind of a cap on all this stuff. And because the taxes don't work, the Dodgers are like, whatever, we'll pay any taxes. So it can't be a tax system. But the problem is what you just mentioned. The teams at the bottom, they're going to try to raise the floor on. And those teams like the A's and the Rays and and the Twins and the smaller market teams are going to be like, hey, man, you can't tell us what we have to spend. And it's like, well, yeah, we do. There's going to have to be some give and take here, or we're not going to see that sport back for a long time.
I'll read one text. Our listeners love texting when you're on.
It's got to be all love. I know it is. I just know it.
Our buddy Keith Miller says, screw the so here's the deal. We're giving away a Hard Knocks, HBO Hard Knocks Seahawks cornhole set later today. And our buddy Keith Miller, screw the listeners, give the Seahawks Hard Knocks cornhole to the biggest Seahawk fan in Santa Clara, John Lund.
That's true. He is.
So, John, go ahead and just give your address to Anders, and the listeners are hooped on this one. They're giving it to you.
That thing, if I put that like my front yard, I'd wake up and be like, "What's going on? People are burning crosses on my lawn." They would be very upset.
These are the new 49ers. You're not in Candlestick anymore. You're not on the mean streets of Candlestick Park, which weren't really streets. They were a dirt parking lot.
They were. It was so bad.
Filled with sewage and the smell of marijuana. That's the place.
Not that
You
I
have
have
to
a
run
problem
to
with
your
either one of
car.
those
Believe
things.
me.
Oh, I
you
know.
do post game at that place. It was like run for your life to your car. And best of luck to you.
The year before I started traveling, my buddy Aaron Levine at Fox, the last trip he had down there to Candlestick, their car got just trashed. Their rental car got trashed. And because they saw like the fan, because you park in the same lot and the fans see these guys getting out. They knew they were from Seattle and they come out and they're like, and the car's just rental car's trash. I don't even know if, and back then we'd fly out that night. You're hauling ass to the airport. I don't even think they even got to the airport. They were just screwed. Yeah, so I'm driving in my first trip to Candlestick, and my photog Schrammick is going. Yeah, by the way, I'm like, oh great, I didn't need to hear that. Like, are we going to get?
Yeah, don't have any indicators that you're from Seattle at all. Like, just make sure. I told you, my car got. Yeah, but go ahead. Sorry.
I think we just said we're always from ESPN or something. So
that's a good call. Everybody loves that. No, the same thing happened to me. I told you this in the Rams parking lot. They shoved all the cones and put a bunch of beers, and I was like literally the last person out of that parking lot at SoFi a couple years ago, and I'm like, come on, man. I'm trying to drive, and it's like, oh, somebody stuck cones up there, and then there's beer bottles flying off my car.
All right, I got. We'll do more horror stories. I got a couple good ones for you next week from parking lots at NFL stadiums on the road. We'll do that next week.
You don't have anything better to do. What are you and Anders going to talk about now? Trade deadline's over.
Listen, it's called a clock. We've got to hit the clock. We're already well past it.
Shut up.
Put him on hold. We're done. That's it. He's out of here. Lunch out of
some
here.
Big fat cat lunch anyway. Rich isn't listening to you. Nobody listens to middays. What is this? Didn't you say this was Area 51 or 54 or whatever you called it?
That's what we called it in Salt Lake. That's what I called it in Salt Lake.
Nobody cares about middays. They just care about drive time.
Took the idiot program director there, Jeff Rickard, like a year to figure out why I called it Area 51. Anyway, we're good. I'll talk to you next week.
See you later.
That's
week.
John Lund. Yeah, all right. 49451. We'll look at one or two texts before we run out of time. We'll do that next. Hey, it's Ian back with you for my good friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel, snocasino.com. That is where you can go set up a reservation. Check out the brand new hotel. I say brand new. It's been open for a year, but it feels like new. It is absolutely sensational. You have a great weekend up there. Enjoy the great dining options as well, including Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood, 12 Moons, best buffet you'll find with the best prime rib in the area. And, of course, Hawks Peak Sports Bar and Grill, voted best happy hour on the east side, 60-plus televisions. Sit outside in the patio. Enjoy all the games on TVs outside or inside. Pizza, by the way, underrated. Fantastic. And I would try the wings while you're there. Find out more by going to snocasino.com. See how's closest now Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Now back to Ian Furness at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
206. Shouldn't Hard Knocks have a segment where Hugh Millen is explaining hardcore football style cover 2 cloud coverage on a whiteboard? Yes. Yes, that would have been good.
They absolutely should do that.
That would be in the Hard Knocks KJR version. Would be that. You know, Hugh did that back when we did that. We used to do a charity thing, KJR Cares-a-thon back in the day, and Hugh did like a whiteboard, like a film session for either the Huskies or the Seahawks. Might have done one of each. Massively popular, like sold out in a second. Only thing that sold out faster was when Puck and I did the Georgetown brewery tour, where basically you just hung out and drank beer for 4 hours. But yeah, that was good. I kind of wanted to go to one of those things with Hugh, but I want to say it was a Husky thing, and that I wouldn't like that. Unless
Really?
it was the Tyrone year, then I would have enjoyed it. Hardcore football coming this fall. We'll have that on. It's a very popular segment that we've been doing forever. I love doing it with you every Monday. Let's see what else we got going on. Guaranteed Lund does all his shows next to a substation. Yep. I would agree.
Yep.
I would agree.
You got a couple talkbacks.
Fire away.
Can I have what Joe's having? What is Joe having today? I want whatever Joe is having. I think he's a little bit off his rocker on the Mariners, but whatever he's taking to make him so shiny happy on the Mariners, I want it. Because I'm not feeling that at all. This team has shown me nothing. He's thinking about last year. This is a whole new year, Joe. This is this year. This team's got nothing.
There's a lot. If you missed it, Joe Sheehan earlier, he's very bullish on the Mariners.
Just like he is on Brian Wu.
But here's the problem. Our fans here are not having it. It's a prove. I mean, they're going to go on a run. They're going to get going. They'll be in first place sooner than later. And then people are still going to be mad at them. That's just the way it is. Am I wrong?
Think there's
Am I wrong with that?
Do you think there's a larger portion of the fan base that actually wants the Mariners to not succeed than in other
I don't think
fan
there's
bases?
a larger than not, but I think there is a portion of them, yes.
What I meant is larger than in other fan bases. It seems like that's the case, to me, at least.
I think there is a very East Coast feel and mentality to the Mariner fan base. Seahawks have unconditional love.
Yeah.
Unconditional love. Mariners, they may as well be playing in Philadelphia with the way the fans are here. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I think there's two teams like that. I think the Kraken fall into that too. That we just want to find stuff wrong. And the Seahawks, on the other hand, now, let's be honest. This team's won 2 Super Bowls in the last 15 years.
Right.
So,
which is weird because the two teams that haven't done anything are the ones that get the high expectations all of a sudden.
And just get hammered by people. By the way, JSN, long touchdown pass from Sam Darnold. You got one more?
Yes, one more talk back right here.
Guys, the Dodgers are not paying their players. They're deferring $1.1 billion. No other team is doing that. It's ridiculous. It is laughable. It is a joke. The system is broken, and the system will get adjusted. The system will get fixed, and there will be a salary cap. It will, absolutely will happen.
What do you think's more likely to happen, Anders? A salary cap in Major League Baseball, or the Mariners win the 2026 World Series?
Ooh, Mariners win the World Series.
I agree.
I think there's actually a chance of that happening.
I mean, if you want to go, just depending on where you want to look, stats or whatever else, there's probably a 12% chance. There's a 0.1% chance that there's going to be a salary cap. All right, here's what we're going to do. 49451. We've got a cornhole set, courtesy HBO Hard Knocks Seahawks cornhole set. Really cool. Big thanks to them. We talked about it earlier. If you're listening earlier, you know that. Here's how we're going to give it away. 49451. Who was our Seahawk guest today in the noon hour? 49451. Who was the Seahawk that sat down with me in the noon hour? 49451. What do you got, Anders?
Taylor Ward's DHing tonight.
Okay. Breaking news.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me because he's probably your best defensive outfielder and he's DHing.
Canzone in right field?
Yeah.
Okay.
Randy.
49451. Who was our guest for
Yeah,
the
sorry, I
Seahawks
didn't mean
in
to
the noon
interrupt
hour?
that. Yeah.
That's all right. 49451. Text in right now. 49451. Who is our Seahawk guest in the noon hour? One of the correct answers is going to go ahead and win that cornhole set courtesy of our good friends at HBO and Hard Knocks. 49451. Who is our Seahawk guest in the noon hour? 49451. Text in right now, and you will win that cornhole set. We'll take a break, come back, join with Softy next. By the way, our answer to our question
Can I answer it?
For the cornhole, yes.
Charles Cross.
You're right.
Yes. You know how I knew that?
How?
Because I asked you.
Okay. Anders,
You told me.
Anders, are you going to? You'll call the winner, right? Do we know who the winner is yet?
Yes, we do have a winner. They have to reply with some more information, and then I'll get their info over to our promotions department.
Okay, and then we'll announce the name of the winner tomorrow on the air, so you guys know we're doing this in the Up and Up and not giving it to Lund, as Keith Miller suggested.
Are we doing that today? Are we giving away a cornhole deal?
That's up to your producer, sir. That's a you producer thing.
Anders, check your phone.
I will after the show. I do have our text of the day.
And then delete, and Anders, and then delete it before you get home.
Got it. Sounds good. Sounds good.
Anders. Oh, Anders.
Anders? What is that? What do you got?
Does your wife talk to you like that when you're in trouble at home, by the
calls
way?
him Anders.
No,
Anders.
if I'm in trouble, she doesn't talk to me, period. I get the silent treatment.
Does she talk to you in Portuguese when you're in trouble? Or Spanish or whatever she speaks?
No, Spanish, but...
thought she was from Portugal.
Argentina.
Argentina.
Close enough. Close enough.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Across the end.
Opposite sides of the world.
All right, he has a tweet of the day for us.
Okay.
What do you got?
Yeah, so Keith Miller, by the way, which has a higher exit velo? Mariner fan bandwagon jumpers or Ian when his shift ends?
The Seattle Mariners.
Probably me. My exit velo
You
is
are out of there.
My exit velo. Well, there's a reason. They can't turf you if you're not here.
Yeah, they actually can. They actually can. A lot of people are getting fired over Zoom these days.
I'm in for that.
I mean, have you seen him limping around, Anders? What's that bum wheel he's got?
I'm hauling out.
You know how he did that, by the way? From running his ass out of the studio.
Hey.
Fell and broke his knee, smashed his face against
when you get the text from Purple Sheet, hey, swing by on your way out.
55.
Yeah.
I'm already out of here. Sorry.
I'm gone.
You remember the scene in Forrest Gump when he just takes off running, by the way?
Yes.
That's what Ian Furness looks like.
I'm 3 minutes away from
We got to
that.
get you a Bubba Gump hat.
I'm three minutes away and counting from that.
Yeah, last time I ran that fast, I had to hit the bathroom, man. So.
Anders, did you check your phone yet?
I did, yes.
You should thank Softy for that.
Yeah, thank you.
What do you think? Was that right?
Pretty good. Yeah, you are right.
All right. People will never know. Text in 49451. What do you think we're talking about right now?
What did Softy send Anders? 49451.
It was Ian's idea.
That is actually correct.
That's why I'm sprinting.
It was correct. 1,000% correct. I said that as a joke. That's actually true.
That's why I'm sprinting out. That's why I'm sprinting out of here as soon as possible.
Well, are you choking on the smoke out there or what? Huh?
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's hazy, but it doesn't smell. Remember, was it 3 years ago? You could really smell
I
it.
think it was 4 years ago because it was during COVID, I thought.
The year after. Yeah, 2021 maybe.
What year was it like 110 degrees outside? Remember that?
That was 22.
What summer
22,
was that?
22.
Yeah, we were doing the 86 holes or whatever, the summer solstice thing at Chambers.
Oh, yeah.
And they threw us off the course halfway through. Said, you guys got to go. Like, all right.
That's right. It was like late June. Yeah.
That was terrible.
It was
absolutely terrible.
It was
that was a freaky time, man.
It was.
We had COVID.
Yeah.
We had all the fires.
Yeah.
And then the world's burning. It's 120 degrees. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
The COVID year, we weren't out here unless you wanted to stand on top of the berm 50 feet from everybody.
Right.
Remember that?
Right.
We came out, and I remember we were doing our show for Fox 13, and we're standing up there.
Yes.
And
2021.
Yeah. And the photographer had to be like 20 feet from me.
Right.
And I'm like, I rode in a car with him out here. Like, what are we doing?
Right.
But yeah, then the next year, 21.
But they don't care if you get sick on your own time.
Yeah.
But if you get sick out here, then that's their problem.
Well,
right?
and that was also.
We don't care what you and Schrammick are doing in the back seat of your Subaru.
But you know what?
That's up to you, pal.
But we had to come out and get tested all the time.
Wow. I remember that.
And I remember the one time when Julie, I'm like, what are we hearing? Like, I don't hear anything. She goes, we haven't heard anything? Oh, no. She goes, let me get back to you. And I'm like, oh, God. Right. Back when, you really didn't want to get it.
God, do you guys remember getting your first COVID shot?
Yes.
And I went down to the Lumen Field Event Center, and there were just thousands of people there, waiting online to get a COVID vaccine.
It's like the soup kitchen.
That is the freakiest thing now, man. Looking back at that, thinking about that, holy.
You know where we got ours at the Showwear Center was the Showwear Center was a place to get to do that, and there were hockey games going on because the WHL tried to play like they want for the draft.
Right.
Empty arena except for 20 people.
Yep.
That had to wait their 15 minutes. That would come and go.
Right.
And then we would do a game 30 feet apart. Players had to wear allegedly a mask. and with no fans. We televised those games. It was the weirdest time of my life. But I remember, like, you look down these people like, hey, we're watching the game. No, you got to get out. 15 minutes.
You got to leave.
You're out.
All
right.
I got sick, I think, twice with COVID. I thought maybe I was close to becoming a tree man after that second bout.
He wanted to return to nature and become a tree, and now he is.
What? I just want an excuse to play that. You know what that is? No. We ran a campaign. God.
I do remember that campaign.
They basically churn you up into soil.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
He wanted to return to nature and become a tree, and now he is.
I'm sorry, man. I don't know who
I
that
forgot
is.
about that.
Unbelievable. All right. Well, we got a lot of Mariner news to get to.
Yeah.
How about that?
And I got to get out of here.
Yeah, you really do.
I do.
It's almost 3 o'clock. You better go.
Feel free to text me some more things.
See you later, man.
Bye-bye.
All right. All right, boys and girls, it's time again for the $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest, all brought to you by our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins. 4 locations, Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah. Great time to sell your gold. Find out more at BellevueRareCoins.com. Just get to the website, 93.3 KJR.com. Enter the keyword credit right now. Credit at 93.3 KJR.com for a shot at $1,000. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, well, happy Tuesday, everybody. Here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, Softy Dick Jackson. No Dick, no Jackson, but don't worry, the Ogre Moger is in the studio. Say hi, Travis, to all the people out there. Say hello to your fans.
Hi, Travis.
There you go. He's back in the studio. We're at the Seahawks training camp, getting ready, by the way, for the debut of Hard Knocks tonight. Yeah, we'll talk about that and got a prize to give away to celebrate that in a matter of minutes. Headlines, though, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
You can pop your head out of your butt now.
All right, Mariners made a bunch of moves today. First of all, they got the Tigers in town for 3. Hancock, Woo at home. Thank God. Bryce Miller on Thursday against Detroit. M's are 2.5 games out, 55-58 overall. Here's what's going on. Brendan Donovan has been activated, by the way, off the IL. The M's have released Rob Refsnyder and catcher Mitch Garver. How about that? They also have recalled Johnny Pareda from AAA Tacoma, and outfielder Luke Raley, by the way, expected to miss the rest of the regular season with an injury. The lineup is already out tonight. Cole Young hitting leadoff. Arozarena still in left field. Canzone's in right. Julio in center hitting cleanup. Josh Naylor at first. Kyle Raleigh behind the plate. Donovan will start at third base tonight and hit 7th. Taylor Ward is your DH tonight against the Tigers, and Colt Emerson at shortstop, again with Emerson Hancock on the mound for the M's against the Detroit Tigers. What else we got? Lots of news in the National Football League to get to. We'll start in Chicago. The Bears and right tackle Darnell Wright, 4 years, $116 million deal with $93 million guaranteed. That is the biggest deal ever for a right tackle in the history of the NFL. The Falcons and running back Bijan Robinson, 3 years, $75 million, $51 million guaranteed for Bijan, makes him the highest paid running back in the history of the NFL. And the coaches poll, college football coaches poll, has come out. Top 5, Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Texas, and Notre Dame. The Huskies debut at number 19 after being unranked to start the season last year.
And here we go. Live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, this is KJR's special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the 2026 Boeing Classic, August 14th through the 16th. At the club at Snoqualmie Ridge. Details at BoeingClassic.com. Now, here's Softy and Dick on your home for the Super Bowl champion 12th man. Sports Radio 93.3. KJR FM.
All right, boys and girls, big thanks to our friends at the Boeing Classic for sponsoring all of our coverage here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. We got a big one today, Softy Dick Jackson with no Dick and no Jackson. But Travis, the Ogre Moger, is back in the studio, climate-controlled studio. I got to tell you, Travis, I was sitting outside about ready to go on the air and do the show from the walk right outside the practice facility. Said to myself, you know what? It's a little smoky out here, a little muggy, a little humid, and I'm going to pedal my ass inside and do the show here inside this little closet. So I am comfortable. Thank you for asking. I know that you were concerned about my well-being, by the way, pal. So I appreciate you looking out for me, man. But here's what we got today. Mike Florio will join us in a matter of minutes. Lots of news, by the way, in the NFL to get to with all these extensions and all these signings. Hard Knocks starts tonight on HBO. I believe 6 p.m., I think, is the first show tonight. And by the way, we have a Hard Knocks branded cornhole set to give away. I know when you people out there think of Hard Knocks, the first thing you think of is cornhole, okay? And we got a cornhole set with a Hard Knocks logo to give away to one lucky person because the Seahawks aren't celebrating anymore. They're getting back to work. Go inside the building with the defending Super Bowl champions as Hard Knocks training camp with the Seahawks gives you an all-access look at the coaches, stars, and players battling to earn their spot for another championship season. Don't miss the premiere tonight at 6 p.m., streaming exclusively on HBO Max. Also a local watch party at Victory Hall at the Box Yard tonight. Doors open already. They opened up an hour ago with the episode airing at 6 p.m. So here's the question I got. Ian asked, by the way, on the air last segment to name the Seahawk that he had on the radio show. He just wants to make sure people are tuning in. He's trying to bribe you to hear his radio show. I'm going to tap the old school, longtime Seahawk fan out there. If you don't know the answer, call your dad, call your mom. Maybe they'll tell you. Text in your first and last name in your email right now to 49451, along with the answer to this question. What former Denver Bronco did Steve Largent knock the piss out of? That's it. End of story. Travis, do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't.
Okay, good, because I don't want you to ruin the party.
No.
What former player, and I will text you the answer, by the way, Travis, off the air, so you can start maybe gathering all the winners, and we can pull one person, announce the winning name at about 5:30 tonight. What former Bronco did Steve Largent once knock the piss out of in a game between the Seahawks and the Denver Broncos? All right, there's only one answer. Text that answer with your first and last name in an email to 49451 right now. We'll announce a winner for the Hard Knocks Cornhole set coming up tonight at 5:30 on the radio show. We got a lot to get to, man. We got a lot of Mariner moves. Steve Phillips, the former GM, will join us in about 25 minutes from now at 3:30 at the bottom of the hour. We'll get his thoughts on all the moves the Mariners have made. The lineup for tonight's game is already out, and I got to tell you, I'm a little bit surprised that they've got Taylor Ward at DH tonight. I thought he would be a great answer in left or right field and give them a shot to put Randy Arozarena at designated hitter. I had a guy tweet me back on Twitter at Softy KJR, by the way, that, well, Randy's already shown, and he said he doesn't like being a DH. Well, look, all due respect to Randy, who cares what he thinks? He's a terrible left fielder, awful left fielder. So I would have taken the worst of the three, Canzone, Taylor Ward, Randy Arozarena, and I would have put the worst offender of the three of them at DH. And they're not doing that tonight, right? So let's see. Let's see if this move pays off. Let's see if this is just all about maybe a soft landing for Taylor Ward, and maybe tomorrow Taylor Ward's in the field with Randy Arozarena at DH, because he is an absolute liability in left field. There is no question about that. I thought this would have been a perfect opportunity to get Randy Arozarena some time at DH and get a real outfielder out there and not Randy Arozarena, but they're not doing that. So Taylor Ward, who his numbers coming over from Baltimore, by the way, he leads the Mariners in on-base percentage. He is the best on-base percentage player you've got. All that happened in Baltimore, obviously, but he's going to be hitting 8th in the lineup tonight, and Brandon Donovan back playing third base, hitting 7th, with Cal Raleigh hitting 6th. So it's a new-look lineup tonight for the Mariners. They made a lot of moves today. Ref Snyder's gone. Mitch Garver's gone. Donovan's been activated. Luke Raley expected to miss the rest of the year. Johnny Pareda has been recalled from AAA Tacoma, and we're off and running, man. So I'm really curious to see what these guys can do, and I got to be honest with you, man, they got to sweep the Tigers. They got to sweep them. Winning the series, to me, no longer enough. After what you've done, after the way you've fallen behind, not just in the AL West, but also in the wild card race, you got a baseball team with no Tarek Skubal, a baseball team that has got to be a little bit demoralized, I think, internally, after trading their best player for really nothing, by the way, from the Dodgers, all those guys that are left behind him. And hell, the Tigers, I think the Tigers are a half a game up on the Mariners in the wild card race, and they threw in the towel. For God's sakes, they absolutely threw in the towel. No, they're a half game behind. Sorry, but they're right there. They're 2.5 out of a wild card spot. And if the Mariners aren't throwing in the towel, why are the Tigers throwing in the towel? I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams that are all within 2.5 games of a wild card spot, and the Tigers are one of them, and they just dumped their best players. So I need all three. I'm not going to sit here and say, 2 out of 3 is good. No. You have gotten yourself to a point on the 4th of August where you need to start making some freaking ground up. So let's go and start with a sweep tonight against the Tigers. Let's get to Mike Florio right now.
It's time for our weekly conversation with Pro Football Talk's Mike Florio. Brought to you by Simply Seattle. Tired of buying and repping the same old Seattle sports gear everyone else has? For the best Storm, Seahawks, Mariners, Kraken, Rainiers, Sounders, and not to mention the largest Sonics collection in the world, check out simplyseattle.com. Now with Mike Florio, here's Softy and Dick.
All right, big thanks to our friends at simplyseattle.com. Get ready for the upcoming Seahawks and Huskies seasons. Grab some new swag, some new gear at simplyseattle.com, and always use code KJR15 at checkout for a 15% discount on anything, anytime at simplyseattle.com. Here he is, our friend from ProFootballTalk.com, the NFL and NBC. We are dickless yet again today.
Yes, it's true. This man has no dick.
Mike Florio with us on the radio show. How are you, pal?
Dude, you sounded like Newt Rockney there. Getting
Hey,
the
man.
Seahawks, not the Seahawks, but the Mariners ready to go. You're ready, man.
Let's
Win one for
go.
the Gipper, baby.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Let's win. Win one for me. How's that sound? As a long-suffering Mariner fan, win one for me. Well, I tell you what. Why don't we start off, though, by what Seahawks fans you think should expect tonight? First time ever on Hard Knocks, 9 p.m. your time, 6 p.m. our time. How much behind the scenes are we really going to see? How far will they go? How impressed do you think will fans be by how much they'll learn about this football team starting tonight on HBO, Mike?
Well, the Seahawks have embraced this assignment in a way that the teams had stopped embracing it. You've seen a lot of resistance in recent years. The Seahawks' attitude is we're proud of how we do things, and we want to show everyone. So I guess it's easier to do it when you just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
You really are the cream of the crop right now. But I like the attitude. If you have to do it, you may as well accept it and make the most out of it, and that seems to be what they're doing.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, Mike, there's a lot of moves today, a lot of extensions in the NFL, and I don't know, let's start with Bijan Robinson. Just became the highest-paid running back in the history of the NFL, 3 years, $75 million, $51 million guaranteed. We all know that the highest-paid guy is not always the best guy, but kind of feels, I think, appropriate that Bijan Robinson is the highest-paid running back in the NFL.
Well, and what's ridiculous is how the running back markets and the other markets at the other positions factor into each other. Jackson Smith-Njigba, highest paid receiver at $42.15 million. Most objective individuals would say, I'd rather have Bijan Robinson dollar for dollar than Jackson Smith-Njigba. And the way this Robinson deal works, yes, it's a 3-year extension worth up to $25 million a year. The base value of the 3 new years is $22.25 million. But when you add that to the money that he was already due to make over the next 2 years, and that gets folded into a 5-year deal, the 5-year deal for the Falcons is $16.36 million per year, which is a steal for how good he is. Think about the cash that some of the best players in the NFL are getting. And Bijan Robinson, who Raheem Morris, when he was coaching the Falcons last year, said on multiple occasions, is the best player in the entire NFL. He is getting peanuts in comparison. And that's not a reflection on him. Yeah. That's a reality of the running back market. And so I thought that both he and Jahmyr Gibbs would be holding the line to try to change the way running backs are paid. Bijan Robinson didn't. And now the question is, how aggressive will Jahmyr Gibbs be in trying to not just outdo Bijan Robinson by a little bit, but by a lot, because it's not about the position. It's about what I mean to the team. And you look at how the Lions have reconfigured their offense. They got rid of David Montgomery. They're going to make Jahmyr Gibbs the workhorse. And, for guys like Robinson and Gibbs, you got one chance to break the bank. This is it. 24 years old, 3 years in, full tread on the tires still. Now's the time to get paid. So I wasn't surprised that Robinson did the deal, and I guess I'm not shocked that the deal isn't better than it could be. Mm-hmm. But, man, it's a bargain. You get a great running back like that, and you pay him top of the running back market, you're getting a great player for a lot less than other great players cost.
Yeah, Mike Florio with us, ProFootballTalk.com, usually with us on Wednesdays, but we got the Hall of Fame game coming up, obviously, so Mike will be a little busy this week. Mike, you wrote about Aaron Donald at PFT today, trying to kind of increase his presence, grow his brand a little bit. How much of him coming back will be kind of maybe driven by that idea to increase his Q rating a bit, if you will?
Well, he's been out of the public eye for 2 years. He worked the pregame show for Super Bowl 60 with NBC. That was the first time we've seen him, other than just like workout videos on social media. But, big platform stuff, he hasn't done much. So you come back and you play another year for a team that's going to have 7 primetime games and that is potentially going to be playing standalone games in the postseason. That's a hell of a way to make your transition into whatever it is he's thinking about doing by hiring the firm that he's hired to help grow his profile away from football. So it all kind of fits together now. And, hey, to the extent that he wants to get involved in media and entertainment, he's doing this thing the right way. He's creating a lot of drama, and he's teasing us, and he's taking his time. And man, it just feels inevitable that he's going to come back. I just don't know when, and how much he'll play once he's back on the field.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, if you had to put money on this, you would say he's returning. It's just a matter of when, not if, right?
Well, he's doing everything he can to get himself in a football shape. And it reminds me of the old Jerry Seinfeld bit where he would talk about all these people trying to get in shape. What are they getting in shape for? You know, most people who are trying to get in shape aren't trying to get in shape for anything. He's trying to get in football shape. Why? So he can say, I'm in football shape, or to play football. I think he's going to come back. And the only way he doesn't is if he is able to objectively come to the conclusion that he's going to fall short of whatever standard he otherwise hopes to establish. And you're only going to find that out if you get out on the field. That all this other stuff isn't going to tell him how it's going to feel when he goes against players who have been playing the last 2 years, whether in the NFL or in college. And it reminds me of when Lawrence Taylor retired. He went to Bill Parcells and he said, man, these young guys are fast. And Parcells said to him, no, Lawrence, you're slow. You're not the guy you used to be. And how can Aaron Donald even begin to come to that conclusion until he is competing full speed against the guys who have been playing the last 2 years?
Mike, you wrote about Micah Parsons, too, I think, on the website about his injury and, how good he's going to be when he does come back. I mean, look, they gave up 2 first-round draft picks for him. You think the Packers are regretting doing that? And how effective do you think Micah Parsons will be when he does come back coming off the injury?
Anytime you give up significant assets for a pass rusher, for any player really, but especially a guy who is in that fray where all sorts of things can happen once the ball is snapped, you give up the assets, you get a big contract, part of the risk you're assuming. And you're assuming that risk away from him. This is why the player tries to get paid. I want the risk of injury to be on the team, not on me. And so the Packers took on the risk of injury, and now they've got the draft picks riding on it. They've got the money riding on it. And the smart play is to not rush anything and let him get healthy. And he said before, this is about being healthy later in the year, not to rush back for early season games. And he's talked about maybe week 6 against the Cowboys as the time to come back. The only risk that you take by waiting, once you start losing games in September and October, your window starts to get pretty narrow. Right. And there may not be playoffs if you lose too many games before Micah Parsons is back on the field and back to his usual workload.
All right, great news, Mike. Last one for you. Mike Florio with us, ProFootballTalk.com. Usually on Wednesday, I know, but here on a Tuesday before the Hall of Fame game on Thursday in Canton, Carolina, Arizona. I thought this was a joke when I first saw it, but apparently it's not, that the Rams are going to fly into Australia the day before their game with the Niners and fly out the day after. I mean, does that sound like a good idea to you?
Well, I mean, there's different ways you can do these things, and there's all sorts of advanced sports science. And I guess the idea is that the jet lag doesn't matter if you never change your clock, right? And you go there, and you go there on your terms, and you go there on your clock, and it's still going to be a night game, East Coast time, late afternoon game, West Coast time, and you just stick to that. Maybe that's their calculation for the minimal disruption on the team. Get in, play the game, get out. We've seen, for a lot of the London games, we've seen teams doing that in recent years, but they come up with a plan. They believe in the plan. They stick to the plan. And, why all the time you go there ahead of time is valuable time where you could be in your regular environment working and being comfortable and being normal. I'd love to delay as long as possible any trip I have to make. I love to be home as long as I can. So they got to make the trip either way. You may as well keep it short. You can go to Australia on a vacation after you retire.
Yeah, you're not putting your neck on the line, though, right? Literally, physically, when you step out of your place of work, when you land in that city. Anyway, Mike, great stuff. Love having you on. Always love having you in some alone time. And we'll talk in a week, man.
Later.
Yeah. Mike Florio with us. I'm telling you, the pause. He stops for a quick second to think of some smart-ass response. If he can't, he just says goodbye. We're going to break. Steve Phillips, former GM, going to join us and talk about everything the M's have been up to. What about this idea that all of a sudden the world hates the Dodgers? Steve Phillips joins the show. Talk some baseball next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Easy.
Hi, boys and girls. Santi back here again from my friends over at K2VisionRLE.com. Really, I'm talking about my buddies Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein because they are two of the best vision correction surgeons in America. They've done over 150,000 procedures, and they know what procedure is right for you, whether RLE, EVO ICL, or LASIK. They will have a Zoom call with you. They will answer all your questions. How much does insurance pay? What's the recovery like? Which procedure is best for me in my situation? And you can move on and decide what you want to do. But here's the best part about it. You'll never, ever develop a cataract, ever. No contact lenses, no glasses, no readers ever again. Imagine a life free from the bonds of glasses, contact lenses, and never being concerned ever about a cataract. And you got two of the best vision correction surgeons in America on your side, and Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein, who I trust immensely. What are you doing? Jump on the web right now, schedule that free Zoom call, and get your vision back. K2VisionRLE.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, big thanks to the Boeing Classic for covering all of our coverage down here from the Seahawks training camp at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Freddie Couples, by the way, is going to play in this year's Boeing Classic, so great news there. Jump on the web, BoeingClassic.com. Get your tickets today. But joining us right now on the radio show, former Major League General Manager with the Mets, ESPN baseball analyst, with us right now on the air in Seattle, our old friend Steve Phillips joining us on the Beacon Plumbing Hotline. Steve, how are you, man?
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me.
Well, thanks for doing this. I know you're busy. You're probably getting phone calls right and left from producers all across the world. So I appreciate you taking a few minutes to jump on with us. Why don't we, before we kind of get into what the Mariners did here, Steve, at the deadline, sending Castillo to the White Sox, getting Taylor Ward from Baltimore, give us your take on a Mariner baseball team with Josh Naylor, Julio, Cal Raleigh, Randy Arozarena, all these great starting pitchers, Andres Munoz being 3 games under and struggling so mightily in maybe the worst division in baseball. What's happened out here this year, you think?
Yeah, it really makes no sense, right? I mean, offense always seems to be the big issue in Seattle, and it's been that way, it feels like, forever in the stadium, and they just can't seem to get consistent offensive production going. The pitching, has been better this year than last year, even. Although we've had some guys have been dinged up a little bit and haven't quite been themselves. But it still makes you think that they can make a run. But it's just so interesting how the Blue Jays and the Mariners, the two teams that I think just about everybody thought would have the best shot at going back and going to a World Series and winning the AL pennant, have struggled. And it's sort of the hangover from last year that they can't get things going. There's no real traction. There's no real obvious explanation. Some days guys hit, some don't. For the Blue Jays, it's obvious. It's Vladimir Guerrero Jr. And there, Julio's been not quite had the second half yet, but we're just getting into it where he normally turns it on. But Cal Raleigh hasn't been Cal Raleigh. The overall production of Rosarena has been really good, but nobody else has really contributed. The young guys, I think, are going to be good players, but there's some growth there for them still. So it's been a bizarre year all around, particularly in the American League. And there's so much parity and so much disappointment in the way teams have played. And we saw how everybody interpreted who they are a bit differently at the trade deadline. Teams with, similar standings and records, some were sellers, some were buyers, some stood pat. And there was no real rhyme or reason to it for any one team.
Well, Steve Phillips with us. And, Steve, I was a huge critic of the piggyback and the 6-man rotation here in Seattle. I wonder what your thoughts were on that kind of outside-the-box idea by the Mariners and how they handled that conundrum here this year.
Yeah, I think that there's a number of different ways you can do it, and I've seen it handled in different ways. Like, I would have been okay with a 6-man rotation, and I think that players probably prefer that too. None of them really want to come in relief in a situation, especially if you're a veteran guy who's been around for a long time and signed as a starter. You don't want to be the back end of the piggyback on that. But I think that to me, that's kind of excuse making for players. In the end, if you don't like it, pitch better. Put yourself in a position where you're the guy that they have to give the ball to for 7 innings and not the guy to be part of the piggyback. And so, I think that it should not have been the reason that there have been struggles. It shouldn't have been that much of an issue. And when you're a team player, you do what you are asked to do, and you do it with a smile on your face, even if you're not liking it, because the reality is every player during the course of a season does something selfish. Everybody. Relievers are mad they're being overworked. They're mad they're being underworked. Guys are mad they're not in the lineup. They were not communicated that they're getting a day off. They need a day off, but the manager doesn't want to give them one. They're getting pinch hit for. They're being pinch run for. Everybody's got something that they're selfish about during the year, and how that gets managed in a clubhouse impacts the chemistry and the energy of that team. And what the total impact was of the way the players reacted to that issue. They made it bigger than it should have been, and it could impact others. But ultimately, I think oftentimes hitting is contagious. That part has certainly been leading this team down the wrong path offensively.
Well, let's get your thoughts, Steve. Steve Phillips with us on the air. What the M's did at the deadline. You know, Bill Kruger, the former crafty left-handed pitcher of the Mariners, does a weekly show with us, and he was on the air with us yesterday, and he called the Castillo deal a massive win because he was surprised that Jerry was able to get anybody to take all of Castillo's contract for next year. They got Sir Anthony Dominguez, the reliever, a couple of players, but Castillo's contract is off the books. And then Taylor Ward from Baltimore in exchange for Alex Hoppe and a couple of minor leaguers. And Ward is in the lineup tonight, by the way, at DH with Donovan back playing third. So give us your thoughts on what Jerry did at the deadline.
Yeah, I think that getting anybody to take the Castillo money was genius. Like, I honestly have no idea what the White Sox were thinking with that. I mean, if they've been watching, they realize, and just look at some of the analytics and the metrics of his pitches, they don't move the same. They don't break the same. They don't have the vertical the same, and they don't. The hitters don't react to them the same as they used to. And so I was surprised. And you know, the investing option for 2028. You know, the thing to keep in mind for that is if there's a work stoppage and we lose some part of the season next year, they then prorate the vesting option, and you know, it's much easier to stay healthy for 60 games or 80 games than it is 162 games, and that may vest the next year. And so, like, I don't understand it at all. And my guess is they would have taken some of the money on it, and if they had asked properly, I think you could have gotten the Mariners to pick up some of the money just to clear the majority of it off the books. And the other part of it is Boston Smith, the one player they got back in return. I mean, Sir Anthony Dominguez is what he is. He needs to throw more strikes. He always needed to throw more strikes. And Nolan Jones is, you know, a guy who's bounced around. But Boston Smith is a legitimate player. Like, this dude can hit. And so I was shocked that in addition to taking the money, that the White Sox also gave up a player of some substance in the deal. So I thought that was a big win. And Taylor Ward, you know, it's so odd. He was a 37 homer guy in 2025, and this year he's an on-base percentage guy. It's like he decided to change who he was as a hitter. And you know, he's got a great on-base percentage, but he's slugging less than his on-base percentage this year. And maybe that's okay. That you know, not many hitters slug the way they normally do anyways in Seattle. So if you're able to get on base, that might be exactly what they need for this offense.
Yeah, Steve Phillips with us. And Steve, before you go, I got to ask you, what do you make of all the Dodger hate towards that organization after they landed Tarek Skubal for really not a lot, by the way, in a trade with the Tigers?
Yeah, so it's interesting. Zaire Hope's going to be a 30-homer, 25 stolen base guy, the lead prospect in the deal. He's great. He just happened to be their fifth best prospect because they're loaded with talent. They have four other guys just like him. So that didn't hurt them. River Ryan is 27-year-old prospect, and how many times do we see a 27-year-old prospect? You know, he had injury, missed a year with Tommy John, but the Dodgers didn't deem him worthy of pitching him in the big leagues for them at all this year. But if he turns out to be a good pitcher, and Detroit liked him better than they liked Emmett Sheehan. And so if they're right and he turns out to be a good pitcher and Zaire Hope turns out to be an all-star, which I think he can be, then they did okay in the deal. And the third pitcher has got a chance to be a more than serviceable major league pitcher. So I'm with you. I thought it was a little underwhelming. I would have, you know, they're sort of scoffing at this. Scott Harris is their general manager and president of baseball operations, that people don't know what they're talking about. In a deal like this with a superstar player, you know, you don't prolong. I'm like, no, you control the time. You control the market when you've got that guy. And I would have waited till Monday morning. Like when they got the offer on Saturday, I would have let the Dodgers sit without any conversation whatsoever on Sunday. Nothing, darkness, and no sound whatsoever. Then go back and said, listen, I've had a lot of conversations yesterday. I know you think this is where you want to go with it, but I'm getting so much play right now. And then I would ask my assistant to interrupt me and say, oh, wait, hold on. Matt Arnold's on the phone. Let me call you back. Yeah. And then I'd get back on the phone later with them on Monday and start talking. And I'd say, hold on a minute. Eric Neander, the GM for the Rays, is on the phone. Let me call you back. And I would have squeezed him a little bit more for it. At the very least, you could have gotten Eric Lauer back, who they picked up from the Blue Jays, and it would let you keep competing this year. You know, they don't have a spot for Eric Lauer now. So I don't think they might not have gotten more. I think they could have. But in the end, if Ryan turns out to be a good player, then they made a good deal.
Yeah, yeah. Steve, wrap it up with this. Steve Phillips, former Mets GM, with us on the air. And you mentioned the impending work stoppage. You know, Scott Boras was on the air with us about a week and a half ago. He was in town with the, obviously, Kate Anderson story, the Randy Arozarena story. Mariners drafted one of his clients and signed him, obviously. So he was in town, and we asked about a salary cap. And his answer was exactly what you would expect. It was kind of along the my dead body type of thing. There's no way he would ever endorse it, and you get the feeling that the players would, the last thing they would ever endorse is a salary cap. How concerned are you that we are heading for a prolonged work stoppage when this season's over?
Yeah, I still think cooler heads are going to prevail. I do. I think that there's a way to get to what each side wants without calling it a salary cap. We already have a competitive balance tax threshold at the top. If you make the punishments for that extreme, like draconian, extreme, like nobody would do it, then you effectively have a salary cap without calling it that. And then we're talking about, the players' proposal was put a little bit of a penalty at the bottom for teams that don't spend the floor. We're not going to call it a floor. There's just, there's a competitive balance level that teams have to go to compete. And if you don't do it, make it an extreme penalty for that too. And therefore, you can have the tax at the top, the tax at the bottom. They can both serve as a salary cap, and nobody has to call it that. And I think there's a way to arrive at some structure that both sides can agree to that serves the purpose of what both the players and the owners want to accomplish.
Yeah. Steve, great stuff. Let's just make a deal. If the M's ever make the World Series, you come back on the show. So I'll see you in 2060. All right?
Okay, good. We'll see you then. I'm going to mark it and put it in my calendar on my phone right now.
You're the best. Thanks, man. Steve Phillips with us on the radio show. Great to have him on. Former Mets general manager, ESPN baseball analyst, giving us a few thoughts on what the Mariners did at the trade deadline. And again, just another guy, and he's exactly right. For a team this talented, we can talk about Dan Wilson. We can talk about clubhouse chemistry. Maybe the Randy Cal thing at the WBC was kind of maybe a bigger problem on this team than we realized, whatever. There's just no reason for a team with this much talent to be 3 games under 500 and struggling this mightily in a freaking division this bad. We're going to break. A little fun with audio, baby, next on 93.3 KJR FM.
Hey, Dick Fan here. Oh, man, the outdoor dining weather is absolutely perfecto this weekend. Rams got all their patios open. They're ready for you to enjoy our Northwest summer with them. Sip on an ice-cold Ram beer. Enjoy one of their fabulous burgers or entrees. Take advantage of their brand-new matinee menu. It's a wide selection of their main menu, only at a less expensive price. How's that sound? Come in Monday through Friday, 3 to 5:30. Enjoy an early dinner with crazy prices like starter salad and entree for as low as $17.99 with a complimentary non-alcoholic beverage. You want to upgrade to an alcoholic beverage? It's only $5. That's right. Beer, wine, Wells, $5. Matinee menu available now at all Puget Sound Ram locations except for Ruston, but don't worry about it, T-Town. They're coming to you just after Labor Day. I'll see you at the Ram.
It's time for Fun with Audio, brought to you by Emerald Queen Casino. Bet, watch, and win at the EQC Sportsbook. Visit emeraldqueen.com for details. Emerald Queen Casino, always entertaining. And by Bloometry Experts, trusted and certified pros specializing in tree pruning and tree removal. Contact one of their arborists today at 206-714-9835 or bloometry.com. Now, Fun with Audio.
All right, we're back at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Softy Dick Jackson, No Dick Jackson, Travis the Ogre Moger, doing a hell of a job. Bang-up job so far, pal, back in the studio.
Thank you.
Big thanks to you. Welcome, Steve Phillips, Mike Florio, for joining us on the show. John Canzano going to fill in, by the way, and sit here from 4 to 5. So big chance for him to get an experience on a big-time major market radio station coming from Podunk, USA in Portland. So give the old man a listen. He'll be with us from 4 to 5. Next segment. Right now, though, a little Fun with Audio / Hey, did you hear that? Hey, Travis, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Softy?
What's that, Dick?
We start in the NFL. Stephen A. Smith yesterday on First Take on ESPN completely writing off the 49ers, giving them zero chance of winning the NFC West.
I have no doubt that if they're healthy, they can answer the call. My question is, can we expect them to be healthy come postseason time? And, oh, by the way, I didn't even bring up the fact that they're in the same division as the reigning defending Super Bowl champion Seattle Seahawks, who ain't going anywhere, and the Los Angeles Rams, who are the favorites, and not just because they got Garrett, not just because I think that Aaron Donald is coming back, but you got not one but two cats in McDuffie and Watson from Kansas City. I mean, damn. And that's defense. Offensively, you see what they got. And I'm looking at them, and I'm like this. You got Williams. You got Stafford, the league MVP. You got Puka Nacua. Lord have mercy. I mean, I'm just looking around, and I'm like, no disrespect to San Francisco. Yeah. You got a good team. You're just in the wrong damn division. That's their problem. I see third place.
I'm looking at some sports books where the gap between the Rams and Seahawks is actually bigger, Travis, than the gap between the Seahawks and 49ers, which I think says more to the hysteria, right, around the Rams right now versus what people think of San Francisco. But, I mean, look, he's not, really going out on a limb. He's saying the team with the most hype in the NFL that went out and got Myles Garrett over the offseason, the Super Bowl champions and the Seahawks, who beat the Rams twice last year, are bigger favorites to win the NFC West than the 49ers. So I think sometimes Stephen A. Travis almost wants credit for the obvious point. But I do think that he's right, that the Niners they were way too banged up a year ago. They got Debo back, obviously. They got to deal with that electrical substation, which, did you see the video or the picture of their practice facility the other day that came out on social media? That electrical substation, Travis, is literally right next to the practice field. I had no idea it was that close.
They're just getting blasted with radiation during practice.
Yes. Exactly. So there might be something to that, man. But I don't know, dude. This is going to be a freaking battle. It's going to be a war. I think the Niners will stay in it until the end like last year. But I think eventually, all of us agree the Hawks and Rams will eventually run away. All right, let's get one more here before the break. Hey, Travis, did you happen to hear that?
What's that, Softy?
What's that, Dick?
Let's go. Let's do number 3. After arriving in L.A. yesterday, Tarek Skubal spoke about how he doesn't blame the Dodgers for any moves they make and doesn't agree with people who claim they're bad for baseball.
I didn't get to – every team could trade for me. Every team could make that acquisition. I don't really sympathize with people that blame the Dodgers for anything they've done. They've developed a really good organization. They draft well. They acquire talent really well. They retain talent. It's a winning organization. Now the complaints seem to be because they've won the last 2 World Series. I don't think it was like that 3 years ago. So I don't really sympathize with people that are complaining because the Dodgers, do all the right things.
Well, I think he's a player. He wants to make as much money as possible, and the Dodgers spend money more than anybody. So why would he dislike the Dodgers? I mean, honestly, the Dodgers are literally giving players like him an opportunity to make an ungodly amount of money. So, and oh, by the way, he plays for them now, right? So I'd be very surprised if Tarek Skubal, Travis, came out and criticized L.A. But look, I get it, dude. I get all the concern about, a lack of a cap, how much money the Dodgers are spending. But guys, the Mets and the Yankees and the Red Sox and the Blue Jays, There's a lot of teams out there spending a lot of money. Not all of them. None of them, as a matter of fact, Travis, are doing what the Dodgers are doing. You got to give them some credit for their baseball acumen at some point. This isn't just all about how much money they spend.
No. And, he's not going to say, even if he disagrees with what the Dodgers are doing, he's not going to say, oh, yeah, this is bad for baseball.
Yeah. I know I just got here. I know they just traded for me. But you know what? This franchise sucks. They're ruining the game. I don't want to be here. Send me to Tampa. We're going to break. John Canzano filling in for Dick for the next hour. How about that, man? He'll join us next from 4 to 5. And then John Wilner, the other John, at 5 o'clock on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, kids. Santi here again from my friends over at Taco Time. Going to be a hot one again tonight, so why worry about going home and making dinner? Stop by your local Taco Time restaurant and grab a chicken Caesar soft taco or a chicken Caesar salad made with fresh romaine from the Carpeniter Brothers farm right here in the Kent Valley. And by the way, to celebrate the heat, Molly Moon's ice cream. That's right, available now at every single Taco Time restaurant, including my favorite churro flavor. Molly Moon's ice cream and Taco Time. What a concept, what a combo. Find out more at tacotimeandw.com. All right, boys and girls, it's back yet again. The $1,000 bonus bucks cash contest, all brought to you by our friends at BellevueRareCoins.com. Great time to sell your gold. 4 locations: Tacoma, Bellevue, Linwood, Issaquah. Find out more at BellevueRareCoins.com. Get to the website, 93.3 KJR.com right now. Another keyword, bonus for a shot at $1,000 at 93.3 KJR.com. Let's get to headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, here we go on a busy Tuesday afternoon, live from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center. Big thanks to our friends at the Boeing Classic for sponsoring this thing all camp long, live right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
You son of a... I sat there and go, is this live?
Mariners starting a 3-game series with the Tigers tonight. They need some wins and badly. 55 and 58, 2.5 games out in the West, and lots of moves made today. Brendan Donovan activated. He will start at third base tonight. The M's also releasing Rob Refsnyder and Mitch Garver. Johnny Pareda called up from AAA Tacoma, and Luke Raley expected to miss the rest of the year. Lots of news in the NFL. Bijan Robinson, Atlanta, now the highest paid running back in the history of the NFL. 3 years, $75 million with $51 million guaranteed. And how about Zay Flowers, Ravens wide receiver, 4 years, $140 million, $35 million a year, makes him the 4th highest paid receiver in the NFL. And the coaches poll, college football coaches poll, came out today. Ohio State number 1, Oregon Ducks number 2, Georgia, Texas, Notre Dame, the Huskies ranked. After being unranked to start the year last season, they debut at number 19 this year. Well, Travis, I'll tell you what, as we continue here from the Virginia Mason Athletic Center, and again, big thanks from our friends at the Boeing Classic. Tickets start at $20, and kids get in for free August 14th through the 16th. We have confirmed that Freddie Boom Boom couples will be playing in the Boeing Classic at Snoqualmie Ridge next weekend, so fun for the whole family. Jump on the website, BoeingClassic.com. We are back at the VMAC, and Travis, I got to tell you, a lot of things that I'd like to cross off my bucket list in my radio career before it's all said and done. Doing a radio show with John Canzano is not on the list, but he's here right now, so we welcome him to the program for the next hour. My friend John Canzano with us. Johnny, how are you?
I love how you wrap your arms around me. Every time I come on your show, you wrap it. Every time you come on my show, you wrap your arms around me. Softy, great to be on.
Well, it's great to have you, man. We got to have a little bit of friction from Seattle to Portland. We can't all be buddy-buddy all the time. But you know how much I love you. You know how much I respect the work that you do down there in Oregon, man. What you've established down there is amazing. And I thought, you know what, with Dick out today, why not do this, right? Let's get you on. Let's have some fun. Let's host an hour radio. If
Let's get uncomfortable. Let's get uncomfortable.
Well, I was going to say, if we think it's miserable and painful, then we can just scrap it. We won't podcast it. Nobody will know whatever happened. We'll never do it again. No harm, no foul. And you move on. But if there's some magic there, who knows? Maybe one day we'll have you back on. So thanks for doing this, man.
I keep thinking about Wally Pipp. And will Dick end up like the infamous Wally Pipp in 2,000 games later, 2,000 shows later, I'm with Softy.
That's right. That's right. You're the new Lou Gehrig, man. Dick is out. This is the last we ever heard of Dick Fane, by the way. Well, why don't we just kind of jump into it, man? I mean, we got the Mariners up here with their deal. We got the Seahawks starting their Super Bowl run. And I know you guys are all Blazer fans and Duck fans and Beaver fans and Thorn fans down there. But there's a lot of Mariner fans running around that town. There's a lot of Seahawks fans running around Oregon. How much of all this is being discussed down there in your parts, man?
Quite a bit. I mean, as much as people will not want to admit it in Portland, there is a lot of looking towards Seattle. And when you go through the parking lot, you've been at Mariners games, go through the parking lot, look at the license plates in the parking lot. You're going to see a lot of Oregon license plates up there for Seahawks games. You're going to see a lot of Oregon license plates for Mariners games. There's animosity, I think, probably more so than ever, because we've stopped pretending that the Apple Cup and the Civil War are the more important rivalries to the two other schools, and now I think it's more about whatever we're calling. What do we call that thing? The Husky-Duck rivalry? What do we call it?
I have no idea, man. We've had all kinds of different names thrown around, the border war. I have no idea. There's been a lot of opportunities to name it. Nobody's ever done it. But, yeah, you're right, man. I mean, the Apple Cup, dude, I got Cougar friends of mine, lots of Cougar buddies of mine. I'm playing golf with a guy over the weekend who's a big Cougar fan. It's like, hey, are you going to the Apple Cup? His response is, when's the game? He has no idea. It's the first game of the year. You have no idea, John, how hurt Cougar fans are. And I'm not saying this to be an a-hole, by the way. Like, I actually mean this. I get it. I'd be pissed off if I were them, too. They are hurt. They are heartbroken. They are despondent. And a lot of them, including your buddy Ian Furness, want nothing to do with the Apple Cup. They're done.
Yeah, why would they? Because you look at the disparity in what these teams can spend, and you know, like everybody talks about the Big Ten and the SEC running away from the Big 12 and the ACC, and that's going to happen over time when you are funding at like $20 million a year more inside your programs over 8 or 10 years. You start to lose sight of those conferences from the front windshield. But how about Oregon State and Washington State? You know, you're getting what? You're getting $3.6 million from the CFP distributions. And you're looking over at Washington and Oregon, and when they are fully funded and, you know, fully vested members of the Big Ten, we're talking about $20 million plus. You can't keep up. It's not sustainable. It's not even a one-off opportunity. So the hope is that maybe some of this new legislation will level the playing field a little bit for everybody, but those rivalries and tradition have been trampled.
Yeah, well, let me go back to the Mariner-Seahawks thing, because we're feeling it up here in Seattle, John, with this Mariner baseball team. I mean, people are they're starting to get pissed off, right? I mean, they'll get really pissed if this thing goes south in a hurry. They got the Tigers this week, but then they got the Astros, they got the Yankees, they got Milwaukee, so they got a run from hell coming up here in the next couple weeks. And if they fall behind, they wake up 6-7 games out, they're going to start hearing it, man, and they're kind of hearing it already. Do you see that same passion, though, down there? Like, I don't know how much sports talk radio you listen to. You do your deal. People tweeting you, emailing you. Do you have pissed off Mariner fans down there that are just as passionate down there as we are up here? Or is that maybe reserved for Seattle?
Yeah, there's more angst right now because of the Blazers situation around that. That's what people are talking about. But I'll tell you, the Mariners last year getting to the ALCS did something with expectations. And, you know, we're talking, you know, this is a team that had some bad years, right? But you look at the last 4 seasons, you had couple of playoff runs, expectations rose, you had a manager get fired because the expectations rose. And so I think it's good. I think it's good that people are passionate and upset. And the executives with the team will say, well, it just means that they care about, you know, what happens with this team, and that's good for their business. But in the end, you have to deliver. You were talking about the Dodgers on the other side of the break. You have to deliver. You have to keep raising the ceiling, and that's where the Mariners are.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I mean, most of the angst has been directed towards Dan Wilson up here. And look, I mean, I kind of separate the player from the manager. His reputation up here as a player is set in stone. It's in granite. He was a member of that 95 team, 97 playoff team, 2000, 2001. So he's got nothing to worry about. And I think he really fell on the sword for this baseball team. They got rid of Scott Service. It was going to be hard to bring in anybody there and hire them from the outside unless they promised them the full-time gig. And the only guy that Stanton felt comfortable with is Dan Wilson. So in some ways, I kind of feel bad for Danny. But if you want to whack him and go with somebody else over the offseason, then whack him and go with somebody else. But I don't know, man. The collapse of guys like Cal Raleigh, right? Like Josh Naylor is on a 24-game on-base streak, but he hasn't hit a home run for 7 weeks, John. His last home run at T-Mobile Park was on the 1st of June. It's unbelievable how these guys have fallen off. So how much do you think we should be ripping the manager versus ripping the players up here?
I look at the roster first. But if the roster construction is there, and you tell me, I thought it was there at the end of last season. Didn't it start for Dan Wilson in the playoffs? Didn't the postseason start sort of the criticism? Oh, he's too reliant on analytics. Oh, he made some bad decisions. Oh, and the other thing is, when you're frustrated as a fan, you want to see the coach or the manager frustrated. And some of his easygoing, calm kind of demeanor, I think, flies in the face of that. I know Nate McMillan suffered with that with the Blazers. Like, when Blazer fans were upset and wanted better results, watching Nate poised and calm on the bench was not what you wanted to see. You wanted to see a guy who's in it with you. And I wonder if that's the big criticism of Dan Wilson. Does it go back to the postseason last year? And does it really center around the idea that when fans are frustrated, they want to know the manager's frustrated?
Right, but that's not his personality, and it never has been his personality, right? Like, who knows what he's doing behind the scenes? Who knows what he's doing when he walks into his front door after a game? And I think fans would see right through that. Do you remember John McLaren, the old Mariner skipper, had like the worst pre-scripted rant of all time? It was like he was reading off a teleprompter. It was terrible. I mean, that's exactly what Dan Wilson would sound like, and nobody really says anything about this kind of stuff when you're winning games and you're in Game 7 of the ALCS, but when you lose, all this stuff comes to the forefront. So I don't know, John. I mean, this is 50 years now of this. They got the top 50 thing on Saturday. They got a home run derby after the game on Friday. All of it seems kind of odd from a timing perspective, especially now with Tampa Bay coming into town. But you got to know that there's dudes like me that have been doing this for a long time. I'll be 53 years old in a week, and I'm starting to wonder if I'm ever going to live to see a World Series in my life.
Well, isn't this, like, people try to overcomplicate things. I was talking with someone today about the Blazers situation, and I was thinking about other things. But there's a principle that says when there are multiple explanations for something, it's usually the one that is the simplest. It's Occam's razor, right? It's the simplest explanation that you have to fall back on. Isn't the simplest explanation that the Mariners roster isn't good enough? And that maybe, yes, the manager is a guy who goes a little bit too much on analytics and he feels a little scripted at times and he's not emotional. But isn't the simplest explanation that his players aren't as good as the other teams? Isn't that it?
I mean, Cal Raleigh obviously isn't last year. That's not what he is. I mean, it took 100 years for a catcher to hit 60 home runs, and to expect that to happen again is ridiculous. But could he have been the guy we saw in 2024 and 2023? Can he be a 25 home run, 90 RBI guy? I mean, he's nowhere near that, man. I mean, this dude's getting the Brady Anderson treatment from people up here. People are starting to wonder, man, was he on something last year? I mean, like, what the hell is going on with this dude? The drop-off is insane.
I think the explanation for Raleigh is look at the position he played. There was a reason why
in the months of August and September last year when all the vibes are good because you had Eugenio, there's no doubt. Munoz never had the kind of bump that he had this year. So I get all that. But you know what, man? I mean, when you have an American League West that is as piss poor as this one is right now, that's the thing. Like, they're not even taking advantage of their talent. They're not even taking advantage of a terrible division. They're bad no matter what division they play in Major League Baseball. They played in the AL East, the NL East, it'd be done. They'd be 8 or 9 games out. We're not even talking about this, John. So that's the rub for me. That's the disappointment that you've been given this gift, right? Like 3 years ago. They missed the playoffs with the number 1 ERA in baseball in a year where they expand the postseason, and it was easy as ever to make the playoffs, and they can't do it with the number 1 ERA in Major League Baseball. So they're getting all these gifts, and they're just giving them right back.
And I think if you're a Mariners fan, you've got to ask yourself how much of your disappointment right now hinges on last year. And you started this segment, and I forgive you because you're a lifelong Mariners fan, but you started this segment talking about how potentially dire this next stretch is for the Mariners.
Right.
Isn't the truer narrative that this is the opportunity for a pivot point for a team that's played around 500 ball? Like, we always see a team that catches fire late in the season, gets into the playoffs. Wild card teams traditionally in this era have done very well. Aren't the Mariners positioned here to kind of pivot? Don't they have a little bit of magic from last year? Haven't they underachieved to this point where you might expect a little bit of a breakout here?
I've been saying that for 2 weeks. That it's coming, tomorrow. It's coming, and it hasn't come yet. I've been saying it with Cal Raleigh. It's going to come. There's just got to be a little bit of a burp, right? I mean, if we're hooked up to the what's the machine they use to measure your heart rate or whatever it's called when you're in the
EKG
hospital.
or whatever.
Yeah, the EKG. Yeah. There's got to be a bleep. There's got to be a couple bleeps coming on the EKG for this baseball team, and it just doesn't happen. So, look, I mean, the schedule's a schedule. I'm not as worried about the opponent as much as I am them. When you're playing bad baseball, it doesn't really matter who you're playing, for crying out loud. They've lost some series against some pretty bad teams, but I would say this series against the Tigers is a giant one for them, no doubt, because of two things. Number one, the Tigers are waving the white flag. They're a half game out behind the Mariners in the wild card. They're waving the white flag by giving away Skubal. And number two, I would assume that there is some shell shock in that clubhouse because their best pitcher just got traded, and the Tiger ownership basically told them, we don't care if you're 2.5 games out. You're not going anywhere. We don't believe in you. You're done. So I'm really curious, John, to see if they can take advantage of that starting tonight.
Well, that's what happens this time of year. The Mariners make 7 roster moves. They're getting ready for the postseason. You have other teams that are cutting bait, cutting salary, and you've got a team in Detroit that is not a very good team. They're very mediocre, and you're right. They're waving the white flag. So this is a golden opportunity for you. You've been asking for that heartbeat. The heartbeat starts now. Why am I still in all the optimism? Why am I the ray of sunshine on this show?
Because you don't have to live with this every single damn day of your life, all right? You can pivot and talk about the Ducks or the Blazers situation or the fire or the thorns, whatever the hell you call them down there. You're not staring this misery right in the face, John, the way we are. But John Canzano's in for us for the next hour or so on the radio show. And look, man, you mentioned it, the Blazers situation. We've been talking a lot about it up here in Seattle. We're very selfish from that perspective because I think the majority of our conversations about what's happening in Portland have nothing to do with the way it impacts you guys down there, but how it impacts us here in Seattle. And I was on your show a couple days ago, right? We talked about this, and I just got to hope and just think that people in Portland will realize that if you lose this basketball team, number one, there's a chance they're never coming back. Number two, there's a chance you're never, ever getting another major league caliber team of any sport in your town. And number three, did you bozos not learn a lesson by what happened 200 miles north 20 years ago? Does anybody care? Does anybody there remember any of that whatsoever down there?
The Tom Dundon thing is fascinating because Portland seemingly could get everything right here and still not keep the team. Dundon, on his very first week on the job, fired the consulting firm that Jody Allen had brought in. Right. He fired the lobbyists she had hired. He fired the franchise attorneys. That trio had led the charge in getting Oregon to loosen its grip on that first piece of that $600 million arena funding that they got from the state. And now the county and the city are the other two pieces there. And the county and the city, this week the county should free up the money that they were going to put towards the renovations. Next week the city will do it. I'm telling you, Softy, that the crazies here that run the city, the leadership that is normally crazy and the vocal minority, the yahoos that are in charge in the city are mostly getting this right. And Dundon is still not at the table negotiating, because I think down deep he may have bought the Blazers at $4.25 billion with the idea that, hey, I'm not paying $7 or $8 or $9 billion for an expansion team. I'm just going to grab the Blazers at $4.25, and I'm going to move them somewhere else, and they'll be worth more because of that. This guy doesn't care about Portland. He's Clay Bennett 2.0.
Well, go back to what you said there about the crazies that are running Portland, because I'm curious about that, because there's a perception that we've got up here in Seattle. I was there. Last time I was down there was, I think, a year ago. I was there for a bachelor party. Went downtown, had a great time, dinner, golf, the whole thing, fun, whatever. It seemed to be fairly clean where we were staying, so I enjoyed it, but I don't live there. I'm not, taking the tour of the suburbs and the entire city the way you are. There's a perception about Portland that there's left-wing lunatics in charge of everything, right? Yep. Purple-haired weirdos that would, rather go out and build a, giant wicker basket for people to sleep in than throw a penny at the Blazers to keep the NBA in town. Am I getting that right, or am I? You're
getting it right. It's a hard place. It's a hard place to do business. I'll tell you about a lunch meeting I had with Tim Boyle, who's the CEO of Columbia Sportswear. Portland-based company. Big-time company. Aside from Nike or Adidas, Columbia's that next piece there, that tent pole in the region. Well, he wanted to have his company headquartered in Portland. Right. He identified a building in Portland, said, we're going to buy this building, we're going to headquarter there, we're going to be a Portland company. And when he began that process to purchase the building, the city stepped in and said, hold on, we have plans for that building. We are going to take that building over. Eminent domain, you can't have the building. He ended up in unincorporated Washington County, where Nike is. The city never developed the building that it took from underneath Columbia Sportswear. They lost out on tens of millions of dollars in tax revenue per year. They lost out on having a company be able to have a Portland zip code. They blew it. In the same way that they drove Nike off, they drove Columbia Sportswear off. Dutch Bros has relocated out of the state. There are a number of other companies that have said it's too hard to do business in Portland. It's too hard to do business in the state of Oregon. We're going across the border into Washington or other places to headquarter our companies. So it is a lousy place to do business. It's hard. Well, Tim Boyle told me this. When he brings in executives to interview for jobs at Columbia, he brings them in at night. He brings them in so they don't have to see the 405 freeway as they go, from the airport to his headquarters out in Washington County, because for a while there, people know what it looked like. It was tents and tarps. It wasn't somewhere anybody wanted to live or call home. And so what Boyle did is he said he wrote a check to the city. He sent the city $100,000 and said, clean up that corridor. I'll pay for it. The city sent him back the check. The blue-haired, purple-haired weirdos with, they sent him back the check because they said, hey, we don't know how to do this. And so they've had to outsource and hire private companies to come and clean things up. That's just part of doing business in Portland. And so what happens is when you go to make a deal with the city, and the Blazers know it's a tough place to do business. It's tough for sponsorships. That's probably the key piece is you drive away businesses, you're driving away sponsors. And so all of a sudden you don't have it as easy from a corporate sponsorship standpoint, and it was hard to begin with. And so the Blazers are near the bottom of the league in corporate sponsorships, near the bottom of the league in ticket prices. But they have this rabid fan base that will support and support and support. You know it in Seattle. But the leadership in Portland, limited bandwidth when it comes to normalcy and getting things done. But I give them credit to this point. They're at the table. They've got a term sheet.
Yeah.
And Dundon, the new onsor, is the guy going, I'm just not interested in negotiating. And so I don't know what's going to happen here if Adam Silver doesn't step in.
Right. Well, let's get a break. John Canzano in until 5 o'clock. Your podcast partner, Johnny Wilner, will join us, by the way, at 5. We're going to hear, I think, from Jed Fish as well at 5:30 today. I want to come back and discuss a comment that you made on your show the other day with me regarding where the duck-dog rivalry is at, because I thought you were way off base. I want to give you a chance to redeem yourself, all right, and prove me wrong. Convince me that you were right and I was wrong. We'll explain that next on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. Softy here again. Hi, how are you? Happy Tuesday. I hope you're enjoying the weather and staying safe with all the smoke out there. By the way, I want you to know that if you're looking to save money, right now is the perfect time to save some money. And one of the easiest ways to do it is with my friends at First Mark Insurance. Take the First Mark Insurance Challenge now. They saved me money and got me better coverage at the same time. That's what I call a First Mark Challenge victory. Here's how they do it. First Mark Insurance works for you, not one insurance company. They compare rates and coverages from dozens of the top-rated carriers. Then they go to work to find you the right coverage at the lowest possible price. And when you need them, you'll get a real person to talk to who knows you and is there to help. Take the First Mark Challenge now. It costs you nothing. They can see if they can save you some money and get you better coverage. And if they can't, they'll tell you that, and at least you got the peace of mind knowing that you're paying the right rate for the right insurance. Jump on the web. You could be the next First Mark Challenge victory. They've had over 11,000 of them, by the way. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. What are you waiting for? Your savings starts tomorrow. firstmarkinsurance.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right. John Wilner will join us at 5 o'clock tonight. We're going to hear from Jed Fish as well, I believe, in the 5 p.m. hour after UW Media Day this afternoon. Softy, Dick Jackson with you with no Dick and Jackson. Travis the Ogre Moger is back in the studio, by the way, which means we have a special co-host, John Canzano. JohnCanzano.com, Bald Faced Truth podcast on YouTube. Great watch, great listen. Guy knows what he's talking about, unlike us. So it's good to have you here with us to spread some actual intelligent information. Looking to Wally Pip, Dick Fane.
Don't stoop there.
And so we'll see at the end of this hour what people think about that. But last time I was on your show, God, was it 2 days ago? Was it yesterday?
Yeah.
When was I on with you, by the way?
2 days ago, early morning.
Yeah.
We had an early morning encounter. You're not a morning person. I'm not a morning person. And yet we did.
Not really, which is why I was shocked that you asked me to do it. But we had fun. We talked some Sonics. We talked some Dogs and Ducks. And you hit me with a comment that I immediately was like, wait a minute, that doesn't make any sense to me. But you know what? A lot of stuff, John, doesn't make sense to me, so it's not, really a big surprise. You said, hey, looks like the Ducks are starting to run away from the Dogs again. And I'm thinking, wait a minute. Washington won 3 games in a row, including the biggest game in their rivals' history, twice when they were both in the top 10 in 2023 in Seattle. And then I remember after that loss to the Huskies in 2023, people like you would say things like, oh, Oregon's pissed, man. They're coming. They're fired up. They're angry about what happened. Then guess what? They lost again in Vegas in the second, maybe the biggest game in rivalry history at that point in time. Then the program gets blown to kingdom come with Kalen DeBoer leaving. Oregon hammers UW, kicks their ass. I mean, the final score wasn't even close to showing how badly the Huskies were dominated, by the way, that day in Eugene with a terrible roster. Then Jed Fish comes in, does a little, cosmetic work, does this, does that. And with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter last year, Huskies are within 5 points. So when you say Oregon's running away from UW, what are you talking about, man?
I'm recognizing that something changed in college football a couple years ago. Right. Kalen DeBoer left Washington not just for Alabama, but I think he left Washington because he saw what was happening. I think the Pac-12 teams and coaches were all kind of looking around going, this is not sustainable. This is not going to be what it once was. The ground beneath their feet shifted. The sand shifted. Dan Lanning and the Ducks have been planning for this thing for 20 years, and it really happened long before Lanning got there. Oregon was doing some things with Uncle Phil that nobody else was doing, and they're in better position because of it. Why is Oregon succeeding in this era? Why are they in the top 2 teams in the preseason poll today? They're there because they have been positioned for this NIL transfer portal, Wild West world better than anybody. And unfortunately, and this is no real knock on Washington because Washington's like a lot of other schools that are really good and they're trying, but Washington doesn't have Uncle Phil. Washington doesn't have an angle. Washington doesn't have an inside track to getting to the top of the Big Ten Conference, which means you got a path to the top of the CFP. So when I looked at last year's game, and I was there in Seattle, yeah, it was 26-14. There's your final. On paper, that looks like a decent game. Right. I, at no point of that game, Softy, thought that Washington could win that game. It was 0-0, and there was no chance for Washington to win that game. I just thought it was a matter of Oregon sort of exerting its will, making enough plays, and then going into a shell, kind of waiting for the game to end. And that is the way that, I think superior teams and programs play in this era. And I just wonder, I would look at the next 5 games between these two teams, and I think if it doesn't happen this year for Jed Fish and Washington, if they can't decisively close that gap and look like they belong on the same field as Oregon, because the last 2 times I don't think they looked like they belonged, even though you'd say it was 4 points in the third, 4 points you still lost the game. All right, so if Washington can't win with Damon Williams Jr. and 5 returning offensive linemen, and year 3 of Jed Fish supposed to be this breakout year, I don't think it's going to happen in the next 5 years. I think Oregon's going to win the next 5.
Well, I think the gap in talent is closing in favor of UW. Is it closing in favor of UW where they're passing Oregon? Not yet, but it's getting closer. I mean, John, I kind of throw out what happened 2 years ago. I mean, that was an absolute disgrace. Washington did not have one starter back on offense, not one. Yeah. They lost
sacks,
everybody,
terrible.
Entire line, the whole thing. They were horrible roster-wise. Now they're way better. So, look, I'm with you that I'm curious to see what happens in the next couple of years here. I'm really curious to see what happens this year down in Eugene. But I would also say to Oregon fans, and you tell me if I'm nuts, that this is the era of college football where Oregon needs to take advantage of this and win a title, because this is potentially going to change one day. This free willy spending whatever you want, NIL out of control. At one point, this is going to maybe get under control, and they're going to corral this. But until they do, right, there's a window here for Oregon where if we're going to talk about how great Phil Knight is and the facilities and blah, 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 okay, then this is the window before this thing all changes where the Ducks have to win a championship, right?
Phil Knight has poured $1 billion into his alma mater, and between the library and the law school and research and the football program, and we all know he wants a return on his investment, even though he's not going to say it. And I think they want to give it to him. But he's 88. I was watching him last year. I rode the press box elevator with him. He's getting on there. He's with his grandson, and he's still got it between the ears. But he's 88. Every day's a blessing when you're 88, right? One day he's not going to be there to root for his team, and so I think that window is now. I think you're right on that for Oregon, because we look at the legislation they're trying to pass in Washington, D.C., and it puts people to sleep. But the truth is, there's a 5-year sort of window here where it's going to exist in this current form, where the conferences will continue to exist, and they're going to try to put some caps on what you can spend and how much you can spend to retain and how often you can transfer, and they're going to try to get that all done. But Oregon's advantage is now. This is it. This is now. You can play with a straight face. You can play on the same level as Ohio State and Miami and everybody else. And that's why at the end of last year, I was at Hard Rock Stadium for the national championship game. And I looked over at Mario Cristobal in Miami, and then I kind of looked at Oregon, and I thought, I think Oregon's going to get to the title game. I think it's Oregon and Miami. Why? Not because they have the best two coaching staffs. Neither one of those coaches, you saw him up close at Washington. Mario Cristobal was not a great game manager. He was terrible. But he's got better players, and Dan Lanning's got better players. They're winning games in the off season, not during the actual season.
Yeah, I'm not convinced that Dan Lanning is an elite football mind. He might be a great recruiter, but he's also got, an unbelievable war chest backing him up. I mean, I've said the same thing for years about the Oregon Ducks. If you're the Oregon Ducks football coach and you can't win at a decent level, then you can't win anywhere. I mean, I actually like Mark Helfrich as a guy, but the fact that he struggled down there in Eugene, unbelievable. Free Willie Taggart, all those guys down there, man. I mean, you should be able to throw weekend at Bernie's out there on that sideline and at least win some games as the head coach of the Oregon Ducks. But you mentioned Phil Knight, and I want to just wrap it up with this before the break. Yeah. And I'm trying to be as sensitive here as I can be, because you're right. He's 88 years old. Who knows how much time the guy's got left on this rock. I've met him a couple times, and I think he's a hell of a guy to hang out with. I actually had a story about making a bet with him at a UW-Oregon game about 15 years ago, and he lost and sent me a pair of Nikes in the mail, right? Didn't even need to ask me what size shoe that I wore. He guessed 10.5, and I got a box and a hand-signed note from Phil, so whatever. Good dude, salt-of-the-earth guy, but Forbes is saying he's worth $35 billion, whatever that is. Maybe that number's off. When he is no longer
companies and the company loses something. Oh, I'm retiring, but nothing's going to change. We're just promoting the next guy. It happens with football coaching staffs as well. You lose something when Chip Kelly walks out the door and Mark Helfrich takes over. So I don't care if Phil Knight's money's there. I think it'll continue to be there. But what we're watching with this legislation is they're trying to cap how much money you can put in. There's going to be a number of teams that can spend. What you lose when Phil Knight goes away is you lose vision. You lose the expectations. You lose somebody who has applied that pressure in the room. And I think Nike is suffering this as a company right now, as as you look at the competition they're having with Adidas and others. But I think Nike's lost some edge because Phil's not in the room making the decisions. He's not there applying that pressure. Nobody loved it like he does. And I think when that goes away at Oregon, I think it's not just somebody writing a check. And I know his grandson appears to be the person who's kind of in line to make decisions and be that person. And I know he's at the game, but I'm going to tell you something. He was at the Oregon-Indiana game. I rode the elevator with Phil Knight and his grandson up from the bottom up to the top press box. And the door closed, and I looked over at the grandson, and he had a Milwaukee Brewers hat on. He didn't have an Oregon Duck hat on.
Wow.
And I thought to myself, ooh, that's interesting. Like, like you wouldn't see Phil with a Milwaukee Brewers hat in the elevator. But it just made me think. And so I think this is it for Oregon. You win now. You try to win it for Phil this season. I think the window for Oregon is much narrower than others say. Everybody talks about 4 or 5, 6 years. I think it's 1 or 2. I think if they don't win in 1 or 2, they take a step back and it becomes one of the great travesties in the Pacific Northwest. That Oregon got that close, got to the title game twice and didn't win it. This is it for Oregon.
See, that's why we have you on the air for breaking news like that, okay? Phil Knight's grandson, not a big Duck fan, according to John Canzano. We'll have more with John next
That's the clip.
93.3 KJR FM. All right, boys and girls, Safi here again for my friend Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest. What does she do? Who is she? Well, she is the best real estate agent in the Pacific Northwest, and I don't trust anybody else to sell my house besides Tamara and the entire team at BKT because they just simply do it all. They do everything. I mean, for me, moving, packing up, the pain in the butt, right? I don't want to be making contracting calls and landscaping calls and staging company calls. I want them to do that. That's why I'm paying you. That's why you're my agent, to handle all of that. And that's what Tamara does. They've got connections. They know market trends. They know exactly where to price your home the minute it first hits the market to make sure it gets sold ASAP and for top dollar. So you want to hire somebody else? Fine, go ahead. You want the best, and you want to save money, and you want to get top dollar for your home, and you want to get it done right and get your house sold fast. Jump on the web and Google the name Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest, or check out the website directly. There's an entire thing on there from me, testimonials, the whole deal. You'll find out why so many people love her, including me. Tamara Lamore of BKT Northwest. Simply put, the best real estate agent I've ever worked with. Google that name tonight, or check out the website directly at sellerschallenge.com.
Now back to Softy and Dick at the Virginia Mason Athletic Center and our special coverage of Seahawks training camp. Brought to you by the Boeing Classic on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, last segment with John Canzano. I think it's gone pretty well. It hasn't been a total disaster, right? I mean, we can poke and prod, poke holes in anything, but I think it's been fun. How about you? Are you actually enjoying this?
You're finally going to get some ratings. I mean, I'm happy for you. People finally listening. My phone's blowing up with your listeners that I know in the Seattle area saying, "Man, finally I can listen to this show."
Yeah, it's funny. I got one text, by the way, from somebody saying that they love having you on the air. And it's a mutual friend of ours, by the way. Well, Mariners tonight against the Tigers. Brendan Donovan's back, starting at third base, hitting seventh. Taylor Ward, who the M's just got from Baltimore, DH, hitting eighth tonight. Dom Canzone's in right field, so we'll see how that works out. I thought they'd take the worst of the three outfielders with Randy Arozarena, Canzone, and Ward, and put that guy at DH. But clearly they haven't done that because Randy Arozarena, who stinks, by the way, defensively, is still in left field. So we'll see what happens tonight. But before you go, I want to get your thoughts on Jody Allen, because it is incredible to me the difference in how she's viewed down there in Portland, where you live, versus up here in Seattle, where I live. I mean, when they won the Super Bowl, people were like, hey, man, is there any way she can stay on as the owner? Like, when Paul died, we were all, of course, nervous, right? This is a new person. She's never run a sports team before. How will she do? And she was marvelous. You should have seen the video the night the Seahawks got their rings. They had them come down on tractor beams from the ceiling. High-class stuff, man. This is awesome. So we love her up here in Seattle, but I know it's the exact opposite down there.
Was she marvelous, though? Because I thought when she got on the stage when they won the NFC Championship, she might give a nod to her late brother and how somewhere in the heavens he might be enjoying this, or when they win the Super Bowl and hoisting the Lombardi Trophy. Aren't you really talking about the difference between the NFL and the NBA? That in the NFL, if you've got the league that is designed for parity, the draft is designed for that. The salary cap is a hard salary cap. You got an executive who's phenomenal in John Schneider. You let him work. You step out of the way. You raise a flag. You eat some rice pilaf in the suite and mind your own business. As an owner, you're terrific.
Yes.
But
that's
in the
a talent,
NBA,
though. That is a talent. Knowing what you don't know and getting out of the way.
Then that's fine. And Paul did that too, didn't he? Like, I remember Paul when the Seahawks went to the Super Bowl the first time. He did this interview. I think it was in Detroit, right? And so he did this interview, and he tells the New York Times, "Hey, I don't really know football. I let my football people run the operation." And I thought for years that was a problem, because Paul fashioned himself as a wannabe scout, and he loved the team. And I think when you own the team, you do reserve the right to go, hey, with a second-round draft pick, I want to take Patty Mills. I like that kid. I liked him during the workout. And you deserve that as an NBA owner. But in the NFL, you don't. You stand out of the way. It's a meritocracy. You let the players decide who makes the roster. You let the coach make the decisions. You hire and fire the GM and the coach. And I think Jody did a good job there. I also think there's a difference between Seattle and Portland. And when you grow up in the Wedgwood neighborhood and you graduate from Lakeside School and you're a Washington kid through and through, and your brother goes on to be the accidental billionaire, and you're along for the ride as Queen Bee Jody Allen was. And some of my hostility for her is coming out here. But as Jody Allen is riding the coattails of her brother into this billionaire lifestyle, she's looking around at her friends. Her friends are Seahawks fans. Her friends are going to the games. Her friends are probably telling her, oh, we love the way you looked when you were raising the flag. You look so enthusiastic. Now let's put her in Portland, 3 hours away, sitting courtside at a game she looks at and goes, what am I doing here? This is my brother's hobby, this NBA team. She looks as disinterested as, a kid sitting at the library on a summer day. I mean, it was just a stark difference between Jody Allen, trustee of the NBA team, and Jody Allen, trustee of the Seahawks team. She looked far more interested and engaged, and her aloof, sort of distanced demeanor with the NFL team with John Schneider around was great. But in Portland, they had no infrastructure. Neil Olshey was running around that Portland, front office, a hostile work environment. It was broken in Portland. And I think a lot of people looked at her and said she is detached. She's not interested. It's a rudderless franchise. And then, look, this team's going to sell. And she needs to do right as her job as a trustee. She needs to do right and has a fiduciary duty. But you had an NBA team in Minnesota and the Taylor family that they knew they were selling the team. They extended the lease and made sure that the Timberwolves were staying in Minneapolis. You had a team in Milwaukee did the same thing. The family's selling the team. They know that investors are going to come in. They're going to rip it out of Milwaukee. What do? They extend the lease. They make sure it stays. Jody has the Blazers. What does she do? She signs only a 5-year bridge lease with the city. She sells the potential portability of the Blazers and uses that as a selling point, which attracts an investment group led by Tom Dundon, who's got no connection to Portland. And you end up in a situation where it looks a lot to me, suspiciously, like Jody Allen maybe just didn't give a rip about Portland. And I don't think Portland cares about her either.
Yeah, well, here's the funny thing about that. Nobody up here cares that Jody didn't care about Portland, right? I mean, there's only been 3 people that have won a major professional sports championship in this town. One is Sam Schulman. The others are Paul and Jody Allen. So there's room for one more on the Mount Rushmore, and I wonder who that next person will be. Hey, John, this was great, man. This will make up for all the times they came on your show. We are now officially even, okay?
Oh, we're even now?
Yes, so
we're square.
Let's reset. We'll reset the scoreboard now. Great stuff, man. Loved having you on. Let's do it again soon, big guy.
All right. See ya.
You bet, man. John Canzano with us for the last hour. Fun having him on. We're going to break. His podcast partner, John Wilner, is going to join us. And then Jed Fish, we're going to hear from Jed around 5:20 tonight, right here on 93.3 KJR FM.
This is Duke of Duke Seafood, letting you know that this hour of Softy and Dick on your home for the Huskies and Kraken is proudly brought to you by Duke Seafood. Why not make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, thanks, Duke. It is time for the $1,000 bonus Bucks Cash contest brought to you by our friends at Bellevue Rare Coins for a shot at 1,000 smackers. Get to the website, 93.3KJR.com. Right now, enter the keyword check at 93.3KJR.com right now for a shot at $1,000, all courtesy of our friends at BellevueRareCoins.com. Let's get the headlines right now.
Now, from the Star Reynolds Sports Desk, your 93.3 KJR FM Sports Headlines.
All right, big thanks to John Canzano, one half of the Wilner and Canzano podcast. The other half will join us in a couple of minutes here, John Wilner. But big thanks to John for filling in for the last hour right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Headlines, of course, are brought to you by our friends at Frost Brewed Coors Light, as cold as the Rockies.
I want to win!
The Mariners hopefully will win a couple of games. I want all three. They got to give us all three, man. Come on, the Tigers are done. They gave up Skubal. They're waving the white towel. They're a shell of their former selves, 55-58. 2.5 games out in the West. Hancock, Wu at home, thank God, and Miller in this series. The M's made a plethora of moves today. Rob Refsnyder, Mitch Garver were both released. Brendan Donovan's been activated. Johnny Pareda called up from AAA, and Luke Raley is expected to miss the rest of the year. News in college football, the coaches poll is out. Ohio State, Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Notre Dame, the top 5. UW 19th after being unranked in the preseason poll a year ago. NFL news, the Falcons have made Bijan Robinson the highest paid running back in the history of the NFL with a 3-year, $75 million deal. And the Bears giving right tackle Darnell Wright a 4-year, $116 million deal with $93 million guaranteed, which is the biggest contract ever for a right tackle in the history of the NFL. Let's get to John Wilner right now. All right, joining us right now on the radio show, courtesy of our friends at SimplySeattle.com. Always good to have them on. Be sure and use code KJR15 for 15% off anything, anytime at SimplySeattle.com. The Pope of the Pack, the Big Ten Baron himself, and one half of the Wilner and Canzano podcast, Johnny Wilner, with us. John, your podcast partner, John Canzano, just spent the last hour with us on the show. So I'm letting you know you got some big shoes to fill here, big boy.
Yes, I do. How'd that go?
I thought it was mediocre, to be honest with you. No, it was great.
Okay.
Are you kidding me? He was great. You know John. He's awesome. At some point, I'd like to get you and John on together, by the way, but I'm afraid you guys will charge me big bucks for something like that. So he was great, and we love everything you guys do together. Love having you on with us every week on the show. But, hey, let's just start off by, John's making a claim that he thinks that Oregon is about to run away from Washington yet again. I think he said on the air that he thinks the Ducks will win the next 5 in a row, that the Ducks are set up in a lot better place with the NIL world. Do you believe that Oregon is about to restart another massive win streak against Washington?
Well, wait, don't they already have a win streak? The Ducks have won the last 2 at least.
Oregon's
right?
won 2 in a row, correct. But by John's reasoning, he thinks they're about to go back to another 8 or 9, 10 games in a row type thing.
Well, I certainly the resource dynamic tilts to Eugene. There is no doubt about that. But, Washington, I think the coaching is the big thing, right? I mean, you can offset the resources with quality coaching. That was a part of Washington's problem during that long run of Oregon dominance. I don't know. I would say this. My guess is that the Ducks, I would favor the Ducks, like out of every 5 games, I'd give the Ducks every 3.5 out of every 5, something like that. It's not totally tilted, but it definitely leans Oregon.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like this would be a pretty painful year to lose to UW. Oregon's got national championship aspirations. Everyone's talking about how great Dante Moore is, and Oregon supposedly got this kick-ass defensive line, best defense they've had in years. And, year 3, rebuilding UW program to lose to Jed Fish and Damon Williams. This feels like this would be a pretty bad year for Oregon to lose to Washington. And a win by Washington would be big for UW, but a loss by Oregon would be looked at as even bigger down there. Do you buy that?
I certainly buy it, partly because it's in Eugene. I mean, if you're putting a line on that game right now,
right,
you make Oregon Oregon's favored by a touchdown, at least, I would think. So I would for sure say Oregon would have, more to lose there. There's no doubt about that. Now we'll see what happens, how things play out. It is very possible that game is a playoff elimination for at least one and maybe both teams, depending on how things go with the schedules and, the performance. I'm of the mindset that the Huskies they got to be 9-1 going into the last two to have a shot at the playoff.
Right.
That's kind of my feeling.
John, the Apple Cup is 4 weeks from Sunday, if you can believe that. They're playing it on a Sunday this year. There's no NFL that weekend, and the Huskies and Cougars will have the entire city's ear, I think, although I'm just hearing from a lot of Coug fans that they're just not really into this anymore, man. So I don't know. I mean, I don't know how long the contract is between UW and Washington State. It wasn't a forever thing, right, when they got together to sign this deal a couple years ago. Notre Dame and USC are on hiatus. They're coming back. We can talk about that. There's some other rivalries, Oklahoma State, that have gone away, obviously. Is there any fear of yours, concern, I guess, that we could be waking up in the very near future and the Apple Cup is no longer a thing?
I think it's on that's certainly a possible outcome. A lot of it just falls on Washington State's administration to recognize how important that game is. And now that the Pac-12 has been reconstituted, I think it should give the Cougars a little bit more to feel good about in terms of where their football program is. And, I know the fans are bitter and a lot of fans don't want to play the game. And I'm here to tell them that Washington State needs to play that game every year possible.
Yeah.
Because it is almost a no-lose situation for the Cougars.
Right. Yeah, 3 years left, 26 this year, and then two more, Pullman and then Husky Stadium in Seattle, 2028 for now is the last one. So we'll see if they extend that. But John Winter with us, again, courtesy of SimplySeattle.com. John, Notre Dame USC announced earlier that they're canceling their series. Then they announced today that they're bringing it back, I think, starting in 2030. So they're going to take a little bit of a break, but then start it up again. Why are they waiting 4 years to restart it? And what happened to get these guys back on the same field?
Well, what happened is that Indiana canceled a series against Notre Dame in 20, 30, and 31. So that opened up two windows for Notre Dame for season openers. And so they slotted USC in as a replacement. I mean, the whole thing happened because USC decided we're in the Big Ten. We don't want to go to South Bend in the middle of October, in the middle of a conference season. And USC wanted to play it early in the season. And Notre Dame's like, you know what? We don't really have any spots to play it early in the season. They do starting in 2030 because Indiana canceled. So that's good. I mean, it's huge for college football, right? These are the rivalries that are the lifeblood of college football. And USC Notre Dame is, I'd say it's a top 5 rivalry. So it's good for the sport that they're playing. And I think it's fun that they're playing for season openers, right? I mean, it's kind of an unofficial kickoff to the season.
Yeah, well, I think it's great, but I also believe that Notre Dame and Indiana and Purdue should also play each other every year in the state of Indiana. And then, speaking of the Pac-12, by the way, there was some announcement today. I don't know. I saw it. I thought I could maybe check it out, but I said, hey, why not? I'll just ask you, and you can explain to us what the hell happened. So some kind of a joint agreement, Pac-12, Mountain West. I don't know. What's going on here?
It is just that they have formalized the settlement from the lawsuits, right? I don't remember when that was. Sometime in May, they announced that they had reached a mediated settlement, and this is just the formal long-form version of it. It's not really anything new. It's just like saying, okay, we've dotted the I's and crossed the T's.
Yeah. John Wilner is with us on the show, and John, the coaches poll came out. Jed Fish, we're going to hear from him coming up next segment. Last year he would run around practice with a shirt on, talking about all the disrespect that UW was getting without any ranking on their side. I mean, they were a 6-17 the year before, so I was kind of okay with it. I understood why UW wasn't ranked, and I get why they're ranked now at 19th. But I saw you tweet about your AP ballot. Do you have the Huskies ranked in your initial poll for 2026?
Oh, I do indeed, and I'm glad that you asked me about that. Thank you very much. As much heat as I take from Husky fans about the why do you hate Washington, I do have I've submitted my AP preseason ballot, and I actually have Washington several spots higher than the Huskies are placed in the coaches poll. And my guess is that the AP preseason poll will have Washington somewhere in that 18 to 20 range. And I've got the Huskies either like 12th, 13th, or 14th. I think that's right. I am a Husky honk now. So I think, they should be good. The schedule, the offensive line, the veteran quarterback, very good defensive coordinator. They should rack up the wins. And I think it's perfectly justified to have Washington in that 12 to 15, 16 range.
Yeah, so you're saying for all the people out there that say that you hate on Washington, that you're a Husky hater, they are incorrect. They're wrong. It's actually the exact opposite. For a guy that's supposed to be impartial, you were secretly behind the scenes rooting for the Huskies to have massive success in Seattle.
That's right. And one of those people is your co-host who's not currently on in that conversation.
That's right.
Who has accused me of being a Husky hater. But no, I looked at the schedules of returning players for all the teams, and is there any reason Washington should not be at least 9-3? I don't see it.
Yeah, no, I don't know what Dick's problem is, man. I don't know. He's just he doesn't like when people criticize Washington, and he just can't understand why you would not be on the Husky wagon every day, every time you come on this radio show.
Don't stoop there.
He's also not here to defend himself, so it's actually kind of fun. Hey, John, before you go, I want to find out, can you explain to me this ruling that came down from a judge, I believe, in Colorado, that said that anybody who was a part of the 2022 class that exhausted 4 years of eligibility last spring or this spring can come back and play for one more year. Indiana's already got a defensive lineman, Stephen Daly, who's going to come back to Indiana for his 5th year. I guess he got hurt. He was 19 TFLs, 5.5 sacks, 3rd nationally in that regard. So, I'm surprised. I don't know. Was this guy not drafted? Was he banged up? What happened to the Stephen Daly guy? And this is unbelievable that Indiana, a month before the season starts, is getting like a big-time free agent to join their team.
Yeah, I know. The ruling was very complicated, and the judge had to actually clarify a couple of days later what she meant. So Daly is really good, and he's going to give Indiana make a defensive line that was going to be good, even better. The key is that Indiana had a roster spot available for him, right? A lot of teams are not going to have spots available. You either have to come back. So the transfer portal that rule still exists for these players. So he came back to his school.
Right.
If you entered the transfer portal last winter and then tried to turn pro, you can go somewhere. If you didn't enter the transfer portal, you can't just transfer to another school.
Got it.
It's really complicated. The bigger impact will be in basketball. There's going to be a bunch of guys who exhausted eligibility. They played 4 years in 4 years, and they will be able to go back to their teams, or if they enter the portal, they'll be able to transfer. Football, the problem with football is it's so late. Training camp started, roster spots aren't available. There's going to be very few guys like what Indiana got.
Yeah. John Wilner, great stuff. Love it. And we'll be sure and remind Dick Fain when you're on next week where you have UW in the AP.
I'm one of the arrogant Gonzaga fans.
I'm not sure if he'll even buy it, by the way. He may have to hear it from you himself. So good stuff, and we'll talk a week, dude. Thank you, man.
Thanks a lot, Softy.
All right, John Wilner with us on the show. We're going to break. We're going to hear a little bit from Taylor Ward, the newest Mariner, and then Jed Fish from UW Media Day today. That's all coming next on 93.3 KJR FM. All right, kids, Santi here again. Hi, how are you? For my friends over at Bellevue Rare Coins. Now, here's the deal. You might have some valuables at home. You might be considering selling it. You might want to give it away. You might want to donate it before you do anything with your valuables, all right? No matter what it is, gold, silver, watches, coins, bracelets, necklaces, anything. Take it to my friends at Bellevue Rare Coins. They want to educate you, first of all, on what you have, even maybe the history of it, where it's from, how you got it, and more importantly, what it's worth, because they believe an informed customer makes the best customer. They want you as a client for life, not just for one transaction. They want you to trust them. Jump on the web and find a Bellevue Rare Coins near you and get a free, no-hassle evaluation with no pressure to sell of your valuables at any Bellevue Rare Coins. They got 4 stores, including Tacoma, Linwood, Issaquah, and Bellevue. Find out more now at BellevueRareCoins.com. All right, kids, Softy here again from my friends over at First Mark Insurance. Now, here's the deal, man. A lot of people now want to save money, of course. Well, the easiest way, find out if you're paying too much for your insurance. Call my friends at First Mark Insurance. Jump on the web at firstmarkinsurance.com and take the First Mark Challenge, man. I took the First Mark Challenge myself, and I found out that I was paying too much for the wrong coverage. What do? They get me to the right coverage, and they save me $1,000 a year on my insurance, whether auto, home, valuables, whatever, personal umbrella policies. My friends at First Mark get all the insurance companies together on a nice little spreadsheet, and they compare rates and prices and programs and coverage to make sure you're getting the right one that works for you. And guess what? If they think you're already paying the right price with the right coverage, they'll tell you that, and you can move on with the peace of mind knowing that you're paying the appropriate amount for the right amount of coverage. Jump on the web and be the next First Mark Challenge victory like I was. There's over 11,000 of them. You could be saving starting tomorrow. Take the First Mark Challenge now at firstmarkinsurance.com.
This is Duke of Duke's Seafood, and this hour is brought to you by Duke's Seafood. Why don't you make it a Duke's night tonight? Reserve your table today at dukeseafood.com. Now, back to Softy and Dick on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, Softy and Dick with no Dick. Travis Moger, the Ogre, is back in the studio.
I try not to be, forgive my language, I try not to be a dick.
He'll be back to Thursday. Don't forget, for all you Dick fans out there. Travis, before we get to Jed Fish, I want to go to T-Mobile Park. Jessamine McIntyre was at T-Mobile today and had a chance to be a part of the Taylor Ward scrum, newest member of the Mariners, acquired from Baltimore yesterday, obviously, along with, for Alex Hoppe and 2 minor league pitchers. He's going to be in the lineup tonight at DH. Taylor Ward with the media moments ago at T-Mobile Park.
Feels good. Happy to be here. Obviously I've played here a lot, on the other side. So just happy to be here and help the team out.
How does that feel to know a team was coming after you at the trade deadline and wanted you to be here?
No, it feels great. That's what you want as a player. Teams will want you. Just that all your hard work is paid off. So, it's an honor to be here and just happy to, be a part of the team now.
What was your reaction when you found out you were getting dealt yesterday?
Excited. I enjoyed it in Baltimore, but, I understand, teams got to do what's best for teams. So, but, just super happy to be here, super happy that it's Seattle. So, hopefully come in and help you guys out a little bit.
Joining this team at this point, obviously they're in a playoff race. They're trying to make a push here to go back-to-back for the first time in 25 years. What does it mean that they're putting that trust in you to be at least a boost in this run to the playoffs?
Yeah, it means everything. And, like I said, just, it's great that, teams want you, and especially, this team where they're at. And, hopefully I can, really just come in and help them out as much as I can.
The atmosphere here, it was the other side. Now you get them behind you. How fun is that going to be for you?
Super cool. Obviously the fan base here loves the team and they support them. And, it's always tough coming here as a visitor. So, but to be here, on their side, looking forward to it.
You've played this team a lot through the years, being down in Anaheim. You know what they're like when they're rolling good. What does it mean to you to kind of jump in and join this group as they're trying to make that push?
I think one big thing, I'm just happy not to have to face the staff anymore. I definitely top tier in baseball for me. It's always tough game planning against them, and they got great pitchers here. So super happy to play behind them and enjoy my offense, and just be on that side of the ball for them.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear Taylor Ward say that he's happy to not have to face Mariner pitching at T-Mobile Park, because in 30 games, 127 plate appearances, Taylor Ward has a .533 career OPS at T-Mobile Park against Mariner pitching, right? So now he gets to go against the opponent at this place. But he's not been good at T-Mobile. We'll see if that's because of the park or it's because of the pitchers he's been facing. But he is in the lineup tonight. Again, he's hitting 8th and DHing tonight for the M's, with Brandon Donovan back hitting 7th and playing 3rd base. Let's go from the Mariners to the Huskies. I was out at UW Media Day this morning. Had a chance to catch up with Jed Fish for the second time in a couple weeks last week at Big Ten Media Day in Chicago. It was kind of more of a, overall state of the program, talking about NIL and things like that. And we caught up this morning and talked about a lot of issues, including what are the first things that he really wants to see this team get done in the first few days of fall practice starting on Thursday.
Joy, energy, guys that are willing to compete but be smart.
Yeah.
I think that's really what we have to find. We have to see we've got a lot of guys that are very alpha.
Right.
Okay. And a lot of guys that were heavily recruited and a lot of guys that were the best on their team.
Right.
And we got to make sure we don't come out of here on the second day of training camp and those first couple of days flying a little too high.
Yeah.
So the big thing is balance. And I think we use spring ball. And the good part is, we had so many of these guys here for spring. But we use spring ball to teach them how to practice like a pro.
Right.
So we got to be able to come out and do that.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about some of those new faces. And let's start with the running back room, because I don't know if I've ever seen this kind of turnover, right, at the running back spot. We're watching Jordan Washington, Adam Muhammad, Jonah Coleman last year thinking, well, we're getting two of those three guys back. And then bang, as of now, none of them are available. So the job seems to be up for grabs. When I asked you last week who the running back one would be if the Apple Cup were tonight, you said, look, I don't know. And I appreciate the honesty. So Quade Carr, Bonner, Jaden Lamar, tell me what these guys bring to the table and maybe who's got kind of the upper hand right now in that group.
Yeah, well, it's really hard for me to answer that even today because Jaden and Trey did not practice in the spring.
Right.
So it'd almost be an unfair evaluation to just choose the guy because who practiced and who didn't in the spring. Everybody is now cleared to practice.
Yeah.
Now, there'll be some limitations on Trey and Jaden as they're moving forward. Maybe we won't tackle them. Maybe we'll just stay, keep them up. But I got to see him cut. I got to see him catch. I got to see him pass protect. And I got to see him run through the tackles.
Yeah.
So to be able to make those evaluations, we need reps out there. So we're going to try to get those guys getting a lot of reps. Along the same way, Quade Carr, every time he had a chance to run the football last year in practice, he shined.
Yeah.
And in the spring, he shined. But as we started losing running backs, I had to be very protective of Quade. So I kind of lost the evaluation of him the last 4 practices or so because we had to make sure he stayed healthy.
Mm-hmm.
So this will be a great chance for him to step up as well and see what it all looks like.
Well, you last couple of years, it was obvious whose position that was. It was number one, right? Do you want to do that again? Are you a running back by committee guy? Do you mind that? Or do you want to have a bell cow workhorse like you had the last couple of years?
Well, I think it would be – it's not possible.
Yeah.
To have what we had the last 2 years in regards to there was never a doubt, right? Like when the series started, there was never a doubt. There was never a doubt on short yardage. There was never a doubt on goal line. There was never a doubt when we needed to call the team up to get them motivated, like where we would turn, right? So that's gone.
Yep.
He's in Denver.
Yep.
And he's doing a fantastic job there, and I'm so proud of him. Now, we don't have the one guy.
Right.
But you don't need the one guy. There's a lot of teams out there that doesn't. So we got to figure out who those guys are and then go from there.
Well, the running back will take care of itself. We kind of know what you're doing at quarterback, right? You got a guy who's wearing a different number this year. He's wearing Warren Moon's number, which is a great honor for Damon Williams, obviously. But let's talk about the guy coaching him. You're coaching him, obviously. J.P. Losman's coaching him as well. You've known him since his days with the Seahawks, former first-round draft pick, I think, of Buffalo, out of Tulane back in the day. So what is J.P. doing with Damon that maybe gives you some insight into what kind of player we're going to see in September?
Well, the first thing that JP's doing is he has built an incredible relationship with him, one in which they spend a lot of time together out of the building. They spend time together in the building. They have a fun connection.
Yeah.
It's cool to see. JP has done a great job when he's talking to him of, like, any aspect of preparation he can always point back to is like, hey, that wasn't fun for me either.
Right.
But I like getting drafted in the first round.
Right.
Or that wasn't fun for me either, but I like starting in the NFL. And, there's always that nice ability to just kind of like that yin and yang. I also think that he is very tolerant, JP. So, like, if I get frustrated, JP is able to say, I kind of know it. D, I got you.
Right.
Just let him do his thing.
Right.
And then we'll get it worked out. And he has that nice balance. And then last year, the role that JP had, he was really able to integrate himself into the QB room.
Yeah.
So there was a comfort level. There wasn't a ton of pressure. And now as he's upped his coaching style, he's always working. And you watch him on the field, he's running with the guys. He's, running over the bridge of the 520 to come to work. They see him while they're driving. So he's a unique bird. And the same token, all of his experiences, playing for so many different coaches, playing the league, working for other coaches, had a chance. He was at Clemson with Trevor Lawrence. He was at Oklahoma with Jackson Arnold and with Dylan Gabriel. He's seen a lot. And it's a huge asset for DeMond.
Yeah, well, Jed Fish is with us. And, look, there's not a lot of great running quarterbacks in the Big Ten, right? Not a lot of great quarterbacks, period, I think, overall in the Big Ten. And you've got one, right? Do you want to see him be more of an athlete this year, improvise more, run more, take advantage of every toolbox he's got?
Well, he had 600 yards rushing last year.
Yeah.
And
can that be
3,000 yards passing?
Can that go over at 600? Can we see a 3,000, 1,000 guy this year?
Maybe. Maybe he's a 3,400, 600. Maybe he's I don't know. I think that what we've got to do is you got to keep him healthy.
Right.
And there were some times and there were some games that he just let loose and just was able to let it rip with his legs and just opportunities presented. There were some other games where they just decided they were going to take that away. And, it's our responsibility. They're going to take something away every week. Do they want to take away the vertical passing game? Do they want to take away his feet? Do they want to take away interior throw? Whatever it might be, we got to adjust quick, and then we got to see what we can get out of DeMond. But,
yeah,
the guy's special, and he's just going to be better than he was last year.
Well, Jed Fish is with us, and speaking of better than last year, the offensive line to me looks like a strength now compared to the weakness that I think we all understand that it was a couple years ago just because of what you guys were going through. You've mentioned it, 7 offensive linemen, a couple guys had ACLs. Now you got, 17 guys on the offensive line, a bunch of guys coming back. Honestly, Jed, what can you do offensively now that you just couldn't do 2 years ago?
Well, it all starts with that group, right? So when you are capable of running the football, then you're capable to have play action passes.
Yeah.
Then you're capable of having bootlegs and keepers. Then you're capable of, really imposing your will. So what this group does is this group gives us an opportunity to stand up to anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And, it's different when you show up to a party and you're bringing your brawn with you,
Right.
there is the bodyguards have arrived. And so you're walking into a room, you feel a little confidence, right? When you're walking in somewhere and you've got 1,700 pounds behind you.
Yeah.
Right. Well, in the same token, when you got 1,700 pounds in front of you, you're like, okay, I feel good about sitting back here an extra half a second and letting Rashid win on that round. I feel good about, checking into this run on 3rd and 5 because I know these guys are going to make it work versus, let's call it a couple of years ago, if someone was checking into a run on 3rd and 5, it's like, are we really playing into our strength?
Yeah, right.
So that's where I believe is the evolution.
Well, Jed Fish is with us. I know you got to run in a couple minutes, but it's funny because, Jed, on the defensive side, I just don't have a lot of questions about that group with Ryan Walters back there, right? Did we give up 30 points once last year to anybody?
No.
Not many teams in college football did that last year, right? And this is a group that's going to have some new faces, obviously, mostly in the secondary. But if you were sitting in my position here, what would your questions be about this defense? What are your kind of curiosities about the defense before camp starts?
Yeah. Well, first of all, I think it's really important just to talk about what a fantastic job Ryan did last year and how I even expected, and the whole staff, and the whole staff is back. Right? So not only did he do a great job, not only did our coaches do a whole, but the continuity of the entire defensive staff. The second thing is, we outscored our opponents by 200 points last year. There was not a game. I think the most amount of points that was scored against us was 26, and that was by Oregon on that long ball at the end of the game. Where we feel like we are very strong is at linebacker. Where we feel great is at safety. We've got 2 new corners. But when you look at them, one of them started every game at UVA, who went 10-3, and we recruited from Arizona. One of them started his very first game against Jeremiah Smith and held him to 1 catch. Dylan Robinson, Rashawn Clark, Jaron Jones. These guys are good ball players. And then our front, that's what I'm most excited about, because we were good up front, but we weren't disruptive up front. Like, we would hold teams to not a lot of yards rushing, but we weren't creating sacks. We weren't creating tackles for losses. Yeah. And now, with this group, that would be the question I would ask would be, who is going to create those splash plays on defense? And
who do you think it might be?
Well, I think Alenius Davis is going to have an elite year. I think that you're going to see, if we could have a healthy Deuce Davis, those will be a lot of the sacks that we're missing. My hope is that Isaiah Ward, he's finally at 242 pounds after, being with me for 5 years. He's gained 30-something pounds since walking in from college, 38 pounds, I think. So where he's at makes a big difference. And then, don't sleep on the Logan Georges of the world. Don't sleep on Jacob Lane having an elite year. So we're just set differently this year.
Yeah, well, the one guy that a lot of people before you go are curious about is the new kid from Kennedy, Derek Coleman Broussard, who Ryan Walters told us back in spring ball, he's too big to play on the outside. Now he's got to play on the inside. When we saw him play in high school, he was playing on the outside, getting after quarterbacks. Now he's a defensive tackle. What are you thinking you're going to get out of this guy at the age of 18 years old?
You're going to see him start day 1, play 1 in practice.
I love it.
Training camp practice 1. Derek will go out there and be our starting 3 technique for that practice. Now, that doesn't mean it's going to look like that in the Apple Cup, but his talent level is elite. He's got Darren Conley, snipping at his heels. He's got Kai McClendon, who can't wait to get back, coming from a knee injury. And then you got Alenius, who had an unbelievable summer. But Derek Brusa, Cody Green, I kind of tell our staff, I go, guys, there's certain guys, like if you draft Russell Okun in the first round, you're going to play Russell Okun at left tackle the first snap of the game.
Right.
If you draft Joey Bosa or Nick Bosa, you're going to play the Bosa brothers if you're taking them in the top 5. We need to look at the Brusas. We need the Cody Greens of the world, as these guys were top 5, top 10 picks of our program.
I love it.
And therefore, we're not going to hide them.
Yeah. Well, you're not doing anything to slow the hype train down. I can tell you that. But that's okay, right? You think they can handle it.
I do. Nor do I worry about the hype train.
Hey, listen, you were on last week. You're on this week. Let's do it again next week, all right? It's actually in your contract. You may not have noticed that. You have to come on this show every week starting in August. So
really?
We'll talk next week.
All right. I'll be back next week.
All right, man. Good stuff.
Deal.
Jed Fish with us on the radio show. Going to break a lot more to come on a busy Tuesday right here on 93.3 KJR FM. Hi, boys and girls. Safi here for my friends over at K2VisionRLE.com. And I get it, man. You get to your 50s like me, and you don't see so well, obviously. You're looking for a pair of reading glasses all the time. You're squinting to read the menu at a restaurant. You go to a sporting event. You can't read the scoreboard, the names and numbers on the back of the jersey. It kind of stinks, by the way. That's where my friends Dr. King and Dr. Kopstein come into play as two of the best vision correction surgeons in America. They performed over 150,000 of these procedures, and they know which one is right for you, whether EVO ICL, refractive lens exchange, or LASIK. They'll sit down with you on a free Zoom call, go over all your options, answer all your what's the recovery like? Which procedure is best for me? They know because they are two of the best in the country. So jump on the web and schedule that free Zoom call right now at K2VisionRLE.com and get your vision back, man. Imagine a life free of contact lenses, prescriptions, never worrying about a cataract ever again, and being able to read that menu at that restaurant without help from readers. Jump on the website, find out more, and schedule that free Zoom call right now. K2VisionRLE.com.
Welcome to Softy and Dick's Hardball Pregame Show, presented by Pemco, the insurance you get. Learn more at Pemco.com on Sports Radio 93.3 KJR FM.
All right, we're going to rip through this as fast as we can, Travis. First of all, congrats to Matt from Lake Forest Park, who texted in the answer to the question, what defender did Steve Largent knock the piss out of in a Bronco game? And it was Mike Harden. Matt from Lake Forest Park knew the answer, so he wins the Hard Knocks-themed cornhole game. Hard Knocks tonight on HBO at 6 p.m., by the way. Big thanks to Pemco for sponsoring baseball's Hardball pregame show. Pemco helps make insurance less challenging. Get a quote today at Pemco.com or call 1-800-GO-PEMCO. Pemco, the insurance you get. Pemco Mutual Insurance Company, Seattle, Washington. Lineups are out for tonight's game. And there's a lot of new faces. Cole Young, leadoff, playing second base, hitting leadoff for the M's. Randy Arozarena still in left field. Dom Kenzorn in right. Julio in center, hitting cleanup. Josh Naylor at first base, hitting fifth. Cal Raleigh in the sixth spot behind the plate. Brendan Donovan's back at third base, hitting seventh. Taylor Ward, newly acquired from Baltimore, your DH tonight, hitting eighth. And Colt Emerson at shortstop, hitting ninth. Emerson Hancock is on the mound against the Tigers tonight. By the way, the Mariners today did release Rob Refsnyder and Mitch Garver and called up Johnny Pareda and obviously activated Brandon Donovan off the IL. Luke Raley sounds like he may be out for the year, by the way, with an injury. Dan Wilson with the media before tonight's game 1 of 3 against Detroit.
An eventful last couple of days for sure, but always you lose players. It's difficult. We've got a couple new players in that we're really excited about, and excited to get rolling and pointed in the right direction here in these last 49 games. And, you look at, it's all in front of us. It's all our opportunity. And I think we feel extremely good about this group that's here and ready to get after tonight. Our focus is on winning tonight. You win pitch to pitch. You execute on the field, and you win games one night at a time, and that's you end up where you want to be. So that's going to be our focus as we move forward. And as I said, this is a great group. We get started tonight with Emerson on the hill, who has been very solid for us all season long, and he'll get us off on the right foot offensively. We saw a lot of great at-bats. We saw a lot of great fight in that last series, and having to come back a couple of times and having to score late to win games, and guys putting up really solid at-bats late in games. And, that's what it takes to win. And I think these guys found a way, and that's what we're going to continue to do down the stretch is find a way.
All right, there you go. Dan Wilson with the media before tonight's game. And I'm telling you, man, 2 out of 3 is no longer enough. They got to sweep these guys. Enough goofing around, enough messing around. You've obviously wasted a lot of mulligans so far up until this point. This team has no business being 3 games under 500 and 2.5 games out in this terrible division. So sweep these guys. Get 3, not 2, not 1, 3. We're going to break. We'll switch to some Husky football. If you're a Dog fan, you're going to want to hear Michael Switzer talk. He's the offensive line coach, and he is going to get you jacked up for Husky football season next.